Melanie and I weren't having sex anymore. Something had been broken. We both wanted nothing more than for it to be fixed, but we were barely 20 years old. Our romantic dreams were far too fragile to survive the brutality of our immaturity. I started going to Los Angeles a lot. It was the first time I realized the vibrational power of a city. As soon as the plane would touch down at LAX, something inside of me would awaken and align. Something I was, and something LA was, clicked into harmonious agreement. The energy of the town excited me. I needed less sleep, I was always refreshed, my skin looked better, I was eating right, I wanted to work out. I was inspired. I have since realized the critical importance of environment. Choosing the city you live in is as important as choosing your life partner. And I had just met Tanya Moore. She embodied the sunshine and the possibilities that defined LA, the quintessential West Coast rider. Fine as hell, sophisticated, but sharp in the streets. She knew what neighborhoods to walk in, and which ones to drive around. She knew that my red Phillies baseball cap should come off at LAX, and I could put it back on as soon as the flight home crossed the Mississippi. Pooh Richardson was the star shooting guard for UCLA, which, next to Millionaire Rapper, was about as good a gig as a 22-year-old black kid could get. He was born and raised in the heart of South Philly, and he walked around UCLA like the damn mayor. Pooh was everything on that campus, and when his Philly homeboy showed up, he laid it out. Pooh was dating Tanya's cousin TGIA, who basically managed Pooh's life. She handled his food, his press, she would clear the room when he needed to get ready for practice. It was a relationship mindset that to me at the time seemed so mature. Pooh was the star, but he literally wouldn't know where his sneakers were. His one job was to play basketball well, TGIA did everything else. When I saw them together I knew I wanted that. They were partners in the Pooh Richardson going to the NBA business. He ended up playing 10 years in the league. Me and Charlie Mack rolled up to Pauley Pavilion where UCLA was playing Stanford. We saw Pooh in the locker after the game. "Philly is in the building," he screamed. The first thing a Philly dude notices when one of his homeboys moves to another city is how bad his fade haircut looks. Philly is known for the fade, we invented it, and we do it right. "Yo, man, your barber is slip-pin," I said obligatorily. I probably would have said it no matter what it looked like. When you're from Philly, and somebody gets their haircut in another city, you have to say it looks bad. "Yeah, we haven't figured that one out here yet," Pooh joked, touching the sides of his fade. "If you're from Philly, you have to say something like that, too." He introduced me to TGIA and her cousin Tanya. I must have been too obvious in my appreciation of Tanya's beauty, because Pooh grabbed a towel and held it up to my mouth. "Yo, man, you slobberin', I don't want you to slip and fall on your spit." I shoved the towel away, slightly embarrassed but keeping my smile and my charm on blaze. "Come on, man, go ahead with that shit." I laughed, turning to introduce myself to Tanya. "There must be something in the water in Philly," Tanya said. "They are growin' y'all real nice out there." Pooh jumped in. "Yo, Tanya, I'm telling you, this nigger is the next one. You better lock him up now cause he's going from here to the moon." I was thinking, lock me up? Shit, she had me at real nice. JL was the only one of my friends who'd ever seen me cry. On a train ride to New York one day, I'd broken down when I told him the story about Melanie, sobbing into his chest. JL is not an emotional guy, and I was not holding back. He would later tell me that in that moment, he devoted his life to me. JL said he knew he needed to protect me. JL pulled me up one day. "Hey, man, you getting into a lot of fights lately. What's up?" There was a couple of months stretch when I literally got into a fight every weekend. I'm not sure if it was knowing that Bucky had my back, or that Charlie Mack was standing right beside me, or if it was the only elixir that could satiate my raging heart, but I started sucker punching everybody and anybody who even looked at me sideways. I was angry, because even a Grammy, millions of dollars, and a candy apple red IROC didn't even begin to fill the holes inside of me. The thing about money, sex, and success is that when you don't have them, you can justify your misery. Shit, if I had money, sex, and success, I'd feel great. However misguided that may be, it psychologically permeates as hope. But once you are rich, famous, successful, and you're still insecure and unhappy, the terrifying thought begins to lurk, maybe the problem is me. Of course, I dismissed that foolishness quickly. I just needed more money, more women, more Grammys. The record company was ready for our follow-up album to His the DJ. 3 million records sold, first ever Grammy award in rap, but this new album was gonna smash all of that. JL wanted us to do preliminary recording in Jeff's mom's house. Whereas I had bought cars, clothes, and houses, Jeff had converted the basement into a Star Trek-level home recording studio. JL thought it would be the most cost-effective approach to get our ideas down in southwest Philly, and then go for the final recording back to London. Jive owned the recording studios there, and we got preferred rates. But me and Jeff had other ideas. Jeff had heard of a famous recording studio in the Bahamas, Compass Point Studios in Nassau. He suggested we record there. After all, Mick Jagger, Grace Jones, David Bowie, Sade, even Iron Maiden had all recorded at Compass Point. Since we were big time now and had a multi-platinum album of our own, it only seemed fitting that we record where multi-platinum artists record. Jeff couldn't wait to dig into the studio and check out the tech. I couldn't wait to check out the 2 massive casinos that had just been built in Nassau. We were hyped. JL protested, but he was outvoted 2-1. No filibusters in Jeff's mom's basement. That next Friday, we were off to the Bahamas, all 10 of us. I had never been to the Bahamas. It was 90 degrees and sunny when we landed. Our luggage and equipment got held up in customs, so we hit the beach. Rum punch and chicken fingers until the sun set, then we hit the casino, till sunrise. And that's how the recording of our new album went for about the first week or so. We had scheduled 6 weeks to record, and we had locked out the studio, meaning we had to pay whether we used it or not. Our first full session in the studio, day 9 in the Bahamas, was more like a night in a club. Jeff was DJing while we all sat around with girls and food and drinks. Occasionally, I would get up on the mic, more performing for the crowd than trying to innovate or create new music. After that first session, JL pulled Jeff and me aside and warned us that we were burning through $10,000 a day, and that if we didn't start recording, he was pulling the plug. Me and Jeff were kind of offended. "You don't understand the creative process," I said. "This environment, the people, all the stuff we're doing is our inspiration." "Yeah, Jeff chimed in, "don't block the flow. Just let us do what we do, and you do what you do," I said. JL nodded, very slowly, as if to say, "Okay, I see how it is." 1 month, and a couple of $100,000 into our process, and the red recording light hadn't come on once, we had still not completed a single song. I guess JL was justified in doing what he did. At the time, I couldn't believe he did it. I would never have done it to him. But I guess he felt that the times were desperate, so he employed equally desperate measures. It was a Friday night. About 20 of us were lounging around in the studio. Our LA squad had flown in to help with the creative process. I was about 5 rum punches in, and I had graduated beyond chicken fingers into jerk chicken, black beans, and rice. I guess it was hot in there because I had my shirt off. It doesn't matter how old you get, there are some childhood images that will always bring a chill down your spine or make your stomach drop. I was holding court in the middle of Compass Point Studio A when the door started to open. I first caught a glimpse of JL pushing the door wider, and then Dadio. The room froze. Those who knew, the other guests guessed. Dadio calmly took in the scene. His eldest son, topless. Rum punch and jerk chicken stinking up the room. Bahamian bikinis bouncing and misbehaving. And we were at work. To Dadio, this was Sodom and Gomorrah. He paused. Then, "Everybody get the fuck out," he said. "I need to talk to Will and Jeff." We landed at Philadelphia International Airport at 2:38 p.m. I slept the entire flight. I don't remember takeoff or landing. I'm not sure it's an actual medical condition, but I'm pretty certain I was in an embarrassment coma. James J.L. Lasseter had dropped a dime on me and tattled to my daddy. The whole shit was a debacle. But within 2 weeks, our third album, And in This Corner, was at least finished. In the tragic aftermath of his Grim Reaper-like appearance at Compass Point, Dajo had made an aggressive, but nonetheless convincing, assessment of our behavior. You boys are fucking off an opportunity that most people can't even dream about. You got a major corporation financing your project, and you got girls and shit sitting around in the studio? Keep your dick out them people's money. You can bullshit, just don't bullshit while you on the clock. This shit ain't gonna last forever. While Dajo's Bahamian intervention had saved us from further immediate catastrophe, the first domino had already been tipped. With no budget left, we quickly cobbled together the best tracks we could come up with. But there was no real vision or continuity to the album. Me and Jeff were unfocused, and out of sync. And In This Corner was doomed from the start. The downward spiral had begun. 9. Destruction. And In This Corner came out Halloween 1989 and achieved full crickets. In a desperate attempt to salvage something from the mess, we sprinted out onto the road to perform and promote and do anything we could to inject some life into the album, but it was dead on arrival. The winter of 1989 was a progressively abominable shit show. It began with Ready Rock. He had recorded a bunch of songs, none of which ended up making the album. He was one of the best beatboxers there ever was, and in our live shows he definitely got some of the biggest cheers. But hip-hop was changing, beatboxers were becoming less central to the art form. He felt disrespected and disregarded. As a result, our disagreements became division became open conflict, until Reddy and I were damn near at war. Clayt started showing up late for everything, flights, sound checks, meetings. He'd sleep all day and be in a stank mood all night. Throughout the tour, our arguments escalated in both frequency and intensity. In his mind, he and Jeff were the main attractions, and they were carrying me. Me and Jeff are the only talented ones around here, the rest of y'all just riding our coattails, Clayt shouted, during one of our innumerable collisions. It all came to a head one night in Kansas City. During our show, we would introduce Ready Rock at about the halfway point. He'd come out, and me and him had a 15-minute routine before he'd go off, and me and Jeff would close the show. He had a grand entrance, I'd be rapping, and at the end of my verse I'd shout, "Ready Rock C, give Jeff a hand." I'd dramatically point to the side, the spotlight would come on, and he would do a helicopter sound effect with his mouth that would shock the hell out of the crowd. He could open and close his hand around the microphone, shifting the frequency to give the illusion of the helicopter passing from left to right. The crowd loved it. But this night, I shouted, I pointed, the spotlight panned, but no Ready Rock. Jeff just kept the beat going, and after another 4 bars, I said it again, "Ready Rock C. Give Jeff a hand." Clayt didn't come out. Without missing a beat, Jeff launched into the next track and we continued the show as if nothing had happened. It is unbelievably painful for me as I write this chapter because these conflicts and misunderstandings had such simple solutions, yet our immaturity demanded that we had to suffer excruciating consequences in order to learn the most basic lessons of human relating. It's so obvious to me today how hurtful it must have been for Clayt to go from being my best friend and my creative right hand to someone who was increasingly being excluded and alienated and asked by photographers to step out of pictures. And what's worse, we never even talked about it. But that night, we were 2 young rams. After our set, I went raging backstage. "Where the fuck is Clayt?" I screamed. I blast into the dressing room, and there he is, sitting in my chair, sunglasses on, calmly eating a bag of Doritos. "Man, where the hell were you at?" Clayt didn't respond, he just sat there crunching. "Why you ain't come out?" I roared. He continued crunching. After a few seconds, he swallowed and said, "I just didn't feel like performing tonight." I was shocked and incensed, but I said nothing. We stared at each other. Each second our new reality was hardening. In my heart, he had about 10 seconds before the concrete set. 9, 8, 7, 6. Crunch. Crunch. Stare. 5, 4, 3. Crunch. Stare. 2. Aight, cool, I said, as I turned and walked out. I never called for Ready Rock again. The next night, Jeff and I altered the set. Clayt was standing there at the side of the stage. The part in the show came where he'd usually be called out, we skipped over it and went to the next song. Same thing in Dallas, same thing in Houston, same thing in San Antonio. We stopped speaking. Clayt started riding on other groups' buses, and when he rode with us, he stayed in his bunk. One day, near the end of the tour, we heard a strange sound coming from his bunk. Click-clack, snap. Click-clack, snap. Charlie Mack's bunk was directly above Clayt's. Charlie, irritated by the sound, leaned out of his bunk to investigate. He opened the curtain to Clayt's bunk. "Yo, man, what the hell is you doing?" Charlie screamed, jumping down from his bunk. Clayt was cleaning a semi-automatic Uzi submachine gun. He didn't have any bullets, but he was practicing chambering a round and pulling the trigger. Click-clack, snap. Click-clack, snap. Gone was my high school friend, the easy laugh, the excitement of battling on the street corners around Overbrook, the joy of stumbling onto a new sound. Left in his place was a person I no longer recognized. In my entire life, few things have been more powerful than watching someone I love self-destruct. Deju used to say, you can stop a homicide, but you can't stop no suicide. Ready Rock was making good money doing what he loved. He was performing in front of thousands of people and seeing the world. He had a crew of friends who would die for him. Yet, there was some blind or broken part of him that, for some reason, couldn't perceive the full scope of the opportunity stretching out before him. He had made his way into the abundant part of the great river only to scratch and claw his way back to the desert. Throughout my career, I have seen this pattern over and over again. I have given hundreds of jobs to people, many of whom have ultimately cracked and crumbled under the pressure of the possibilities. As the great Negro poet Charlie Mack once put it, pressure busts pipes, homie. We all have to contend with the natural processes of destruction. Everything is impermanent, your body's going to get old, your best friend is going to graduate and move to another city, that tree you used to climb in front of Stacy Brooks's house is going to crash down in a storm. Your parents are going to die. Everything changes, it rises, and it falls. Nothing and no one is immune to the entropy of the universe. That is why self-destruction is such a terrible crime. It's hard enough as it is. When we got back to Philly, Ready Rock grabbed his bag, I grabbed mine. There were no goodbyes, no eye contact. I watched him walk off down Woodcrest, he never looked back even once. Because of my childhood experiences with Dejo's destructive streak, I've always had very low tolerance when I recognize similar energies within people around me. The funny thing is, it's always crystal clear to me when I perceive them in others, but I'm blind as a bat to those same energies within myself. The first, and only real, single from the third album was called, I Think I Can Beat Mike Tyson. I've often used Mike's invincibility at the time as a metaphor to explain the distinction between natural destruction and self-destruction. Imagine you were to secure a title fight against Mike Tyson in his prime. Fearful for your life, you hire legendary trainer Freddie Roach, you commit to the perfect diet, the perfect training regimen, you do everything within your power to prepare yourself to face Iron Mike. You step into the ring in impeccable physical and mental condition, and Mike destroys you within 15 seconds. You did everything you could possibly have done, and still lost. You're just not as good a fighter as Mike Tyson. That is a bearable loss, that is what I'm calling natural destruction. But if you were lollygagging during training, didn't really eat right, and let your boy Pookie train you, and then Mike knocks you out in 15 seconds, now you have to face an unbearable loss. You have to live the rest of your life not knowing what might have happened had you done your best. In the back of your mind, forever, you will know that you didn't only lose to Mike Tyson, you lost to yourself. The fight wasn't you versus Mike, it was you and Mike versus you. That's how I feel about and in this corner. The music business is fickle, some records work, some don't. Sometimes there's a track that you think is going to be a hit, and no one feels it, then the one you weren't even thinking about becomes a monster. That's the natural way, the inevitable ebb and flow of the universe. But if you piss away $300,000 on rum punch and chicken fingers, and your father has to fly in and drag your ass home, and then you throw together a bunch of tracks in your best friend's mother's basement, you're manifesting an unfair fight. It's 2 against 1, it's you and the universe versus you. It's respectable to lose to the universe. It's a tragedy to lose to yourself. And in this corner. Flopped, hard. We were coming off 3 million records sold, triple platinum sales, and the first ever Grammy Award in rap. Expectations and investments were very high. And we crashed and burned. We knew the album was a swing and a miss. But it didn't become real until we went out on tour again. The crowds were thinner. People weren't as hyped to see us. They were no longer singing my lyrics back to me. And our performance fees were cut by almost 70%. We made it okay in our minds by thinking of it as promotion. In retrospect, I could feel the impending onslaught, but I couldn't figure out what to do, or how to stop it. And I certainly didn't think it was going to get as bad as it did. By this time, Melanie and I were living in that dreadful demilitarized zone between the bliss-filled old days of romance and hopeful possibilities, and the fast-approaching inescapable days of resentment, rage, and destruction. Trapped in that awful quiet lovelessness where 2 people coexist in the same house but rarely in the same room. Where the air is filled with apathetic words, not yet dipping into vitriol but purposely devoid of kindness. That unique hell where you know it's done but it's not over yet. Me and Charlie were spending more and more time in LA. The second I would land, Tanya would be at the airport with a rental car, keys to the hotel, dinner reservations, whatever I needed. LA girls always seemed organized and business-minded. They were always fly, and always pursuing some kind of dream or opportunity. There was something about the culture of Los Angeles that bred an upwardly mobile mentality. Tanya never asked me for anything, this was just how she got down. She made me feel at home. We knew each other for almost a year but we never even kissed. I could faintly sense that Tanya and Los Angeles were about to play some significant role in my survival. I guess I was kind of unconsciously locating the lighthouse and the lifeboat for the storm that was darkening on the horizon. Gigi's words were ringing in my mind, just remember, lover boy, be nice to everybody you pass on your way up, 'cause you just might have to pass them again on your way down. Becoming famous is about as much fun as the material world has to offer. Being famous, bit of a mixed bag, but fading famous sucks ass. I could read the writing on the walls, some of it was in my own handwriting. I saw the crowd's silent faces at the end of our sets. I noticed how business calls that once got returned in 2 hours were now taking 2 weeks or didn't get returned at all. And most alarmingly, my Amex wasn't quite breaking, but it was bending like a motherfucker. And in the middle of all of that distortion, the subtle compass within me kept pointing west. Charlie could feel it, too. He took it upon himself to push and to dig and to cajole everything within his power to excavate and manifest a more positive future. Charlie was shameless. He would introduce me to absolutely anybody within shouting distance, even people he didn't know. Little Richard. Little Richard. He bellowed across the Soul Train Awards. Then, excitedly to me, Will, that's Little Richard, he wit Diana Ross, come on, get the picture. Damn, Charlie, they talking. Just leave them alone, I said, wildly embarrassed. You want the picture, or you don't want the picture. You gotta be seen with people. Then he dragged me over to Little Richard and Diana Ross, and basically listed my entire discography for them. I know y'all heard it, he got a Grammy. Y'all, like, in the Grammy Club together. Charlie Mack is bigger than most human beings, and certainly bigger than most people's security. So, once he decided he wanted something, like a picture, or a conversation, things tended to gravitate out of his way. LA illuminated the limits to my fame. I was huge in the world of hip-hop, but in Hollywood, I was nobody. At a Lakers game, I was nobody. At the Roxbury, I was extra. Nobody. When Eddie walked in, he shut it down. It was humbling, it was embarrassing, and it was frustrating. I remember one night in LA, the DC go-go band EU, Experience Unlimited, was playing at the Palladium. They had opened for us in 1988 and 89, and we had developed a friendship with the lead singer, Sugar Bear, and the rest of the group. Spike Lee had just put their song DA But in his movie School Days, and EU was now the hottest group in the country. Charlie and I planned to take a break from the emotional battery of being nobodies in Hollywood and just for a night retreat to the world of music. We headed to the Palladium and rolled up to the backstage entrance. Hordes of groupies and fans all pleading with the bouncers about how their cousin left a ticket, but the will call is closed, the usual crap that makes security guards just look over their heads and ignore them. Charlie does his usual thing, stepping up to the front and speaking for me. Hey, my man, I'm here with the Fresh Prince. The who? The security guard says, looking past Charlie to me. I always hate these kinds of moments where I have to stand there and try to look recognizable. Because now, everybody is staring at you to see if you're famous enough to pass the bouncer test. You're out on a limb. And when you just flopped an album, it's a thin and rickety branch. The Fresh Prince, man. The Fresh Prince. You know, Jazzy Jeff and Charlie clarified. The bouncer looked at me with the universal glare that signifies I'm foraging through my visual Rolodex and... Nope, you're not in there. If y'all ain't got tickets, y'all gonna need to move to the back. Just then, the door opens, and Sugar Bear from EU sticks his head out and looks around. I made a rookie error, I overcommitted. But when I saw a familiar face, he felt like one of those round life preservers being thrown to me as I was drowning in a deepening sea of insignificance and irrelevance. Before I could stop myself, I blurt out, hey. Sugar Bear. Sugar Bear looks right at me. There's a moment of recognition. I point at the security guard as if to say, yo, man, tell this dude to move and let us in. Sugar Bear pauses, looks at the security guard, subtly shakes his head. He scans the crowd to see if the person he was really looking for is out there. They are not, so he turns and goes back inside. I turned and gracefully made the famous person's walk of shame. Inside, I was raging, but as is my habitual emotional way, on the outside, I was totally calm. I didn't know where I was going, but block after block, I just walked. Charlie said nothing but kept step right behind me. We walked for miles in silence. What the hell was happening? Since we came off tour, Jeff had retreated to his mom's basement. His reaction to the looming winter of our careers was to hibernate. He had turned down a chance to do a show in Africa and a tour in Australia. I was pissed that he was hiding, it seemed like cowardice on his part. And it activated my most violent trigger. I'd been fighting my entire life to not be a coward. I believed that we needed to go head-to-head with the obstacles that were building against us, but I couldn't do it without him. I felt like he'd betrayed me. JL was complaining about me and Charlie being in LA so much. Y'all are wasting your time, you need to come home so we can get back into the studio, writing and recording, JL said. Melanie and I were barely speaking. And here I was, in the empty streets of Hollywood, on a Thursday night, anonymous and adrift. Charlie Mack was like an old-time boxing trainer whose fighter had just got his whole ass handed to him in the previous round. If we weren't on Hollywood Boulevard, he definitely would have been pouring ice water down my shorts. I was hurt bad. But I knew I had another round in me. We approached a crosswalk, the red hand beckoning directly to me. Halt. Stop. Breathe. Think. My rage settled. Contemplation churned into passion, then a decision. That will never, ever, happen again, I said. I promise you that. Charlie didn't open his mouth, he just nodded his head. He knew something profound was happening inside of me. And he was down for whatever. The light changed, and we walked on. I didn't pay my taxes. It's not like I forgot, it was more like I just didn't pay my taxes. In January 1990, Uncle Sam decided that I'd had enough fun and he wanted his. I owed the IRS taxes on around $3 million of income. I think somewhere above $1 million. Uncle Sam shifts from ornery to irritable and everything north of about $2.3 million makes him aggressive and cantankerous. So, as was my general approach to problem solving during this period of my life, I dumped it on JL. Wait, you didn't pay any taxes? He said. He was on the phone, but I could tell that he sat down. To this day, JL is the most frugal, sensible, and fiscally responsible person I've ever met. He doesn't spend any money on anything ever. No fancy cars, no jewelry, no trips, no jacuzzi in his bedroom nor his bathroom. While Jeff and I were spending our spoils wildly, JL never moved from his childhood bedroom. He was taking this very phone call in his mother's kitchen. Nah, nothing, I said. Like, nothing? Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. Nah. Y'all are stupid as shit, JL said. You'll understand this is a big problem, right? I didn't notice in the moment, but JL kept saying y'all, denoting a plurality of stupidity. I would later discover that Jeff hadn't paid his taxes, either. And to make matters worse, JL had been lax on billing us for his commissions, so not only had we spent all of our money, we had spent JL's cut, too. We were all broke. JL hired a tax attorney for me and Jeff. He paid his taxes, scheduled a meeting, showed them the notices from the IRS. He also engaged an accounting firm, Gelfand, Rennet and Feldman, to oversee our hypothetical future earnings. First went all the cars. Then my motorcycles. Stereo systems are very expensive when they go in, they are worth damn near nothing when they come out. Then the excruciating decision was made, IRS, attorney, and accountants unanimously agreed, I would have to sell the Lower Merion house, pool table included. I was rich and famous, minus the rich, and minus the famous. I was worse than broke, I was in the hole. The walls were tumbling down. I had enjoyed Sodom and Gomorrah way more than I was enjoying Jericho. There's a strange thing that happens when someone falls, your demise somehow proves to everyone you've ever disagreed with that they were right, and you were wrong. They develop a smugness and seem to get a brutal enjoyment out of the fact that God is finally punishing you. People tend to have a schizophrenic relationship with winners. If you're down too long, you become an underdog and they feel impelled to root for you. But if you're ever unfortunate enough to be up too long, you better get a helmet. One night, in the middle of what would become the final racks of 8-ball ever played on my first pool table on Merion Road, Melanie came down the stairs. She was looking fine as hell, wearing a royal blue miniskirt and matching leather jacket. She had on 3-inch heels. She never rocked heels. Big bamboo earrings I had bought her that she'd never worn before. Her makeup was perfect, no glasses tonight, eyeliner. Her cleavage would certainly not have been approved of in her aunt's house. So why did she think it would be approved of in mine? She pranced through the gauntlet of me, Charlie, Bam, Bucky, and a couple more of my JBM boys. Everybody looked, but nobody made a sound. The JBM had a code, they were always respectful of each other's women. Where you going? I asked, as I missed an easy 11-ball in the side. Out, Melanie said. All I could think was, why the fuck is she doing this right now? Is she really going to challenge me in a room full of Philly's hardest gangsters and killers? In the middle of the IRS seizing all my shit? Wearing clothes that I paid for? Making me miss an easy-ass 11-ball in the side? BZZZZZZZZ. Where's out? I said, as Charlie lined up his next shot, about to take $100 that I didn't have. I don't know. No. She shrugged. Out. I think you're not going out, I said, drawing a line in the sand and trying to save face. You should go ahead back upstairs. Whatever, Willard, she said, as she moved toward the door. If you walk out that door, I promise you it's gonna be a bad look. We stared at each other. Each second our new reality was hardening. In my heart, she had about 10 seconds to go back upstairs before the concrete set. 9, 8, 7, 6. Charlie sunk a high ball in the side. 5, 4, 3. Eyeliner. Cleavage. Bamboo hoops. 2. I'll see you later, Willard. Melanie walked out. An hour later, I was in the house alone. Melanie and I were no longer in that loveless demilitarized zone. The bliss-filled old days were finally giving way to the days of resentment, rage, and destruction. Melanie's taxi pulled up around 2 a.m. I was waiting for her out front. I had collected everything I'd ever bought for her: clothes, shoes, bags. Anything that would burn. I had drenched everything in lighter fluid. Our eyes met. I struck the match. Whoosh. As I write this chapter, I have never seen or spoken to Melanie again. I've reached out on multiple occasions over the years with no response. She was the victim of one of the lowest points in my life. Yes, we were young, yes, we hurt each other, but she did not deserve how I treated her, she did not deserve how it ended. Charlie Mack was in love with Mimi Brown, one of the most iconic DJs in Philadelphia history. She was the seductive, sultry voice of our childhood imaginings, and seeing her in person did not disappoint. Charlie missed no opportunity to get me to the station. I kept finding myself doing interviews at WDFM, on Mimi's show. It was like Charlie was now my publicist, and he had one contact in the music industry, Mimi Brown. This was my third interview with Mimi in the span of 2 weeks. She had launched a show called Rap Digest. I was running out of things to talk about, but Charlie felt we weren't quite hitting the critical points we needed. Mimi, oh my God, I'm telling you. The people just love hearing y'all talk. Y'all lighting them phones up. We gotta keep doing this. Charlie gushed romantically. Mimi had been an early supporter and advocate for DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. She was one of the first to ever play our records, and she was one of the Philly pioneers pushing hip-hop onto daytime radio. And she loved a hometown boy. It was always the same with Mimi, whether we were hot or cold, big record or no record, she wanted her studio to feel like home. We were always welcome. It was a win-win-win. Mimi got a great interview, I felt respected and appreciated, and Charlie got to shoot his shot. The studio was a cozy little soundproof room with glass on 2 sides. People within the station could walk by and look in on the interviews and talent who showed up. Mimi and I were always a particularly appealing attraction. We laughed and joked a lot, and we played an interesting mix of hip-hop and R&B that was revolutionary at the time. It felt like a live show as we interacted with the staffers behind the glass. One afternoon, I started rapping live, which doesn't sound like much today, but I promise you it was jaw-dropping back then. This was one of the first times it had ever happened on Philadelphia radio. You have to understand, this was a time when many radio stations' promotional taglines were all music, no rap. Behind the glass, the crowd grew and started going crazy, some because they realized they were witnessing the birth of a new era, and others because they probably thought they were witnessing the death of Mimi Brown's career. As I play and perform to the glass, I'm stopped in my tracks as I realize I'm face to face, eye to eye, with Dana Goodman. He had heard me on the radio and decided to show up. If the motherfucker you're looking for is Will, he's in the house. You're welcome to come in and kill him now. Dana stares, emotionless, and whispers into the ear of the dude with him. The dude nods and moves toward the door of the studio. I keep performing, my eyes steady on Dana. I try to signal to Charlie, but he's staring at Mimi. The door opens. The man enters the booth and stands beside Charlie. Charlie's ghetto radar is once again on point. Charlie slides almost imperceptibly into striking distance, he's no longer looking at Mimi. I finish rapping, the crowd applauds, Mimi and I sit down to continue our interview. You need to thank Dana Goodman, the man yells out. Yo, my man, they are live on the radio. Cool out, Charlie whispers. You need to thank Dana Goodman, the man yells out, louder this time. Homie, we can do whatever you wanna do outside. But you can be quiet in here, Charlie said, more forcefully. The dude put his palm on Charlie's chest to shove him away. Tell your man to thank Dana G. Before his lips could form the first O of Goodman, Charlie cracked him with a straight right hand dead on the button, and dude's head explodes like a watermelon. It was as if Charlie had shot his fist out of a cannon. The guy crashed into the metal rack holding the 8-track cassettes, scattering them all over the room. Dude was down and out. Charlie grabs me and Mimi and runs us toward the back parking lot. Charlie, Dana's out there, I shout. Just keep going, Charlie says. We exit into the back parking lot as station security grabs Mimi. Charlie throws me into the car, and we're out. I had never been in a jail cell before. It was way too small, and there were way too many of us in there. Frankly, I felt like we all deserved better. Apparently, there is an arcane law in Pennsylvania, the master-slave clause, that states that if one person commits a crime under the control or direct influence of a master, then the master is legally liable for the actions of the submissive slave party. The man's legal team argued that because of my dominant relationship with Charlie, I was culpable for his actions. Charlie was never even arrested, even though it was he who had broken the man's left eye socket and irreparably damaged his cornea. Clearly, the man's legal team thought that I was a deep pocket and logically reasoned that I was a bigger financial target than Charlie. The joke was on them. I didn't have a dime to my name. But as I sat in that jail cell, facing aggravated assault, criminal conspiracy, simple assault, and reckless endangerment charges for a punch I hadn't even thrown, I finally understood a term I'd heard many times before: rock bottom. I was literally lying on a cold stone floor. Everything I had, everything I built, the woman I loved, was gone. I was broken. And as I lay there in the fetal position, trying to figure out how the fuck did I get here, I made the horrific error of clinging to the universal, rock-bottom axiom of hope: well, I guess it can't get any worse than this. Hopefully none of you will ever need this information, but if you can at all avoid it, do not get arrested on a Friday. I was released on Monday morning. No one gets let out on a weekend. I went straight to Woodcrest to see my mom. I hadn't spoken to her. I was sure she'd be a mess. The crazy thing is, when I saw the police car in front of Woodcrest, it never even crossed my mind that they were there because of me. One of my childhood friends, Reggie, had recently become a cop. He had the kind of heart that everybody wanted in a police officer. Reggie was the man in the neighborhood. Mom loved him, and everybody respected him. When I walked in, Mom and Reggie were sitting in the kitchen. She hugged me. BZZZZZZZZ. Damn it, my shock collar. What the hell has Reggie been saying to my mom? I gave Reggie £1. We hugged and caught up a bit. He had heard about everything that had happened with Charlie and my weekend in jail. I want you to know that I got your back, Reggie said. BZZZZZZZZZ. For sure, Reggie, I know that, I replied. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and I need you to keep it 100 with me. BZZZZZZZZZ. Do you happen to know? He listed 4 names. All 4 were guys from the JBM. Guys I had been gambling with, and not taking cars from, for the past 2 years. My heart jumped into my throat. I felt like I had to swallow it back into my chest. I might know M. Why? Willard, do you know them, or not? Mom blurted, cutting through all my bullshit. Look, Reggie said, I'm here to help. You know what they do, right? What they are into? I nodded. Will, you got a good thing going with your music. Those guys are bad. They are being watched by the FBI. And the feds are about to shut it all down. Word is that they have photos of them coming in and out of your house, of you driving their cars, and traveling with them. Do you know that it's a crime to give and take money from them? I couldn't breathe. It really doesn't look good, Reggie said. You need to get away from them. Right now. The FBI is coming with the thunder, and sending a big rap star to prison would just be a cherry on top. Mom's face was stone, but the volcano inside was churning and boiling. This was exactly why I needed to take my dumbass to college. You didn't get involved in any of the stuff they did, right? I can't help you if you don't tell me the truth. You clean, right? Reggie said. Yeah, totally. We just played pool and partied, I said. All right, but you need to lay low for a minute. Maybe get out of Philly. It's about to get ugly. I called Tanya and asked if I could come stay with her for a little while. She was ecstatic. The problem was, I couldn't afford the plane ticket. My Amex was finally broken, literally. I decided that I needed to take a chance. I called Bucky. We met in Fairmount Park, near the plateau. I pulled up behind his black 325i and jumped into the passenger seat. I loved his car. He had the Alpine CD changer that held 12 CDs. When I got mine, I could only afford the 6 changer. I told him everything, that the feds were circling, that I was moving to LA, and that he should leave, too. He kinda chuckled, laid his head back on the headrest like he knew that he had been living on a runaway roller coaster that had always been predestined to come to a fiery end. He closed his eyes. We sat in silence. It was about 6 p.m. There was a flight to LA in 2 hours. I hated that I had to interrupt him to ask him for money. "Hey, Buck, I need to hold something to get out to LA, I said quietly. "What why gonna do in LA? Buck asked, not even opening his eyes. "I don't know for sure. I just love it out there. There's a chick out there I'm feeling. Our album crashed, so I might try acting." "You could definitely do that acting shit," he said, smiling as he seemed to replay some of my funniest highlights. "You the dumbest nigger I know for sure." He was laughing out loud now. "How much you need?" Buck asked. "Nothing heavy. I need to get out there, get an apartment, be able to move around a little bit. Aight, I got 10 GS here. You need more than that, we can run to the spot." "Nah, that's straight." Buck had a secret compartment under the driver's seat floor mat. He grabbed the 10 GS, reached into the back seat, shook a tasty cake butterscotch crimpet out of a brown paper bag, and stuffed the cash into it. He handed it to me, but when I grabbed it, he wouldn't let it go. He looked straight into my eyes. "You know you're not better than me, right?" he said. "Of course, Buck, I know that," I said, somewhat confused. "I'm just like you. We the same." He got quiet for a moment, then said, "I could do all that shit you do. I just fucked up. We just born in different spots." "Yeah, that's real," I said. Bucky let the money go. "Just do right, man," he said. "No doubt, Buck. I may get this back to you quick." He chuckled again, as if somehow, he knew he would never need it. "When I get my feet, you should roll out to LA." Bucky chuckled the same knowing chuckle. "Sure, man, I'll do that." He gave me £1. I made my flight. 3 days later, Bucky was dead. 10. Alchemy. Tanya had secured us an apartment in Marina del Rey. She knew somebody who knew somebody, and it was only $1,300 a month. I didn't really care. There were $7,700 left in Bucky's brown paper bag. He had been shot in the head in front of his house. It was a setup. Reggie explained this was the classic playbook. When the feds close in, everybody turns on each other. I didn't leave the apartment for weeks. Part fear, part exhaustion, I was in shock. My entire life had collapsed. I guess my depressed and debilitated state elicited a divine act of mercy from Tanya. We never really talked about it, but we both knew she was my woman now. And she set upon the harrowing task of breathing my spirit back to life. We spent every moment together. Tanya coddled, comforted, and cared for me. She cried with me, and helped me mourn. We would talk for hours. I met her mother and her grandmother. She didn't cook, but she could order the hell out of some takeout. We fell in love. I could have hidden in that apartment with her forever. But then, after a few weeks, as if some cosmic egg timer had sounded, at a frequency just beyond my hearing, but well within her sonic range, this phase was over. Tanya shifted gears like a drunk trucker crossing the Texas Panhandle. "Okay," she said, "that's enough. It's time to get back to life." "What?" I said, as the cold water of reality flooded our Marina del Rey love nest. "You've got to do something," she said. "You took a break, that's good. You needed it. But that brown paper bag is almost empty. What are you gonna do?" "What do you mean, what am I gonna do?" I said, getting agitated. "Which part of what are you going to do is hard for you to understand?" Tanya replied, with equal and opposite agitation. You have to get out. Get out and do what? Go where? I shouted. I don't fucking know. She clapped back. But whatever it is, you ain't gonna find it in this kitchen. Just go. I don't know, go back to Arsenio. The Arsenio Hall show was the biggest talk show in America at the time. Everybody who was anybody appeared on Arsenio. He was like the Panama Canal of celebrity, all roads to public success ran through the Arsenio Hall show. Charlie had been dragging me there for months. We gotta stay where it's happening, he said. Arsenio and I had become kinda halfway friends during the height of me and Jeff's Grammy run. We had appeared on the show and Arsenio had taken a liking to me. Go to Arsenio and do what? I yelled. Arsenio likes you. Just go to the show and hang out. Meet people. You sound crazy as shit, I said. So, you want me to go to the Arsenio Hall show and stand around like a dickhead so I might meet somebody? Yes, exactly, so you might meet somebody. I'm not doing this with you. That's dumb, and I'm not in the mood for this shit. I arrived at the Arsenio Hall show about 4:30 p.m. 5 o'clock was showtime. That half hour before was prime mingle time. Charlie Mack was in his world. Yo, man, Eddie here tonight. Go grab him, Charlie said. Eddie Murphy was appearing on the show that night. He knew who I was, he kept calling me Young Prince. Arsenio was a lightning rod for magical moments. Many people would argue that Bill Clinton playing the sax on the show solidified his presidential victory. Michael Jackson, Mariah Carey, Miles Davis, Madonna, Magic Johnson even appeared on Arsenio 24 hours after his HIV announcement. As I stood backstage, I felt the electrical currents of possibility pulsing and receding. It was like a lush forest with ripe fruit on every tree. The show was a flashpoint, a nexus, a cosmic garden of opportunity that Arsenio knowingly and purposefully cultivated. If Tanya had just said that, I wouldn't have been a dickhead. Charlie and I went almost every day for months. His routine was that he would accost famous strangers and drag them against their will to come meet me. I met everybody, politicians, actors, musicians, athletes, executives. Benny Medina was an A&R exec at Warner Brothers Records. I didn't know who he was, but apparently, Charlie thought he was important enough to be accosted and dragged. Benny had worked under Berry Gordy at Motown. At Warner Brothers, he now oversaw some of their biggest hip-hop acts, including Queen Latifah, De La Soul, and Big Daddy Kane. He was about 5'7", stocky build, brown skin, curly hair, rocking hot gear. You could tell he thought he was fly. He knew how to work a room. He was an unapologetic, straight-down-the-middle mover and shaker. Benny could smile when it was time to smile, which was most of the time, but he could get real gully if somebody impeded the movement or desires of one of his artists. Hey, Will, this is Benny Medina. Benny, this the Fresh Prince, you know that, though, Charlie Mack said. Benny knew all about my music. We talked for a bit about hip-hop and the impact technology was having on the music industry, and the future of video on demand, and then out of nowhere, he asked, do you know how to act? Act? You mean to perform actions in order to elicit joy and passion from those around me? You mean to warp my perceptions of myself as a means to hide myself? You mean to believe deeply in stories that don't exist, that never existed, that could never exist? You mean to play the role of who everyone around me wants me to be, rather than who I actually am? As a general rule, if someone asks me if I can do something, the answer is always yes. Yeah, definitely, for sure, I can definitely act. Yes, sir, I said, employing too many words. Yes. I figured you could, Benny said. I can see it in your music videos. I might have something to talk to you about. Let's keep in touch. I didn't think anything of it. In Philly, we always clown dudes like this. Being Hollywood is like the worst thing you can be, it's the definition of insincerity. Moments like that happen all the time in LA. I moved on and forgot about it. Yet, that quick 3-minute Hollywood chat would turn out to be one of the most important conversations of my life. Benny Medina is the real Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Benny was an orphan who grew up with extended family in the projects of East Los Angeles. Then, as a teenager, he was taken in by a friend's wealthy Jewish family who lived in Beverly Hills. Benny was Afro-Latino and found himself at Beverly Hills High School. He was a good kid, yet the chasm between the two worlds created a constant culture clash that was a combustible source of tension and humor. By the time I met him at the Arsenio Hall show, Benny Medina was plotting a move into television. The universe is not logical, it's magical. A major aspect of the pain and mental anguish we experience as humans is that our minds seek, and often demand, logic and order from an illogical universe. Our minds desperately want shit to add up, but the rules of logic do not apply to the laws of possibility. The universe functions under the laws of magic. I was in Detroit a few weeks after my Hollywood chat. JL had booked a couple of shows to help us to dig out of our collective financial hole. The Joe Louis Arena was always crazy, we loved playing there. We were back down to one hotel room. Strangely enough, it was soothing for all of us to be together again in such cramped quarters. Jeff had headphones on making beats, Omar was watching TV, Charlie was cutting his toenails. I hated when he did that, I felt like goddamn Braveheart in there. Like I needed a Scottish battle shield and to paint my face blue. None of us knew that this was the last time we'd ever tour together. JL burst into the room. Yo, get up. Quincy Jones wants to talk to you. Quincy Jones? To me? For what? What I do? I was still shell-shocked from the last chapter. Did you meet somebody named Benny Medina? JL asked. Yeah, the Warner Brothers dude. Well, he works with Quincy, JL whispered, almost knocking my front teeth out, jamming the phone into my face. I told you, Charlie said. Hello, Mr. Jones, how are you? I said with the tone and diction that would have made Mom, Dadio, and Gigi proud. I'm great, sir, thank you. Detroit. Yep, Joe Louis. We perform tomorrow night. Yo, man, what he saying? We can't hear him. Charlie Mack said, pausing his fusillade. Shush. JL hissed. Yo, don't shush me, Jay, I'm a grown-ass man. Will you shut your grown-ass up? Jeff chimed in. Sure, I said. When is it? Oh, wow, okay. Well, yes, definitely. I don't perform till tomorrow night. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. I will see you then. I put the phone down slowly, the whole squad staring at me like I just took a pregnancy test. Quincy Jones wants me to come to his birthday party, I said to myself as much as to the squad. To perform? Omar asked. Nah. Him and this dude Benny Medina have an idea for a TV show they wanna pitch. When do you need to be there? JL asked. Tonight. Quincy Jones's party fell on the same night as the Soul Train Music Awards. He was being honored with the Heritage Award for Career Achievement, and the birthday after-party was being held at his Bel Air mansion. JL got me on a 3 p.m. out of Detroit and I landed in LA just as the sun was going down. It all felt surreal, a little head-spinny. I had flown by myself, which was uncommon and uncomfortable, and now, as traffic backed up on the 405, I had a moment to contemplate, why the hell am I driving to Quincy Jones's house? It was about 30 minutes from Lax to Quincy's. When I pulled up, there was valet parking. Quincy Jones had valet parking at his house, 20 red-coated valet parkers. In his driveway. It looked like the British were coming. It was right up there with Sue Ellen Ewing's fucking breakfast horse. By the time I arrived, the party was on full bang. Everybody was there, from Steven Spielberg to Tevin Campbell, Stevie Wonder and Lionel Richie were arriving as I pulled up. That was too much for me, I knew I didn't belong here. And right before my fragile self-image convinced me to bounce, I saw Benny Medina, a familiar face, a life preserver as I was drowning in yet another sea of insignificance and irrelevance, etc. Hey man, Benny called out, you made it. I wanted to say, yeah, man, fuck you, I'm out. But instead, I said, "Yo, man, don't take that jacket off, trust me, you won't see it again." Benny was wearing one of those Versace, Picasso-looking jackets. He laughed, tugged on the lapel, and said, "If tonight goes well, it's yours. Let's go meet Quincy." I just thought that was too fast. Couldn't I at least get a drink first? Or one of them little toast points with some cheese or some salmon or something? Damn. You're just gonna rush me to meet Quincy Jones from the driveway? I need to stretch, you're gonna have me pulling a hammy out here. The center of the party was in Quincy's massive living room, 2-story vaulted ceilings, and a couple hundred of Hollywood's heaviest hitters and A-list rainmakers. Quincy was holding court, a sorcerer in a designer jacket with a piano keyboard embroidered down the left side. Benny and I enter, and before Benny can make the introduction, Quincy and I catch eyes. "Hey!" Quincy yells out. "The Fresh Prince is here, y'all." That would have been embarrassing if anybody had actually given a shit. But it didn't matter to me because the most important person gave a shit. Quincy is like that, he loves and enjoys people. Every person is a unique work of art to him. He doesn't play celebrity favorites, he genuinely finds something interesting about everybody. Quincy bounds across the room, arms open, and grips Benny and I in a single embrace. "Welcome man, welcome," Quincy gushes. "Thank you, Mr. Jones. This house is amazing." I gush right back. "Oh, you like this? This is Bel Air." Benny trying to set the show in Beverly Hills. I keep telling him, "Man, fuck Beverly Hills. Bel Air make Beverly Hills look like public housing." "Did Benny tell you about the show?" "Well, a little bit. I mean, he told me he grew up in Watts. And he moved in with a rich family. Where you from?" Quincy said. "Philly," I said with the requisite swag and pride that Philadelphians use to make sure you know that our city is better than yours. "Ah, man, I love Philly." He leaned in and whispered, "I had some things happen in Philly we not even gonna talk about." Then he laughed and nodded, signifying some unspeakable wilder days in his youth. "Okay, that's it, it's perfect, your character's from Philly. Will from Philly." Then he goes to Bel Air. He was back at full volume now. Quincy had clearly been tasting a little bit. I figured it was his house, and his birthday, and his achievement award, so if he wanted to be drunk and loud, then goddamn it, Quincy, you be drunk and loud. "Brandon! Brandon!" Quincy hollered across the room at a 40-something-year-old white guy. The guy seemed low-key, understated attire, but everybody was fully attentive while he was talking. Well, until Quincy interrupted him, shouting his name, startling him and pretty much everyone else. Quincy waves him over. "Brandon. It's Philly to Bel Air now." Brandon Tartikoff was the head of NBC and the most powerful decision-maker at the network. He decided which shows were financed and aired on the station. He approached with his second-in-command, Warren Littlefield. Littlefield would ultimately end up running the network. "You'll come meet the Fresh Prince," Quincy said. We all shook hands. They looked at me in a way that I missed back then, but I understand today. It's the look that executives have when tens of hours of conversations have gone on about you behind your back. And they still haven't quite decided if they are going to roll the dice on you. "Okay, yeah, can I have everybody's attention?" Quincy bellowed. "We can have our audition. Clear the furniture out the living room." I was looking around, thinking, oh, wow, an audition at a party, that's dope. Quincy is the man. I wonder who's auditioning? "Get Will a copy of that Morris Day script, the one we were working on," Quincy said. At first slowly, and then painfully, I remember that my name was Will. My father had given it to me. And since he wasn't here, and nobody else was moving, reality took hold. Quincy Jones was asking me to do an impromptu audition in front of some of the biggest icons, present and past, in all of entertainment, not to mention the top brass at the National Broadcasting Company, home to The Cosby Show, Cheers, The Golden Girls, L.A. Law, and Seinfeld. My knees buckled. Couches were being moved and someone handed me a script. I grabbed Quincy's arm, probably a little harder than was respectful. Quincy, no, wait, no, I can't do this now, I whispered in his ear. Quincy looked at me with an unflinching, tipsy joy. You'll keep setting up. He ordered the room. I'm gonna talk to Will in the library. Quincy Jones understands magic. He sees the universe as an infinite playground of magical possibilities. He recognizes miraculous potential in every moment and everything and everyone around him. His superpower is that he has learned to present himself to the universe as a lightning rod, placing himself perfectly to capture and conduct the ever-present, ever-recurring magical flashes of brilliance surrounding us all. Quincy Jones is an intuitive, artistic storm chaser. He can sense the subtle flickerings of the impossible preparing to strike. He prepared himself for decades, studying music, playing thousands of gigs, learning from masters, surrounding himself with the most accomplished performers and artists. Quincy used to say, things are always impossible, right up until they are not. He learned how to prepare the environment and invited the energy in. He saw himself as the conductor, both in the electrical sense and the musical definition. His main job was to keep all of us from missing the miracle, from blocking the subtle magical opportunity that was obviously, to him, presenting itself. Gigi had a similar idea. She would say, don't block your blessings. Even though these possibilities are abundantly and perpetually flowing around us, we can miss them, or even worse, block or repel them. Gigi used to love to tell the Bible story of the death of Lazarus. Lazarus was a great friend of Jesus, so when he fell ill and died, Lazarus's sisters, Martha and Mary, were devastated. They had sent word to Jesus, begging him to hurry. Jesus had to walk 2 hot dusty days from the other side of the River Jordan. He was already exhausted. He'd worked all week, preaching during the Feast of Dedication. When he arrived in Bethany, Lazarus had already been dead and buried for 4 days. When Jesus approached the tomb, he saw that the rock was still in place at the mouth of the cave, as was the burial tradition of the time. Jesus wept, perturbed, and said, and I paraphrase, "So, let me get this straight. Y'all made me walk 15 frickin' furlongs, excuse my language, to hot daggone Bethany, where Pharisees and Sadducees is running around here like roaches just waiting for a chance to take a pop at me, to perform the miracle of raising your patriarch from the dead, restoring your family to blessed wholeness and light, and y'all can't even move the rock from in front of the tomb. If I'm gonna raise this boy from the dead, the least y'all lazy jokers could do is move the daggone rock." This was an idea that Quincy understood fully. Magic demands awareness, faith. You have to believe in magic, preparation, move the rock. We must identify and eradicate the poisonous resistances and impediments within ourselves, then, surrender, stay out of the way and trust the magic to do what it does. Quincy helped people get their rocks out of the way of the blessed light that is always trying to shine in. The universe wants you to have the miracle. Move the damn rock. Quincy was moving furniture, but he was trying to get all of us, me, Brandon, Benny, even himself, to move our rocks out of the way. Quincy's library was dark mahogany. High-back leather armchairs. I don't know if the rugs were from Persia, but they looked expensive. I don't remember much else about the room because I was blinded by the glare from the gaggle of Grammy, Tony, Emmy, and Academy Awards scattered around the place like butter knives in a Swiss cottage hotel bathroom. A framed poster of Oprah Winfrey's The Color Purple hovered over my left shoulder. Michael Jackson's Thriller sales plaque loomed over my right. 48 million sold. I could have just written the word million, but I wanted you to feel how many zeros that is. I felt Michael looking at me on his toes in the classic Billie Jean pose, as if he was saying, "So what are you gonna do, Will?" I take a seat. Quincy stands in front of me. He's been here before. This is what he does. He moves rocks for a living. "Talk to me, Philly," he says. "What you need?" "Quincy, I'm not prepared to do an audition," I stammered. "I didn't know, when you called, what we were doing and all that. It's only a couple of scenes. I got some people out there who will read with you. You just gotta be you and have fun." "Quincy, I cannot do an audition in the middle of a party. I need to prepare. I just need some time to work on it." "Okay, I hear that. How much time you need?" Quincy asked. I mean, just, give me a week, and I'll find an acting coach, and I can study it, so I can do it, not just read it. Quincy considered my words. Okay, so you need a week? Yes, a week. A week is perfect. Okay, so you know what's gonna happen in a week? Quincy asked. But before I could answer, he said, Brandon Tartikoff is going to have an emergency on one of his shows and he's gonna have to fly to Kansas to fire somebody. Then he's gonna have to reschedule for the following week. Oh, cool. 2 weeks would be even better, I said, missing the subtleties of Quincy's point. Right, 2 weeks. Then Warren Littlefield is gonna have something at his kid's elementary school that he forgot was on the schedule he can't get out of because his wife's going to tear him a new one if he doesn't show up. And he's gonna have to reschedule for 2 weeks after that. Right, I said, slowly starting to glean his point. So, a month. Quincy leaned in, eyes crystal clear, suddenly sharp, totally sober. But right now, everybody that needs to say yes to this show is sitting out there in that living room waiting for you. And you are about to make a decision that will affect the rest of your life. I took it in. I looked at Michael, then to Oprah. They looked right back at me. We know, baby, it's hard. What you gonna do, Philly? Fuck it, I said. Gimme 10 minutes. I don't remember much about the audition, it's kind of a blurry collage of jokes, laughs, punchlines, and ad-libs, Quincy, then Brandon, Benny, 20 magical minutes culminating in an ovation from the entire room. The applause, like a defibrillator, jolted my awareness back into the moment, re-establishing my mental timeline. Quincy stands up, aggressively pointing at Brandon Tartikoff. Did you like it? Quincy screamed. Yes, I liked it, Q, Brandon said calmly, keeping his cards close to his vest. Don't give me that shit. You know what I'm talking about. Did you like it? Brandon knew exactly what Quincy was talking about. Yes, Quincy, I liked it, Brandon said firmly and confidently. Yes. Quincy shouted, clapping his hands and turning to point at a different man, who turned out to be Brandon Tartikoff's chief legal counsel, who had been strategically invited to Quincy's party. You? He said, to the man who was in mid-pizza bite. You're Brandon's lawyer. You heard what he just said. Draw me up a deal memo right now. I was thinking, damn, Quincy Jones got power. That's not even his lawyer. He marking other people's lawyers do work, on Wednesday, at 9 at night, at a party. The lawyer looked at Brandon. Brandon attempted to chime in. Quincy, listen. No paralysis through analysis. Quincy shouted. Draw me up a deal memo, right now. Brandon relents and nods to his legal counsel, who steps up, exits to the NBC limousine where he would spend the next 2 hours drafting a deal memo. Next, Quincy snaps around with the same aggressive index finger magic wand, only this time it's pointing at me. You got a lawyer? Well, no, not at the party, I stuttered. Quincy spins again, now in full magical conductor mode, wand pointing at a new victim. Get me Ken Hertz on the phone. That's Philly's new lawyer. As a side note, Ken Hertz was in the maternity ward at Cedars-Sinai where his second daughter had just been born. But when you're a young lawyer with a brand new family, and you get a 10 p.m. call from Quincy Jones, and the maternity ward at Cedars-Sinai is 20 minutes from Quincy's house, you arrive in 18 minutes. I met Ken Hertz that night. He represented me in the negotiations with NBC, and for every other deal since. He's still my lawyer to this day. He named his daughter Corey. I mentioned that Quincy had been drinking, right? There was no reason for him to be saying everything as loudly as he was saying it. It wasn't that big a room. We could all hear him perfectly well. But maybe he knew he wasn't speaking to our ears. He was bellowing to reach the caverns behind the rocks, simultaneously conjuring and welcoming the magic of the universe. I guess he wanted to be loud enough to make sure that the miracle didn't miss the house. No paralysis through analysis. Quincy shouted again and again. He would intone this mantra nearly 50 times over the next 2 hours. It was the answer to every question, it was the response to every stutter, it was the solution to every legal problem. Until, 2 hours later, when Quincy Jones, Brandon Tartikoff, Benny Medina, and Will Smith entered into an agreement to shoot a pilot for a television show tentatively titled The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Now, this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. And I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel-Air. 6 weeks earlier, I had been curled up in a ball in Marina del Rey, lost, depressed, and terrified. And just like that, the universe had given me a new family: James Avery, Janet Hubert Witten, Alfonso Ribeiro, Tatiana Ali, Karen Parsons, Joseph Mossell, James Avery, Uncle Phil, 6'4", 320 pounds. Shakespearean actor. New father figure. Demanded the highest commitment to my craft. You're not a rapper here, you're an actor. So, act like it. I spent the greater part of the next 6 years seeking his approval. Janet Hubert Witten, the first Aunt Viv. Triple threat, singer, dancer, actress. Elite on all levels. Starred in Cats on Broadway. The conscience of the show. Fought tirelessly to maintain a dignified portrayal of African Americans on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. In hindsight, the show suffered after she left. Alfonso Ribeiro, Carlton Banks. Acting since 9 years old. The Tap Dance Kid. Broadway, television, film. Unflinching ally, great friend, he rode with me no matter what. Gave me the best advice ever: hey, man, I hear the producers discussing names for your character. Take it from me, give your character your name, Will Smith. Because people are going to call you that for the rest of your life. Carlton. Tatiana Ali, Ashley Banks. 11 years old and still had more experience than me. Singer, dancer, actress, Sesame Street, Star Search, Eddie Murphy's Raw, performing with Samuel L. Jackson. Would spend her teenage years on set, ultimately educating herself to Harvard University. One of the most disciplined people I've ever met. Karen Parsons, Hilary Banks. The least experienced next to me. Beat out a slew of Hollywood big hitters to win her role. Was smart enough to tell me hell no when I tried to explain that we were not really cousins, so it would be fine if we dated. I swear it won't mess up our working relationship. She knew better than that. Good call, KP. Joseph Mossell, Jeffrey Butler. Royal Shakespeare Company, Globe Theatre, Othello, King Lear, A Midsummer Night's Dream, Solely Two Kings in August Wilson's Gem of the Ocean. Producers of Fresh Prince were torn between him and another actor. My first Fresh Prince flex was I want Joseph Mossell. In Hollywood terms, the conception, casting, writing, deal-making, set design, shooting, editing, and airing of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air hovered on the border of the miraculous. Shows don't happen this fast. Everything went perfectly. Quincy's party had been on March 14, 1990, the writing, auditions, final casting, and deal-making was completed by the end of April. Staffing, set design, wardrobe, etc. were completed, and we were shooting the pilot in mid-May. The show was edited and tested in late July, we promoted in August, and it aired on September 10, 1990. There was no paralysis through analysis. And I loved it. I found my thing. The world of acting unleashed all the artistic impulses within me. It was the first external canvas that felt big enough to hold the landscapes of my imagination. My musical expression always felt narrow and constrained by the limits of my skills and talents. Making music felt like living in a great neighborhood, whereas acting felt like being set free in an infinite universe. As an actor, I would get to be anybody, go anywhere, and do anything: world champion boxer, fighter pilot, tennis coach, galaxy defender, cop, lawyer, businessman, doctor, lover, preacher, genie. I would even get to be a fish. Acting encompasses all the things that I am: storyteller, performer, comedian, musician, teacher. Don't get me wrong, I really like making music, but I love acting. Mom was an avid reader. Her every free moment was spent between the pages of everything from Edgar Allan Poe to Agatha Christie to Toni Morrison to Stephen King to Maya Angelou to Sherlock Holmes and Sidney Poitier's autobiography. She would often talk about a book that spoke to her soul, or she just couldn't put it down. It had penetrated her and transformed her way of seeing or being, but I had never experienced that. I was well into my 20s before I actually read an entire book cover to cover. The Alchemist, a novel by Brazilian author Paulo Coelho, was my first literary love affair. The book spoke to my soul, and I just couldn't put it down. It penetrated me and transformed my way of seeing and being. The Alchemist is the journey of a young Andalusian shepherd boy named Santiago. He has a recurring dream of a hidden treasure buried at the pyramids of Giza, in Egypt. The dream beckons him so profoundly that he sells his entire flock, gives up his life in southern Spain, and sets out to follow the whispers of his heart to Egypt, to pursue what Paulo Coelho describes as his personal legend, his divine calling, what I think of as his destiny, his dharma. But Santiago's journey is not an easy one. I cheered and feared and jeered every step of the way as he was loved and hated and helped and hindered along his perilous path. I felt like I was Santiago, my hidden treasure buried somewhere under the Hollywood sign. The Alchemist is probably the most influential book I've ever read. It empowered my dreamer spirit and validated my suffering. If Santiago could suffer, survive, and claim his treasure, then so could I. An alchemist is a spiritual chemist, a master of transmutation. The great feat of an alchemist is that they can do the impossible, they can turn lead into gold. This concept erupted in my mind, the ability to take anything that life gives you and turn it into gold. Gigi could take the last half glass of Welsh grape juice and mix it with the last swallow of Dole pineapple juice, throw in some Kool-Aid packets, dice up some lemon and the other half of the orange she was just eating, and swirl it all together with a blast of Canada Dry ginger ale, freeze it, and hand you the best damn popsicle you've ever had in your life. This was after you'd looked in the refrigerator 5 separate times and each time told her that there was nothing in there. Quincy Jones is an alchemist, and he had set my mind on fire. I had never met anybody like him. I wanted to be an alchemist, too. I wanted to be able to transform anything and everything that life gave me into gold. The universe had given me a second chance, and I swore to God that I would not need a third. JL refused to come to LA. 11. Adaptation. The whole TV thing was disconcerting to him. It was all happening too fast, it was out of left field and outside his expertise. I'd been to Quincy Jones's birthday party, and the next day I had a TV show. There was no plan, no strategy, and we were all still trying to recover from the catastrophic financial and creative collapse of DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. And now, I wanted JL to pack up everything and move to Los Angeles because Quincy Jones is an alchemist. Tanya and I had gotten a new apartment in Burbank, walking distance to NBC. My full focus was clearly now on television. And making this pilot episode hot. Dude. You need to be in the studio doing what you do, JL implored. Jay, I'm telling you, our future is out here. Our music shit is dead. Well, that's not true, but whatever you need me for, I can do it from Philly. Jay, you don't understand, you have to be out here. It's not scheduled meetings and structured like that. People make decisions at birthday parties and in fucking diners. JL knows me as well as anybody on this earth. He saw me, and sometimes still sees me, as an impetuous artist who needs to be protected from myself. He saw himself as the final checkpoint of sanity keeping Will from driving us all off a cliff. JL couldn't stomach the uncertainty and the tornado of change that he felt was endangering our recovery. Omar moved immediately, Charlie came out every week. Just as a piece of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air trivia, in the opening credits of the show, when I get in one little fight and my mom got scared, the person I get into one little fight with, the guy who is spinning me around and precipitating my departure for California? That's Charlie Mack. I figured if I could convince Jeff to come to LA, then JL would see that all of us were out here. So, without even telling Jeff, I went to the producers at NBC and pitched them a character for him to play on the show. I told them he was my music partner and that he was a bigger star in the hip-hop community than I was. Our fans would go crazy if they saw Jeff on the show. Obviously, they were worried about adding yet another Philly homeboy who had zero acting experience into a primetime sitcom. But this became my second Fresh Prince. Flex. They reluctantly agreed to test him in 6 episodes, or a quarter of the first season. Excited, I hit Jeff to tell him the news. "Ah, man, thanks," he said, "but I'm not really feeling that TV acting stuff, that's you. I just wanna do music." I was dumbstruck. "Jeff, you can do music in LA, they got studios out here like we got liquor stores and churches. Plus, they are offering you 10 grand per episode. That's easy money, man." Silence. "Jeff? I'm just not feeling it, man, that LA shit's not me. I'm a Philly boy." I wanted to scream, "What the fuck are you talking about? You are broke. You are back in your mom's basement. You don't have a choice." But instead, I just said, "Okay. I'll holler at you later." Change can be scary, but it's utterly unavoidable. In fact, impermanence is the only thing you can truly rely on. If you are unwilling or unable to pivot and adapt to the incessant, fluctuating tides of life, you will not enjoy being here. Sometimes, people try to play the cards that they wish they had, instead of playing the hand they've been dealt. The capacity to adjust and improvise is arguably the single most critical human ability. There's a Buddhist parable that has guided me through many a perilous transition. A man is standing on the banks of a treacherous, raging river. It's rainy season, if he can't get to the other side, he's done. He quickly builds a raft and uses it to safely cross the river. In joyous relief, he high-fives himself, lifts the raft, and heads toward the forest. But as he attempts to make his way through the dense tree cover, the raft is banging and knocking into trees and becoming entangled in vines, preventing him from moving forward. He only has one chance for survival. He must leave the raft behind. The vessel that saved his life yesterday is the same one that will kill him today if he does not let it go. The raft represents our outmoded ideas and old ways of thinking that no longer serve us. For example, the same angry, aggressive persona you cultivated as a child to protect yourself from bullies and predators will now destroy every relationship you have if you're unwilling to let it go. Things can be perfectly useful and absolutely necessary during certain periods of our lives. But a time will come when we must put them aside or die. Simply put, if we don't adapt, we become extinct. I saw JL's and Jeff's choice to stay in Philly as a death sentence for both of them. But I also knew that I wouldn't allow it. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was behind the 8 ball from the beginning. A show of this size would usually have been greenlit 9 months earlier. Because of the truncated, damn near impossible shooting schedule, decisions were having to be made in real time across the spectrum of the entire production. In JL's absence, Benny Medina stepped up in a managerial capacity. He became the contact for all things Will Smith. Benny knew what he was doing, and he knew how to get things done. But my heart hurt being in LA without JL and Jeff. I had to get them out here, so I threw up a Hail Mary at the buzzer. I told JL that I would record another album if he agreed to spend 1 week out of every month in LA. At the time, I didn't see music as any major part of my future, but I didn't tell him that. I just needed him in LA. Now, I had to convince Jeff. "Look, man, just do 3 episodes. If you hate it, you only got 3 to go. If you love it, you can get a spot out here and we'll go back to the producers and get you more. And we can record. The worst case scenario? You clear 60 grand for being on a network television show, and at a minimum? More pussy." I wasn't entirely sure which part of that argument sold Jeff, but I didn't care, he was coming. FP trivia moment, Jeff went on to become one of the most beloved characters on the show, and he loved it. His signature comedic bit was Uncle Phil throwing him out of the house. During the shooting of the pilot episode, no one knew that this bit would catch on, so we only had one shot of Jeff flying out of the house. The interior of the Bel-Air mansion and the exterior are 2 different locations, and we only had a 1-day shoot at the exterior location. So, we had to use the same shot of Jeff being thrown out over and over. Therefore, anytime you see Jeff enter with the brown and white Aztec pattern shirt, you know that he'll be thrown out in that scene. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air premiered on September 10, 1990, and was an immediate success, becoming the highest-rated debut show of that season. That meant there were definitely going to be more seasons. Opportunities were heating up, but despite it all, JL was still skeptical. Even a year later and tens of millions of weekly viewers, JL kept his bedroom at his mother's house in Philly. I guess in his defense, it was barely a year ago that he had seen me burn through $3 million, not pay a single dime to the IRS, collapse DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince over chicken fingers and rum punches, and then blithely move to LA to become a TV star. When I put it like that, I guess it's amazing that he still took my calls. But even though he was denying it, it was undeniable, the show was a hit, the iron was hot, and it was time to strike. I was hungry, focused, and excited about the new life I was being blessed to undertake. But my personal and professional crash and burn had taught me a harsh, universal lesson: nothing lasts forever. Everything rises and falls, no matter how hot the summer gets, the winter is inevitable. I promised myself I would never get caught sleeping again. That during the good times, I would plant and nurture the seeds of the next thing. And if I was truly wise, and attuned to the movements of the industry, I would be able to time the harvest of the next thing impeccably, just before the death of the old thing. In the same way that my music career was scorching hot, then icy cold, I knew the same thing would one day happen in TV. I was about to be on blaze, but one day, I knew I'd be cold again. I asked myself, after television, what would be my next thing? There was only one answer: movies. But I also made a deeper, more problematic conclusion, that love and relationships were also subject to the universal law of impermanence. I vowed to never get caught without my eye on my next love. My heart had been crushed, and I was certain that it would happen again. I knew there would be a blissful, springtime meeting, a hot summer whirlwind, a melancholy fall, and then an icy winter death. I decided that my only emotional defense against this brutal cosmic certainty was to outcreate the cycle of destruction. In my mind, I knew I had to be like Tarzan, catching the next vine just as I let go of the old one. If I could grab the new thing, while simultaneously releasing the dying thing, I could avoid and escape the harshest elements of winter and indefinitely sustain the vibrance of springtime bliss. Sitcom television is the individual, undisputed, greatest job on earth. A sitcom workweek was 5 days to produce one episode. Monday was the table read, actors, producers, writers sit around a table and read the script aloud. Everybody would give notes, and overnight the writers would deliver a new draft. Tuesday and Wednesday were playtime, the actors onstage trying to breathe life into the words. This was the part that made sitcom television the best job. We got paid to laugh, joke, play, create, debate, grow, and love on each other. At the end of each day, we would do a run-through for the writers and show them what we had come up with. And Tuesday and Wednesday night they would make adjustments, improving the script. Thursday was a technical run-through. Lights, sound, cameras, all figuring out how they would cover the action of the scenes. And then Friday, the live, in-studio audience. Friday nights on the set of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air were like being at the hottest club in the city. Everybody who was anybody made their way to our tapings. The top comedians on the MIC, the most gorgeous Hollywood starlets, professional athletes, musicians, a who's who of the flyest of the fly. And then there was our unique competitive advantage: everybody in our cast could sing and dance. So, between scenes, Alfonso would perform Michael Jackson, Joe Mossell would sing some obscure, hilarious British show tune, James Avery would demonstrate all the old-school dances, Janet Hubbard-Witten was an Alvin Ailey trained dancer, and a Juilliard trained actor and singer, even Tatiana, at 11 years old, was jumping in the game. And then, as if all that wasn't enough to send the studio audience into hysteria, we dropped our nuke, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince would perform live every Friday night. Our between-scene moments were as iconic as anything we ever put on camera. This was heaven. A new family, a new home, a new life. The message read, "I need a cut of that Will Smith business." JL received this message from an infamous LA gangbanger with a reputation for shakedowns, violent extortion, and charging fees for protection. JL decided not to respond. We were no strangers to violence and attempted intimidation. We had guys in Philly who were more than prepared to make trips to handle things if we needed it. But LA was different. There was a brazenness and a pervasiveness that made us feel uncertain. In Philly, you could easily discern the dangerous areas and avoid them. You knew if the trash wasn't getting picked up, if there were cars parked on the sidewalk, abandoned buildings on the same block as family homes, you had to be careful in that neighborhood. And of course, the projects, you knew what that was. But in LA, the worst neighborhoods would have green grass and palm trees. Carjackings in broad daylight were common, you could get caught slipping anywhere. We couldn't work out where to drive or what to wear, it all felt dangerously confusing. None of us carried guns in Philly, all of us carried guns in LA. There were now 5 messages for JL. I need a cut of that Will Smith business. You should probably respond. We had heard the stories about this dude, he would just take people's money, force them to sign over their publishing, strong-arming people throughout the industry. We were new to LA, and we did not want trouble. But if trouble wanted us, we were right here. JL decided to take the call. This is James Lasseter. How can I help you? You a hard man to get in touch with, the dude said. I'm thinking I need to get into that Will Smith business. Okay, JL responded, taking a pause to measure his next move. I think we can do that. Good, the dude said. But I have a partner, JL interjected. I don't make the final decision. You'll need to speak with him. Okay, let's set that up. Absolutely, immediately. My partner works at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, JL said evenly. I'll set the call. And any deal that you and he come up with, I'm down for it. We never heard from him again. A threat is one thing, violence is something else. But when you grow up in violent environments, your mind adapts to perceive threats everywhere. You reason that you cannot afford to get caught slipping, even once. You begin to respond to a perceived threat and to actual violence equally, even though they are very different things. There's an old adage, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. It was a Wednesday. We were struggling on set, trying to make a scene work. We all felt it, the writing wasn't landing as authentic or funny. So I took it upon myself to begin making changes to the scene. When the producers came down and saw all of the unilateral adjustments I'd made, they immediately called the leadership at NBCP, the production arm of the network, who demanded that we stop production and come to the office right now. Benny Medina, JL, me, and Jeff Pollock, Benny Medina's television partner, headed to the emergency meeting in the exec's office. There were 2 couches facing each other, with a wooden coffee table in between, and a huge etched glass desk at one end. The executive was standing, leaning against his desk, facing the 2 couches. His posture suggested that he was in charge and that he was pissed. We entered and took our seats in front of the headmaster. JL and Benny sat on one couch, and me and Jeff Pollock sat facing them on the other. No formalities, no hellos, no hearing our side of the story. So, you're a big man, huh? The executive asked me. I didn't totally understand the question, so I didn't respond. He begins to circle the perimeter of the 2 couches. It felt like the scene from New Jack City when Wesley Snipes was trying to get somebody to explain to him how the Carter got infiltrated. So, you can unilaterally change any of the words you want on a network sitcom, huh? At that moment, he's standing behind me. I made eye contact with JL. Is this dude about to swing on me? JL looks at me as if to say, I got my eye on him, if he even flinches, I got you. Hundreds of millions of dollars, multiple partners, a shit ton of fucking veterans of the business, and you get to decide what the words are? At this point, he has circled behind the other couch and behind JL. I give Jay the same look he gave me. If he even flinches, I got you. The executive now circles back behind me. Jeff Pollock, the only white person in our group, begins to explain. I'm not sure you've been brought up to speed on the totality and the complexity of the situation. Well, hold on, Jeff, I know what I need to know, said the executive. Now, he's over my right shoulder, and his voice is beginning to rise. I've seen this happen 1,000 fucking times. You can be gone just as fast as you got here. In front of JL, on the coffee table, is one of those 5-pound glass snow globes. JL surreptitiously grabs it and sits it in his lap. Our eyes locked. He has a different look this time. Whatever you wanna do, homie. I jump up and spin, stepping around the couch, coming face to face with the exec. What the fuck you wanna do, bitch? I sneered. JL jumps up, now fully brandishing the snow globe. Hold on, guys, hold on, Benny Medina implores. Back up, Jeff, JL says. Since Jeff came with us, he's confused about JL's tone and energy toward him, especially as all he did was stand up. But JL has a 5-pound snow globe in his hand, so Jeff does as he's told and quickly backs up. Who the fuck is you talking to? I woofed at the executive. In retrospect, I did notice that the man's eyes were completely surrendered and that he had no idea what was happening. He clearly had never been called a bitch in his life and wanted no beef whatsoever. Who the fuck is you squaring off on? I was fully in it now. I could tell he wanted to respond, but he was still stuck trying to unravel the urban koan. What the fuck you wanna do, bitch? Will, clearly we've gotten off on the wrong foot, here, he said sweetly, his left hand now holding his lower back. You damn right. You standing up screaming on motherfuckers. Sit down when you talk to me. But, Will, he said, even more sweetly, I just had major back surgery and the doctor told me that I should stand up when I'm. You can sit the fuck down when you talk to me, I growled. But, Will, the doc. Sit. The fuck down. He gingerly made his way over to the edge of his big glass desk, delicately placing his hand to brace himself. Wincing, he lowered himself painfully onto the edge of the desk. Benny had seen enough. Okay, we're good. You guys, go, he said. JL, put the snow globe down. Jeff steps in front of the exec and gestures for JL and I to leave the room. We comply. As we're exiting, we hear Jeff whisper, "We are so sorry." What the hell was that? Jeff Pollock is screaming at the top of his lungs in the parking lot. This was the only time I ever heard Jeff raise his voice. Dude looked like he was about to swing on me, I said in my defense. I had heard the term before, people pulling their hair out, but this was the only time I'd ever seen it in real life. Jeff was actually taking 2 fistfuls of his own hair and tugging on them as if he wanted to rip them out of his scalp. A 64-year-old television executive with a bad back was going to swing on you? Me and JL kinda looked at each. In the office, we had been certain, but when you hear it in a parking lot, it feels like it might not hold up in court. Well, why was he standing up, walking around us, like he was gonna do something? I asked, in a last-ditch defense of my perception. What the hell was he going to do? He's just had major invasive lumbar decompression surgery. Okay, guys, let's take a break, Benny said compassionately. I gotta call Quincy. Oh, shit, Quincy. I immediately rushed to try to call Q first. Quincy's on a call right now, Will, can I have him return? Fuck, no, tell him to hang up with NBC and hear my side of the story first. Sure, that would be great, thanks, I said. After the worst 30 minutes of my life, he hit me back. You think I fucked up, I blurted. It's fine, people cuss each other out all the time, Quincy said. Just never put your hands on nobody. I talked to M, it's good. What happened on set? I changed some lines in the script because they was trying to have me say some whack shit. They trying to tell me what a dude from Philly would say. And I'm like, that line's not real. Oh, so it was a creative disagreement, Quincy said. I guess that's what they call it in LA, I said. You have a script right there? Quincy asked. Yeah, I got one right here. Okay. What's it say on the cover? I said, confused, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Right. And who's the Fresh Prince? Quincy barked. Me, I said. Exactly. Don't nobody know what the fuck you're supposed to say better than you. If they could do what you do, they wouldn't have hired you. You say what you wanna say, the way you wanna say it. And when somebody has a problem with it, tell them to call me. I was barely 22 years old, and Quincy Jones had just empowered me to say whatever I wanted to say on a network television show. He took my side over producers, writers, executives, advertisers, everybody. He bet on me. Yes, sir, I said. JL and I were shook up by how thoroughly we had misread the snow globe situation. We were coming from violent homes and violent neighborhoods and the violent music world. It was not unreasonable to think that an executive might get violent. We felt cornered and vulnerable. JL and I had been 100% certain that that executive was going to hit me. It's amazing how skewed your vision can become when you see the present through the lens of your past. It was a very difficult psychological rehabilitation for us to learn how to put down the snow globe. As per my agreement with JL, me and Jeff went to work on our fourth album, which would become Homebase. But Jeff and I were on TV now, so we were essentially moonlighting from our day jobs to make music. We were used to open-ended creative time. In the past, we'd blocked out months to conceive, write, and record, and consume chicken fingers. But now, because of the specific and limited time frames, we had to be laser-focused and razor-sharp with every single moment of studio time. To quote Daggio, there was no bullshitting while we were on the clock. The result was, as opposed to an in this corner, for Homebase we made twice as many songs in half as much time for a quarter of the budget. And the songs were better. Another byproduct of our television success was that we were freed from the pressure of needing the record to be a hit. If the album bombed, we would be fine, our rents, and our tax liabilities, were getting paid with Bel-Air money. We got to have fun again. It was just me and Jeff being me and Jeff, getting back to what made us great. We were getting back to our home base. It was also the first time we opened up our creative process to new producers and other creative voices. I had been working in Chicago, finishing my vocals on the album with a couple of young Jive Records producers named Hula and Fingers. Jeff was doing the final mixing in New York, and I was booked on a 6 p.m. flight from O'Hare to LAX. Me, Hula, and Fingers had partied hard the night before, celebrating the completion of Homebase. I had blown my voice out yelling all night in the club. On the way to O'Hare, I stopped by the studio to pick up a couple of CDs of the sequenced album so I could listen on the plane. Hula gave me the CD, I tucked it in my backpack, and headed to the door. Fingers called after me. Hey, man, there's one more track that we were messing with. Jeff said he likes it. He told us to give it to you and see if you wanted to lay something real quick. I was exhausted, my voice was blown out, I was ready to get home to LA, and plus, the album was finished. Fingers was holding out a CD with the word Untitled in magic marker across the top. Just seeing the word Untitled was exasperating. Even the thought of having to write a whole new song made my stomach hurt. I was done. Hey, Fingers, I said, I appreciate you, man, you'll have done great work. But I'm exhausted, I mean, listen to my voice. I couldn't lay nothing if I wanted to. You would probably have to get Jesus to hand me that CD for me to write another song. The guys laughed, but out of courtesy I took the CD. I arrived at Chicago O'Hare an hour before my flight to the announcement that Flight 1024 to Los Angeles has been delayed 90 minutes. God damn it, why is it always like that? The more you want to get home, the more delayed your damn flight is. I found a quiet corner, put my headphones on, and decided to listen to Untitled. The track opened with Fingers' voice into a crazy drum drop with a rising crowd cheer. Drew you please yeah. And then a sultry female voice, summertime, time to sit back and unwind. Oh. My God. I must have looked crazy in that airport lounge. I had that face that musicians get when a track is bangin'. It's like you smellin' something nasty. My head was about to bop off my shoulders. I quickly grabbed my rhyme book from my backpack, and the next 2 hours was nothing short of divine intervention. I didn't write summertime as much as I channeled it. My mind collapsed into the bliss of summertime in Philadelphia. I felt myself floating through my childhood summer memories, and my hand was just along for the ride, trying to keep up. Summertime is the only song I've ever written from beginning straight through to the end and didn't edit or change a single word. The lyrics, as they appear on the final cut, are exactly as they came through. It was a pure stream of consciousness. I would later learn a term that resonated deeply with my experience at a hair that night. Psychography, or automatic writing, is a theoretical psychic ability allowing someone to produce written words without consciously writing. Skeptics call it self-delusion, I call it another Grammy, and my first #1 record. Flight 1024 is now boarding. Shit. I knew this song was crazy. And if I didn't record it today, it wasn't going to be on the album. I could hear Quincy in my head, "What you gonna do, Philly? Fuck it." I popped up, back in the car, back to the studio. My voice was wrecked. The pitch and tone of voice I was famous for was high, up-tempo, and wrapped in a smile. But every time I reached for that energy in the studio that night, my voice would crack and fail. Hula and Fingers kept telling me, "Don't worry about it, just work with what you got. Lay down in that lower register. Gimme some Rakim." That was exactly the direction I needed. Rakim was hands down my favorite rapper at the time. So, I settled down and decided to play the cards I'd been dealt, rather than the ones I wished I had. My vocal delivery on Summertime shocked the hip-hop world. It was released on May 20, 1991, and within a month, it had hit #1 on the Hot R&B hip-hop and #4 on the Billboard Hot 100 charts. The music video was recorded back home in Philly with me and Jeff's real family and friends. Homebase went platinum within 2 months. It won an American Music Award and snatched our second Grammy. Just as a piece of Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince trivia, we boycotted When Parents Just Don't Understand won our first Grammy, and Summertime was nominated against the monster Naughty by Nature hit OPP, and I was positive we were going to lose, so I didn't go. Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince now had 2 Grammys, and I had yet to make an appearance anywhere near the award show. Meanwhile, in my other career, I studied my lines obsessively. In those early days of The Fresh Prince, I was so terrified of failing that I would memorize the entire screenplay, not just my lines, but everybody's. It was the only thing that kept my anxieties at bay. If I was going to lose, it was damn sure going to be somebody else's fault. I may have overdone it slightly. I was so prepared that I was unconsciously mouthing all the other actors' lines on camera as they said them. Fortunately, there's an interesting thing that happens when you watch TV, your eyes focus on the person who's talking. This is a form of something called inattentional blindness. Daniel Simons, in Smithsonian Magazine, describes it like this: this form of invisibility depends not on the limits of the eye, but on the limits of the mind. We consciously see only a small subset of our visual world, and when our attention is focused on one thing, we fail to notice other, unexpected things around us, including those we might want to see. A perfect example of this phenomenon is in Season 1, Episode 5, Homeboy, Sweet Homeboy. Don Cheadle plays my boy from Philly, Ice Tray. If you look closely, you'll see that I'm mouthing Don's lines. But even though I'm front and center, mouthing away like an idiot, you didn't notice at home because your attention was focused on the actor who was speaking, inattentive blindness. Feel free to pull up that episode and watch me nincompoop my way through the scene. Karen was nominated to break the embarrassing news to me. Of course, I denied it, and was horrified, and remained so, when I was shown the excruciating evidence. To this day, I cannot bear to watch that episode. All of these world-class, stage-trained master thespians, and the dumbass rapper is mouthing their words back to them. And the show is named after him. It took me a couple of weeks to break the simian habit. I would be in a scene, damn near biting through my bottom lip. But I got it. There were very few people in my life I wanted to impress more than James Avery. James had been acting longer than I had been alive, and he was my paragon, the pinnacle of dramatic presence. I desperately wanted him to think I was a good actor. But nothing I did impressed James Avery. He played my father figure on the show and slowly assumed the role in real life. He was demanding and always pushing me to master my instrument as an actor. "You can do jokes with your eyes closed," he'd say. "You have that naturally, and it's beautiful to watch. But you have deeper talent in there," he said, tapping on my chest emphatically, "that you can't even imagine yet. And you're never going to find it if you don't reach for it. There's a difference between talent and skill. Talent comes from God, you're born with it. Skill comes from sweat and practice and commitment. Don't just skate through this opportunity. Hone your craft." One of the proudest moments of my career was in one of the most famous episodes of The Fresh Prince, Papa's Got a Brand New Excuse. In the show, Will's biological father, Lou, played by Ben Vereen, comes back into his life and spends time with him again. Will is thrilled to have his father back, but Uncle Phil is skeptical. This drives a wedge between Will and Uncle Phil. Will's father, a big rig trucker, invites Will to travel with him over the summer. Will is excited and decides to go against Uncle Phil's urgings. The climax of the episode happens when Will's father comes up with an excuse and cancels the father-son trip and disappears again, leaving Will broken-hearted with Uncle Phil trying to console him. This was the most demanding dramatic scene for my character of the entire series. It was me going toe-to-toe with James Avery. Master actors revel in the opportunity to go head-to-head in a scene with other masters. But I was not a master, I was a scared little boy in the shadow of a giant. When actors have these types of scenes, you know they are coming for weeks, everybody else knows it, too. The anticipation wreaks havoc on your sleep, on your appetite, on your memory, on your nerves. On set, dramatic scenes have the energy of a prize fight, cast and crew lean forward in their seats to see if you'll bring it home. But the studio audience has no idea, and you want to shock and surprise them. It was Friday night, the audience was in place and the episode was going along great. And then the final scene. I had studied day and night. I felt ready. But on the first take, I froze. My mind went blank, and I missed my second line. I was anxious and trying too hard, speaking too fast, stumbling through my words. The director quickly yelled cut to not blow the surprise for the audience. But I snapped. "Fook!" I bellowed at the top of my lungs. "Fook!" The veins in my neck bulging, my fists balled tight. "Hey!" James yelled, snapping me back to attention. "Settle down," he whispered. Then, pointing his index and middle finger to his own eyes, he gave me the universal signal for focus on me. He leaned into my ear. "Use me. Look into my eyes and talk to me." I fell into his gaze, somehow plugging into his power, our stare, unbroken, until he felt I had been sufficiently fueled. James didn't wait for the director, he called action from the floor. The next take is what appeared in the actual episode. "Uncle Phil, I'm sorry. If there was something that I could do." "Well, you know what, you ain't got to do nothing, Uncle Phil. It ain't like I'm still 5 years old, you know? Ain't like I'm gonna be sitting up every night asking my mom, when's daddy coming home? You know? Who needs him? Hey, he wasn't there to teach me how to shoot my first basket. But I learned, didn't I? I got pretty damn good at it, too, didn't I, Uncle Phil? Got through my first date without him. Right? Learned how to drive. I learned how to shave. I learned how to fight without him. I had 14 great birthdays without him. He never even sent me a damn card. Screams toward the empty door, to hell with him. I ain't need him then, and I don't need him now. Uncle Phil, Will. Will, no, you know what, Uncle Phil? I'm going to get through college without him. I'm gonna get a great job without him. I may marry me a beautiful honey. And I may have me a whole bunch of kids. I'll be a better father than he ever was. And I sure as hell don't need him for that, because they ain't a damn thing he could ever teach me about how to love my kids. And after a beat, Will starts crying and says, "How come he don't want me, man?" Uncle Phil lovingly gathers Will into his arms. The shot slowly pans away onto a statue of a father and son Will had purchased as a gift. In the embrace, James Avery whispers in my ear. Now, that is fucking acting. What does he want? 12. Desire. As an actor, this is the single most important question to ask of the character you are preparing to portray. His want dramatic quest is the first pillar of behavior. What someone desires is a portal into the essential truth of their personality. If you want to understand why someone did something, you need only answer the question, what did he want? An actor's overarching focus is to unearth the system of wants that intertwine and sometimes collide within the mind of a character to create their psychological driving force. Acting is like building out a new personality for yourself from scratch. Once you have a foundational comprehension of a character's central motivation, the real acting fun begins with the second question, why does he want it? But that's for later. The war between desire and obstacle is the heart and soul of dramatic storytelling. Sometimes, the obstacles are internal, those are the fun ones. In filmmaking circles, there is a simple axiom that describes the structure of a great character journey: somebody wants something badly, and goes for it, against all odds. Another variation is, a person falls into a hole, and tries to get out. If you think about any movie you've ever liked, any character you've ever rooted for, it's because they wanted something you could relate to and they struggled, risking life and limb, to achieve it. What's true about movies is also true about life. You tell me what you want, and I'll tell you who you are. What are we doing, man? JL asked me one day, out of nowhere. What do you mean? I mean, everything. There are too many people, there are too many things happening, I can't function like this. If you want me to help you, I need to know what I'm helping you to do. Shit is going good, Jay. I think you just not seeing it. No, JL insisted, I am seeing it. I'm seeing it all over the place, and unfocused, and I'm seeing us about to do the same shit we did last time. I'm not gonna be out here just winging it. I need to know what the goal is. I didn't really understand his question. In my mind, he was just scared. I knew he didn't do well with disorganization. He was a minimalist, damn near an ascetic, he had very few clothes, his bedroom was always kept in impeccable condition, and everything in his life had a place and a purpose. And when things weren't neatly arranged, in a way he could get his head around, he'd feel disrupted, disturbed, and ultimately would want no part of it. So I was trying to give him a stabilizing, simple answer. The goal is to not be broke, Jay, I said. To be able to have fun, to be able to travel and live how we want. To not have the IRS taking our shit no more. So, technically, that's 5 goals. And that's my problem. What is the dream? What are we trying to build? What do you want? He pressed definitively. I had never said this out loud before. I had tried the phrase in my head a few times, but I had never given it voice. Mom once laid out about 50 family photos of me and my brother and sisters, all throughout our childhood. She stood smugly over them and asked me if I noticed anything. I scoured the pictures like a detective trying to discover the clue that would break the case. After a few minutes, I gave up. I don't notice anything, Mom, I said. Look at your brother and sisters. Notice how in some pictures they are looking off to the side, or their faces are twisted, or hidden behind someone. Now look at you. There is not a single photo where you are not looking directly into the camera. I've always had a sense of the camera. I love performing. I like the camera, and more important, it likes me. I had held a secret dream for as long as I could remember. I didn't even feel comfortable dreaming it. I didn't deserve to dream this big. But in my quietest moments, alone, there was a consistent yearning, an emotional compass that was always trained on the Hollywood sign. I wanted to do what Eddie Murphy was doing. I wanted to make people feel how I felt the first time I saw Star Wars. I wanted to be Eddie Murphy in Star Wars. So, for the first time ever, I said it out loud to JL, I want to be the biggest movie star in the world. JL is the type of guy who rarely reacts outwardly. His standard face is, poker. Whether you say, JL, your mom is on the phone, or JL, the oven just exploded, and the whole crib is on fire, or, I want to be the biggest movie star in the world, his countenance remains exactly the same. He never divulges what he's thinking, so you always find yourself leaning in for some tiny hint. I leaned in, hard. Now, that's a goal, JL said. Stephen Covey, in The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, said there are only 2 human problems: 1, knowing what you want, but not knowing how to get it, and 2, not knowing what you want. Clarity of mission is a powerful cornerstone of success. Knowing what you want gives direction to your life. Every word, every action, every association, can be accurately chosen and harnessed to precipitate your desired outcome. What you eat, when you sleep, where you go, who you talk to, what you allow them to say to you, who your friends are, can all be corralled and launched toward your wildest dreams. Desire, however, is a double-edged sword. But that's for later. I didn't know that back then. When JL has a goal, his ability to educate and transform his mind is beyond that of anyone I've ever met. He spent the next few months reading every screenplay in Hollywood. Old ones, new ones, bad ones, good ones, successful movies that had already come out, failed movies that were never released, hits and flops and everything in between. He probably read 100 screenplays, and we would discuss the pros and cons of each. We had our goal, and the first question we asked was what makes someone a movie star, as opposed to simply an actor? Movie stars tend to play likable characters who embody and depict the best of humanity, courage, ingenuity, success against the odds. I loved the idea of being a better person in a movie than I was in real life. I could protect people, I could kill bad things, I could fly, all the women would love me, they have to, it says it right here in the script. I came up with a way to describe what makes a great movie star character. I call it the 3 F's of movie stardom. You have to be able to fight, you have to be funny, and you have to be good at sex. Beneath the 3 F's are our deepest human yearnings. Fighting equates to safety, security, and physical survival. Being funny equates to joy, happiness, and freedom from all negativity. And being good at sex equates to the promise of love. And encompassing these qualities, the biggest movie stars make the biggest movies in the world. Movie stars put asses in seats. The next obvious question was, what are the key elements of the biggest movies? JL grabbed a list of the top 10 grossing movies of all time to see if we could determine a pattern. And it was crystal clear: 10 out of the top 10 films of all time had special effects. 9 out of 10 had special effects and creatures. 8 out of 10 had special effects, creatures, and a romantic storyline. We would ultimately discover that all of the top 10 movies were about love, but we didn't notice that back then. We knew what we were looking for. Now, we just had to go find it and convince whoever had it to give it to us. The problem was that the biggest movies in the world were also the most expensive to produce and promote, meaning they were hyper-risky propositions. They were career-making, or career-ending, for everyone involved. I was young, unknown, inexperienced, and black, trying to convince studios to bet $150 million production budgets and $150 million promotional budgets on my charm, good looks, and modesty. Anya used to smoke weed. To this day, I never have. I think Dagio's alcoholism made me keenly attuned to all substance use around me. I tried to let her do her, but now with the clarity of my new mission, I couldn't see how my girl smoking weed would be helpful. I was ready for a family, I was ready to start my life. I told her she had to stop. My demand was not received well. "You are such a priss," Tanya said. "It's just weed. I'm not snorting coke off the bathroom floor." "Drugs are drugs," I said, like it was deep. "No, they are not," she said indignantly. "This is not that serious." "Oh, this shit is very serious," I said. "I can smell the weed in your nose hairs." "I'll make you a deal," I said. "You stop smoking for 30 days. Prove to me you're not addicted." Then we'll talk about it. She thought for a moment. I got the sense that she could have done it, but something about the inflexibility of my stance seemed to trigger a deep-rooted resistance within her. She loved me, she wanted to please me, but there was no way in hell she was going to let me control her. I can still see her standing there, arms folded, head cocked to the side, knowing she was about to make a big decision. Then, calmly, she said, "No, when you know what you want, it clarifies what you don't want. And even painful decisions, though not easy, become simple." "Cool," I said. "Have you ever seen those National Geographic documentaries on the Alaskan salmon migration? The ones where the hungry brown bears stand in the middle of the river, waiting for a salmon to jump out of the water and directly into their mouths? That's how Alfonso Ribeiro and I used to stand outside of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air casting office. Every black actress in Hollywood made the pilgrimage through those hallowed halls. One day in 1990, me and Alf were sitting, having lunch. Alf was waxing philosophical about something. He is deeply passionate and opinionated, and he always felt that if he said things loud enough and chopped his right hand into the palm of his left hand hard enough, that it made whatever he was saying true. Then she walked by. I damn near choked to death on my Roscoe's chicken and waffles. "Who the fuck is that?" I whispered to Alf, between his relentless chops. "She is not from LA. East Coast recognize East Coast." She was pissed. Apparently, the casting agent had just told her she wasn't tall enough to play my girlfriend on the show. She hated that about Hollywood, that somehow her height, or lack thereof, was of more vital importance to the art than her abundant talents. Oblivious to all of this, I stepped into the river. "What up, shorty?" I said, poorly choosing my descriptive. "Whatever, nigger, move," she said, gesturing me away with the swat of her hand. And with that, she was gone. That was the first time I ever saw Jada Pinkett. It was love at first sight. Alfonso found out that Jada had landed a role on a sitcom called A Different World, the 8:30 spin-off of The Cosby Show. He knew one of the writers on the show, and he found out when Jada was shooting. It was perfect, we taped on Friday, but A Different World taped on Thursday, so me and Alf could head over right after work. By this point, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was bubbling hard, and me and Alf were hot in these Hollywood streets. The plan was, he and I would go to the taping of A Different World, and we would sit in the audience. That would give me an opportunity to adequately Fresh Prince flex. The audience would, of course, erupt when we showed up. Jada would hear all of the cheering during her scene, and she would look out to the crowd and realize it was because of me and Alf. So, I pulled out the 24-carat herringbone gold chain, the Fresh Prince dancing across my chest, the T, the F, and the P gleaming with VVS1 clarity, round brilliant cut diamonds everywhere, fresh to death, ready to stunt. Everything was rolling like clockwork. Me and Alf step in, the place goes boom. I didn't see Jada, but she knew I was in the building. I shushed the crowd. "Come on, y'all, they are trying to shoot," I whispered, magnanimously, as me and Alf took our front row seats in the right corner. Jada's scene didn't come till about midway through the taping, but there she was, in all her East Coast glory. She was fire, her accent, her mannerisms, her hair, her attitude. She felt like home. Between scenes, Alfonso saw his writer friend, Orlando Jones, who was talking to a gorgeous, caramel-skinned woman in the front row center. She's clearly not from LA, either, I can tell by her slight discomfort with the grandeur of everything. I make my way over, I say, "What's up," to Orlando, and I introduce myself to the woman. Her name is Sherry Zompino, she is from New York. Not real New York, Schenectady, near Albany, damn near Canada. "Now, here's the deal," I said. "We're just meeting, so I may give you a pass on this one. But the next time somebody asks you where you're from, you are forbidden to say New York when you know damn well you are from Schenectady." If she had been drinking water, she would have done a spit take. She begins to laugh uncontrollably, as if I had given voice to one of her own secret inner whispers. The bell rings, signaling for the audience to settle down so that taping can continue, but she hasn't gotten herself back together yet. She needs to be quiet. But I'm definitely not going to allow that. I lean into her ear. It's misleading, and an utter misrepresentation of the truth. If you tell people you're from New York, they are thinking the Bronx, Brooklyn, I mean hell, even Staten Island. They are gonna think you're cool. Then they find out you're from Schenectady? At this point, she's nearly choking with laughter, begging me to please be quiet. But there is no chance of that. I'm just saying, you shouldn't be going around, lying to people. Fucking Schenectady is not New York. You're sitting here representing Canada. You should be wearing a maple leaf sweater and handing out syrup. Fortunately, the scene ends, and she is free to laugh out loud. Her makeup running, eyes red, totally out of breath, she said the thing that any comedian who has ever told a joke craves to hear, the ultimate in comedic approval. You are a dumb man. I didn't meet Jada that night. Sherry and I left together before the show was even over. We laughed all the way through dinner, all the way through that fall, and 3 months later, we were married. Willard Carroll Smith III was born on November 11, 1992. From birth we called him Trey, since he was the third Willard Smith. From the first time the doctor placed you in my arms I knew I'd meet death before I'd let you meet harm. Although questions arose in my mind, would I be man enough? Against wrong, choose right and be standing up. From the hospital that first night. Took an hour just to get the car seat in right, people driving all fast, got me kinda upset. Got you home safe, placed you in your bassinet that night, I don't think one wink I slept. As I slipped out my bed, to your crib I crept, touched your head gently, felt my heart melt, cause I knew I loved you more than life itself, then to my knees, and I begged the Lord please let me be a good daddy, all he needs. Love, knowledge, discipline, too I pledge my life to you. Just the two of us. That is the public depiction of Trey's birth and my introduction to fatherhood. But that first night was far more emotionally tumultuous than my poetic verse suggests. Sherry was asleep and we had a tiny bassinet for Trey in an adjacent bedroom. I couldn't stop looking at him. I was terrified. I had wanted this my whole life. And here I was, with my son, my wife, my family. My turn. My body was quaking, overwhelmed with the immensity of the responsibility to this tiny human life. I fell to my knees, sobbing uncontrollably, praying to God, please, help me do it right. Please help me be a good daddy. My mind swerved and careened like a drone through my childhood. I had talked so much shit about Dadio, now, here I was. Would I be smart enough to orchestrate the building of a wall for my son? Could I put food on the table and keep the lights on without fail? Would I be strong enough to fend off someone who came to kill him? It's 3 a.m. I'm on my knees. I'm just a little boy. I never wanted my daddy so bad. And then, something clicked, deep in a place where nothing had ever clicked before. A decision, an ironclad conviction. I wiped my tears, I stood up, I gently touched Trey's head. And I knew. There were only two possibilities: 1, I was going to be the best father this planet had ever seen, or 2, I was going to be dead. I literally can count on one hand the number of times in my life I've been sick. I never get sick. It was a Friday night, tape night at the Fresh Prince. I had been vomiting all day. I could barely move, I'm pretty sure it was food poisoning. I stayed in my dressing room during pre-tape and rehearsals in order to conserve my energy to make one big burst in front of the live audience. Sherry had come to the set to take care of me. She couldn't understand why we couldn't just tape another day. How would you ever respect me if I did that? I said, between gags. Working while sick, injured, or under difficult conditions became a badge of honor for me. I wanted to thrive where my competition would fold. I wanted my wife to know that I was invincible. Women, and Europeans, always shake their heads or describe this trait negatively. But on a primal level, it's really hard to not respect a warrior. Friday nights became major networking events for us. JL would invite sponsors, executives, anyone from the business world we were looking to impress. Our approach was to invite their entire families. When someone's kids and spouse have a great time, they are more inclined to want to be in business with you, and there was no greater time to have than Friday nights at the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. This particular night was a big one, but I was dying. I didn't have it in me to entertain. Sherry took the reins. I had never seen her in this light. She moved the meetings out of my dressing room and set up space on the stage. She got extra food and asked the rest of the cast to take up some of the schmoozing weight. She wasn't only doing it for her husband, she loved it. She moved from couple to couple, family to family, engaging on whatever topic they found interesting. She showed the kids around the stage, she exchanged telephone numbers with the wives and made sure everyone had the time of their lives. She held it down, so I was able to pop in for 10 minutes, seal the deals, and get to the taping. Sherry was the perfect hostess, bringing life to the wife I had seen in my head. Like TGIA with Pooh Richardson, Sherry and I were a team in the becoming the biggest movie star in the world business. We bought a townhome in Toluca Lake, strategically located 9 minutes from NBC Burbank, where the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was now shooting. This proximity would give me the maximum time at home and at work. These were prime logistics. The condo was also just 7 minutes from the Buena Vista apartments where the whole Philly squad was headquartered, and only 15 minutes over the hill into Hollywood, making it a perfectly situated staging area for my impending cinematic invasion. One Saturday afternoon, as I was studying my lines for Monday's table read, Sherry was in the kitchen, cooking, which was just one of the aspects of her creative spirit. I loved the artist within her. She had gone to the Fashion Institute of Technology, which was actually in New York City. She could make her own clothes, she could paint. It was the first time that I had ever seen someone hang their own art in their home. I thought that was hot. She was also a martial artist. Her father was a 9th Dan grandmaster and instructor of Taekwondo, and Sherry could defend herself if she had to. Sherry had a strong nurturing instinct. Her father was Italian, and her grandma Zompino had been an expert homemaker. The Italian side of Sherry's family had owned the L&M supermarket in Schenectady, so they always had tons of food, and the heart of the family was centered around mealtime. When Sherry's parents separated, her mother re-entered the workforce, so the kitchen became Sherry's domain. Sherry loved to cook and feed people. She was the only person I'd ever met who could turn scraps into a delicious feast the way Gigi could. We'd have viewing parties each week for new Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episodes. Sherry took to it instinctively, cooking for everyone and making the house warm and inviting. There were always at least 5 Philly homeboys in the house, conspicuously stalking around the kitchen, preparing to pounce on the next succulent morsel Sherry tossed into their cages. Sherry's vision of a happy life was joyful, harmonious, nurturing, taking care of people, homemaking. She was happy to live a simple life as a mom and a wife. I wanted to conquer. My definition of love was protection and provision, securing the family's physical and financial future. My belief was, a meal is a lot less enjoyable if you have to eat it in a tent underneath an overpass. Omar was setting up a small portable studio in the garage when the phone rang. "Yo, Will, it's JL," Omar yelled. I ran over and picked it up. "What up, Jay?" "Hey, I was just making sure you were home. I need to talk to you. Immediately." "Why, what's up, what happened?" I said urgently. "I need to talk to you in person. I'm on my way." Click. I always hate when people do that. Don't call me with the fucking emergency voice, get me on the phone, and then not tell me what happened. We're on the phone, just say it. Fortunately, the agreeable logistics meant I only had to wait 9 minutes, 2 minutes for him to get to his car, and 7 minutes for him to drive from the Buena Vista apartments. We'd save time on this side because I'd be waiting for him at the front door. 9 minutes later, JL pulls up. He seems okay, so it's not medical. He looks anxious, but not fearful, he's kinda smiling, but sad. This is clearly something he could have just said over the phone. "What up, Jay?" We exchanged a standard Philly half-pound, half-hug. JL preferred the variation where you clutch the person's hand and keep your arm across your chest, giving you the sense of a hug but maintaining his personal space at the same time. He dives right in. "Alright, look, there's a studio that wants you to co-star in a gangster movie called 8 Heads in a Duffel Bag. They are prepared to pay you $10 million. Goddamn. I wrapped both arms around the top of my head. I went to give JL a high five, which he returned half-heartedly. He held onto my hand and said, "And I came here to advise you not to take it." Wait, what? I don't think you should accept the part. It's not right. Still holding his hand, I wanted to rip his arm out of its shoulder socket, and then beat him to death with it. Instead, I said calmly, "It sounds right as hell to me, Jay." "It's not, it's the wrong look. I read it 5 times. I kept trying to make it be right. It's not. I was just gonna turn it down and not tell you. Look, at the end of the day, it's your call. I was there with you for these last few years, so I will rock with you whatever you decide to do, but I'm advising against it. If you truly want to be the biggest movie star in the world, do not take this movie. Jay, that's a lot of money, dude. Tom Cruise wouldn't take this role, JL said. We turned down 8 heads in a duffel bag. JL, as my manager, earned a 15% commission. When he advised me to turn down 8 heads in a duffel bag, he was walking away from $1.5 million for himself. Have I mentioned that he was still living in his childhood bedroom at his mother's house? He was taking the risk with me because he believed in the vision, he believed in me. About a month later, JL called me hyped. This time, he behaved as a respectable human and told me what was going on. Over the phone. "I've got the one," he said excitedly. JL never gets excited. I was being offered a supporting role in the film adaptation of John Gua's Pulitzer Prize finalist stage play, called 6 Degrees of Separation. "This is right where we want to be," JL said. "People are not taking you seriously yet as an actor. We gotta go against stereotypical roles. We need to make people forget that they are watching a rapper. We gotta make them see a movie star. Plus, you'll be protected in third bill, surrounded by a veteran cast, Stockard Channing, Donald Sutherland, and Sir Ian McKellen. The pedigree is ridiculous. I want everyone to see you with that level of actor. We gotta shock these people and get their attention. And every single word your character says is brilliant, it's one of the best written things I've ever read. In fact, the movie is about your character. This is star-making material. Damn, Jay, you are hyped about this one. I'm telling you, this is the one," he said, punching his fist into his hand. "Word. How much?" "Well, this one's different." "I get that, Jay, but how much?" I said. I took 6 Degrees of Separation for $300,000. JL had done his part. He had found exquisite material powered by world-class artists. Now it was on me. My military upbringing kicked into gear, I had my mission, I needed to smash this role. I immediately flew to London with JL to see the final weeks of Stockard Channing's West End stage performance of the play. And once the shooting schedule was set, Sherry, Trey, and I moved to New York. 6 Degrees of Separation is about a wealthy white couple who live on the Upper East Side of New York City. They are older and lonely, empty nesters whose kids have recently moved out. They spend their days collecting and dealing famous art. Then, one night, a young black man shows up on their doorstep. He is cut from being mugged and stabbed on the street. He says he is a friend of their children from Harvard, and the son of Sidney Poitier. The couple takes the young man in, and over the course of the story, Paul, my role, turns out to be a con artist. Yet, despite Paul's victimizing the couple, he and Louisa, played by Stockard Channing, strangely begin to fall for each other. This character was so drastically different from who I was, and his life experience was so foreign to me, that I felt impelled to employ method acting, something I knew absolutely nothing about. I memorized the words of the entire screenplay, verbatim. I vowed that I would not miss a single line while I was on set. During the months of my preparation, I would spend 4 or 5 days at a stretch without breaking character. Not once, not one moment. I would go to a jewelry store or a bakery and try to discern what Paul's likes and dislikes were. I wanted to get comfortable in real life and real situations, not only thinking as Paul would think, but learning to involuntarily feel the way that he would feel. It was fun at first. But then slowly, and imperceptibly, I lost touch with my own likes and dislikes, I lost access to the intonation and rhythm of my own speech, I lost touch with Will Smith. Sherry started to say things like, "Why are you looking at me like that?" And "Stop talking like that." I was totally oblivious, I couldn't figure out what she meant. In my mind, I was going back and forth between Paul and me, but Will Smith had quietly slipped away. Sherry was suddenly living with a stranger. We tend to think of our personalities as fixed and solid. We think of our likes and our dislikes, our beliefs, our nationalities, our political affiliations and religious convictions, our mannerisms, our sexual predilections, etc., as set, as us. But the reality is, most of the things that we think of as us are learned habits and patterns, and entirely malleable, and the danger when actors venture out to the far ends of our consciousness is that sometimes we lose the breadcrumbs marking our way home. We realize that the characters we play in a film are no different than the characters we play in life. Will Smith is no more real than Paul, they are both characters that were invented, practiced, and performed, reinforced, and refined by friends, loved ones, and the external world. What you think of as yourself is a fragile construct. Sherry and I were in the first few months of our marriage with a brand new baby, and for Sherry, I can imagine that this experience was unsettling to say the least. She'd married a guy named Will Smith, and now she was living with a guy named Paul Poitier. And to make matters worse, during shooting I fell in love with Stockard Channing. Not as Will, but as Paul. I couldn't turn him off. After the film wrapped, Sherry and Trey and I moved back to LA. Our marriage was off to a rocky start. I found myself desperately yearning to see and speak to Stockard. I only saw her once, and I never said anything, but she's a vet, and I sensed that she knew what had happened. She probably said the words Sherry and Trey 50 times. Fortunately, it was time to go back to work on The Fresh Prince. "What the fuck are you doing?" Alfonso blurted out. "What do you mean, Alfonso?" I said. "That. I mean, that. Why are you talking like that?" "Talking like what?" Paul said. "Like that." Karen chimed in. "The W is before the H." "It's not what, Will," Alfonso said frustratedly. I had lost touch with the Fresh Prince. I couldn't remember how he walked or talked or which Jordans he preferred. This went on for 10 full episodes at the beginning of season 4. I had lost my sense of humor, my timing, my swag, my charisma, and my ability to improvise and ad-lib. Cast and crew alike were terrified. This was the season that Alfonso truly began to shine. For the first few episodes the writers had to write away from my character and toward Carlton. Alfonso stepped up and took the comedic weight. No one knew what was happening, no one was relating my behavior on the set of Fresh Prince to my ill-conceived foray into the dangerous psychological world of method acting in 6 Degrees. I couldn't tell a joke to save my life. The scary part was that I couldn't see what everybody else saw. But if enough people tell you that you're drunk, then you should probably sit down. So, I immediately hired 5 or 6 of my friends from Philly to work on the writing staff, on the crew, and to surround me on set while I relearned how to play the character of Will. It worked. Right around mid-season, something clicked. I was in a scene with Karen, and my character was trying to convince her to go on a date with his teacher, but he had a mole next to his left nostril. And for Hillary, this was an absolute deal-breaker. My character was begging her to just give him a chance, and in a moment of career-saving comedic inspiration, I ad-libbed, "Come on, you're making a mountain out of a mole, HIL." The audience roared, I was back. And method acting was gone forever. I am not trying to relinquish any of my responsibility for the deterioration of our marriage, but I believe firmly that the early months of our union, being marred by my disappearance into the character of Paul in 6 Degrees of Separation, created a disconnect between Sherry and me from which we would never recover. At the end of 1993, 6 Degrees of Separation came out to widespread critical acclaim. Stockard Channing was nominated for an Oscar for her performance, and critics wrote glowing reviews of my surprising casting as Paul. JL was right, my name started to be discussed in Hollywood as a serious actor. Achieving goals requires strict organization and unwavering discipline. I began to lean more into structure and order, but Sherry was an artist. She cooks by feel, not by recipe. She was much more fluid, intuitive, and less structured. It drove me crazy. 6:17 is not 6 o'clock. It was Friday night, tape night. My barber had gotten into a car accident. He was fine, but he wasn't going to be able to cut me for the show. 5 hours before the taping of a network sitcom, and a young man from Philadelphia is about to be forced to go on network television without a fresh fade. Never. I put out the 911 call for a barber. A guy named Slice came back as the blue ribbon of the Philly fade standard. I hit him up. Yo, Slice, what's up? What's happening, Will? I'm jammed up over here. I need you, brethren. At the time, my fade was legendary. To cut my hair, for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, was not only a challenge but also a catapult for a young barber in Hollywood. Damn, Will, I would love to, man, Slice said, but I got a cut I have to do in San Diego. The client is paying me cash. And I got my kids for the weekend. San Diego? Man, that's a 2-hour drive both ways. You need to come get this local money. Oh, trust me, I would prefer local money. I would not be driving to San Diego if I didn't need it so bad. I got my kids, I gotta break my baby mama off something. How much is he paying you? Actually, whatever it is, I'll double it. Come get this local money. Slice was being paid $500 for the San Diego cut. I promised him $1,000 to come directly to set. I didn't have cash with me, so I called Sherry. Babe, how much cheese you got on you? Probably about 2,000, why? Sherry said. Aight, I'm gonna send a guy named Slice by in about an hour, so, just break him off AG. Okay, Sherry said. Aight, I love you, catch you later. Slice came to set, sharpened me up perfectly. He lived up to his name. I gave him the address to the house and went and shot the episode. That next week, my barber still wasn't ready to come back to work, so I hit Slice. What's up, man? It's Will. Hey, he said coldly. I need you again, man. I need that sweet shit you do. Yeah, he said, I don't think so. I could tell something was wrong. Why, man, what's up? That's fucked up what you did. What I do? I said, confused. That was some real bullshit. It's fucked up. Click. I was trying to replay our last interaction. As far as I could tell, everything had gone perfectly. So, perplexed, I called Sherry. Hey, babe, did anything happen with Slice last week? Oh no, she said, remembering. I just didn't have the cash that I thought I had. Well, what did you give him? I said. 400, I only had 1,000. I told you to give him $1,000, I belted out. At the time, because of my IRS issues, we didn't have credit cards, we were functioning on cash. And it was Friday night. These were the days before ATMs were everywhere, and it would be Monday at 9 a.m. before we could have gotten more cash. That was all I had, she snapped back. He had his fucking kids for the weekend. I promised him the $1,000. I took him off of another job. Well, I have a baby over here who's going to need to eat this weekend, too. I wasn't giving him all my cash. What do you want me to do? I want you to do what the fuck you say you're gonna do. So, you just don't pay the man, you don't call me, you don't say shit? You broke my word. Will, I am not your errand girl. Ain't nobody say you was no errand girl. Just stop overreacting. He'll live. This moment is among the handful of times in my life where I hit an absolute 10 of fury. In general, I'm a man who measures his words. This was not one of those times. You know what, maybe one day you'll be worth something, I said, slamming down the phone. If God were to give me back one sentence from my entire life, to erase it, to make it so I never said it, and the person never heard it, it would be those 7 words. Something broke in our marriage, something we would never get back. Sherry would later confide that was the most her feelings had been hurt in her adult life. Sherry and I deteriorated quickly after that. We argued about everything, nothing was too trivial to fight about. I recall criticizing how she washed a skillet. Sherry and I would go days without speaking to each other. We even invented a game that we played when people came over called You Know What I Hate About You. And the winner was whoever could make our guests laugh the most. I found myself yet again in love's death spiral. It was a vicious riptide, dragging our dreams into the depths. Sherry took Trey and went to clear her head back home in Schenectady. Our marriage was becoming increasingly unbearable for her. She was going to take a few weeks to decide what she wanted to do. The Baked Potato was a small lounge in Studio City. Tisha Campbell and Dwayne Martin, 2 close friends of mine, invited me to join them there. They were strangely insistent that I show up. I'm not really a lounge guy, but they assured me that I'd be happy I came. A little after 8 p.m., I walked through the door, made my way to their table, Dwayne, Tisha, and Jada Pinkett. And just like that, I was a lounge guy. Dwayne was always in the middle of some deal, brokering some takeover of something, managing the band while simultaneously purchasing the venue they were performing in. Tisha was the matchmaker. She knew that Sherry and I were on the outs, and she wanted to make sure, just in case, that I had no consideration other than Jada. They neglected to inform Jada or myself of this planned meeting. I had seen Jada a few times around town over the past year, nothing too memorable, casual Hollywood highs and buys. She was still stunningly gorgeous to me. Still swaggy. Still full of that delicious, East Coast energy. But something was different. Something a little deeper, something profound just below my depth of perception. Maybe it was that I was older now, I was a father, perhaps I was more open, or maybe pain recognizes pain, but I felt her differently. She was only 22, but her eyes felt like they had witnessed centuries. They seemed to know secrets and struggles far beyond her years. We talked about everything. She could meet me, ascend, and elaborate on all topics and subjects, from Tupac to apartheid, from college basketball to Ganesh and Eastern mysticism. It was like we went away to a private place alone, content to embrace the joy of our questions, unburdened by the quest for answers. Being together was the answer. Hours passed like minutes. I could sense the potential potency of our combined energies. Cities and empires were being constructed in my mind as we laughed and pondered and debated. Her body was so tiny, but her spirit was so strong. She was confident, solid, unwavering, a 10-ton cornerstone holding up the Great Pyramid. Jada would later confide in me that she had heard a voice speak clearly, with no sentimentality, just a matter of fact, that is your husband. For the time being, she rejected the prophecy. I was married, and that was a non-starter. We gently returned from our private inner sojourn and settled back into our hard metal seats. We said our extended goodbyes, neither of us really wanted to leave. I walked her to her car and watched her drive away. I left that night dazed, smashed, imprisoned between elation and reality. I had met a queen strong enough to bear the weight of my dreams. But it was not to be. A few days later, Sherry came home from her time in Schenectady, and we decided we'd meet at our favorite restaurant, The Palm. They had the best lobster in the city, they were huge. We always ordered one, the perfect portion size to share. I guess I had hoped that the time apart and the intertwining of our forks over our favorite meal would somehow rekindle and reconnect our wounded hearts. I had certainly put my faith in the revitalizing power of melted butter and those silly plastic lobster bibs. I arrived first. Sherry had dropped Trey off at her mother's directly from the airport. She walked in, she was beautiful as always. We hugged and took our seats. I had pre-ordered, she liked when I did that. We talked about Trey and Schenectady and her father's new dojo. He and Trey had had a ball, he had gotten him his own little GI. Everything was perfectly pleasant, but suddenly I started to feel lightheaded. There was a weird, dry, metallic taste forming in my mouth. I tried to breathe through it. I was thinking, oh shit, am I about to pass out? Are you okay? Sherry asked, looking concerned. A surging wave of dizziness, a shortness of breath, beads of sweat jumping up on my forehead. Yeah, I'm good, I lied. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. I charged into the bathroom and locked myself into one of the stalls. I sat down to try to catch my breath. What the hell is happening? I suddenly burst into tears. For the next 20 minutes, I purged, toggling back and forth between sobbing and laughing hysterically. Am I having a fucking nervous breakdown? And slowly, my emotional truth came into vivid, three-dimensional clarity. I knew with absolute certainty that Jada Pinkett was the woman of my dreams. But I had committed my life before God to Sherry. And there was no version of me ever going back on my word. My tears were railing against the harshness of this reality. And my laughter was cursing its absurdity. But soon, my hysteria subsided. I wiped my tears, and I exited the stall fully prepared to spend the rest of my life with Sherry Smith. 13. Devotion. It sucks getting divorce papers. It's like a publicly filed declaration that you're an unlovable piece of shit. And no matter how awful your relationship has been, it's always a surprise when you get I mean, you knew it was bad, but goddamn, you never imagined it was that bad. And the divorce gods are merciless. By a fluke of the Los Angeles postal system, I received the papers on February 14th. Fucking Valentine's Day. Sherry was done. I couldn't believe this was happening. The lowest point in my life had been my parents' separation, and this felt worse. I was repeating the cycle. I was blindsided. I was in denial. I was furious. And I was saddling my son with the same burden that had pushed me to contemplating taking my own life. Sherry said that I wasn't in love with her, I was in love with the idea of her, what I believed a wife should be like. Anybody could be here, she once said. Sherry used to call herself my placeholder wife. The woman who was supposed to check the box of wife in Will Smith's perfect life. Sherry and I had recently bought a house in Encino that was being renovated. Sherry had already taken Trey and moved there. I felt like she was ruining my life, destroying my family. I had silently promised myself that I would never let this happen. And here I was, not even 30 years old, and my family was being destroyed. I felt like I was dying. I called Quincy. Hey, Philly, what's going on? He said. Sherry filed for divorce. Shit, he said. How you doing? I'm hurt, man. Lawyers and shit. I don't even want a divorce. I been there, brother, Quincy interrupted. Let me give you some advice. I leaned into the pause. I'd never needed a good word like I did at that moment. Give that woman half your shit and move on with your life, Quincy said. Huh? All my divorces took place in one day. As soon as somebody act like they don't wanna be with me, they can take half of this shit and let the doorknob hit and let me tell you some shit you're not gonna believe right now. He brought his voice down, like Morpheus trying to make sure I could handle the red pill. You're gonna be together every fucking Christmas anyway, he said. When you have kids with somebody, you're stuck. Quincy had been divorced 3 times. Man, I got her ex-wife across the street. I got another ex-wife a block away, I got kids in 3 different houses. We're still family. They think divorcing your ass will get them away from you. It won't. You gonna be on billboards and commercials and shit all the time. Give that woman half, tell her you'll see her on Christmas Eve, and move on with your life. You gonna make all that money back next year anyway. Just write the damn check and move on. This wasn't exactly what I'd been hoping to hear. I wanted him to tell me how to fix it. How to make her keep her promise. I thought there were only two options: you complete the mission, or you die. Where the fuck did the third option of quitting come from? And half of Thriller is a lot. I would never have gotten married if I thought divorce was an option. If quitting is a possibility, everyone will pick that. It's the easiest one. Who wouldn't pick not running at 5 a.m. over running at 5 a.m.? If quitting is an option, you'll never finish anything hard. The only way an imperfect mind can be forced to achieve is by removing all of its other options. To me, the heart of all successful human interactions is we look at each other and we know we're about to attempt something that is difficult, impossible. And we look in each other's eyes, and we shake hands, and we both vow to die before we quit. And that's what I thought we did. This is such a simple idea to me. The vows are, till death do us part. God agrees with me. The vow is not to your partner, the vow is to the weakest part of yourself. How could you not quit if that's one of the options? The reason you say you're gonna do it or die is because death is what happens when you don't do it. Your mind is trying to protect you from hard things, to defend you from pain. The problem is, all of your dreams are on the other side of pain and difficulty. So, a mind that tries to seek pleasure and comfort and the easy way inadvertently poisons its dreams. Your mind becomes a barrier to your dreams, an internal enemy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. The reason we make vows is because we know we're about to do a hell walk. You don't have to vow to do easy things. No one ever said, I vow to eat every ounce of this creme brulee, I swear to the wide heavens that I will not leave one speck on my plate. And I vow to skip my run tomorrow morning, and I vow to sleep in. We wouldn't need to make vows if it was easy. The reason the vows are so extreme, in sickness and in health, till death do us part, is because life is so extreme. Nothing else can keep us there. That's the point of devotion. I'm not against divorce, and I'm not against surrendering in a battle, but it has to be at the end of the battle, not while you're putting your armor on, not the first scary moment, not the first casualty. In my experience, most people get divorced too soon, before they've extracted the lessons that will keep them from doing the exact same things in their next relationships. I'm still not totally sure what I was thinking. Maybe it was pain, maybe it was delirium. Maybe I wasn't thinking at all. Maybe I didn't need to think, because I was clear. I could see the North Star through the fog. On February 19th, only 5 days after I received my divorce papers, I called Jada. I hadn't seen her, or heard from her, in months. The phone seemed to ring forever. Click. Hello? What up, Jada? It's Will. Hey. She said. Her voice seemed to still echo with the magic of our night at the Baked Potato. How you doing? I'm good. Better now that I'm talking to you. In hindsight, I probably could have given her a little more context, or warning. Hey, are you seeing anybody? I said. Jada hesitated, partly stunned, partly confused. No. Why? Cool, you're seeing me now, aight? Okay. Yes, Jada said, sensing there was something big at play but knowing now was not the time to question. Aight, I'm at work, I'll hit you later. Okay? Okay. What I didn't know at the time was that Jada was in Baltimore. She had been so discouraged and disillusioned by Hollywood that she had left the business and moved back home. She had purchased a beautiful, turn-of-the-century, 5-acre farm in Maryland and had begun renovations. She had decided to build a simple, quiet life for herself. After my phone call, she went directly to the airport and flew to Los Angeles. Jada would never spend a single night in her Maryland farmhouse. I never really bought into the whole past lives thing. I would hear people say, we must have known each other in a former life. I always thought that was corny. But those first couple of months with Jada transformed me from a disbeliever to an agnostic. We fit together so naturally, and our energies combined exponentially in a way that felt like old friends more than new lovers. We had an unspoken language, and everything we focused on flourished. My divorce from Sherry wasn't yet final, so Jada and I decided it would be prudent if we kept our relationship under wraps. We were both getting pretty famous, and we felt it just wouldn't have been a good look. The blessed yet unintended consequence was that we spent every single moment together, just us. The first 3 or 4 months were as wild a romantic whirlwind as our bodies could have possibly handled. We traveled to exotic secret getaways, Cabo, private Caribbean islands, Aspen, secluded estates in Maui, and we discovered private air travel. We checked in under aliases. I would tell you what they are, but we still use them today. We drank every day, and had sex multiple times every day, for 4 straight months. I started to wonder if this was a competition. Either way, as far as I was concerned, there were only 2 possibilities. 1, I was going to satisfy this woman sexually, or 2, I was going to die trying. But the heart and soul of our union was then, and is still today, intense, luminescent conversation. Even to the writing of this very sentence, if Jada and I begin a conversation, it is a minimum 2-hour endeavor. And it is not uncommon that we talk for our 5 or 6 hours at a stretch. Our joy of pondering and perusing the mysteries of the universe, through the mirror of each other's experience, is unbridled ecstasy. Even in the depths of disagreement, there is nothing in this world that either of us more cherishes or enjoys than the opportunity to grow and learn from each other through passionate communication. Re-I-I-ing. Hello? Hey, lover boy. Hey, Gigi. How you doing? I said. Oh, I'm good. Do you have something you want to say to me? Gigi asked, leading the witness. I had no idea what she was getting at. This was unlike our normal interactions. Clearly, she had something on her mind. I don't think so, I said cautiously, as I ran through all the shit I might have done. Do I? Well, somebody said you have a new girlfriend that you've had for a long time. Damn it. My sister Ellen. Well, nah, yeah, but. We're keeping secrets from each other now? She asked, melting all my defenses. Well, no, Gigi, I just. Well, somebody said she's an actress. Gigi, somebody is Ellen. Ellen's the only person who would be telling you all my business. My sister Ellen stays in the mix, she always has. Every party, every piece of gossip, every rumor, she's the girl on the block that when something happens, she has the scoop. If she worked for the police department, she would drop crime by 40% in her first week. She knows everything about everybody at all times. Ellen also happened to be a huge Jada Pinkett fan. Ellen is Peaches from A Low Down Dirty Shame. She couldn't believe I was hiding Jada from the family, so she told on me. I'm not keeping secrets, Gigi. Okay, well you can just send a plane ticket, and I'll come out and meet her. Tomorrow. Okay, yes, Gigi. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you, too. Click. This next story has been a bone of contention between Jada and me for more than 2 decades. It's been so contentious that I considered leaving it out of this book altogether. But I decided to let you, dear reader, settle our dispute once and for all. So, please clear your minds. You have been chosen as the Supreme Court of this story. The question to you, learned justices, is a simple one: is this prank funny or not funny? Gigi arrived in sunny Los Angeles early the next morning and came directly to my house. I had just purchased a new place in Westlake Village, a suburb about an hour northwest of LA. We had breakfast together. She loved the house. I could tell more than anything that she just wanted to make sure I was okay. Jada was working that day, so her plan was that she would run to her house when she got off, freshen up, and then head to my house to meet my Gigi. Jada had heard all the stories about Gigi that you've been reading in this book, and she was so excited to finally get to know my grandmother. Gigi wasn't a big movie fan, and she didn't know who Jada Pinkett was. So, I decided to show Gigi one of Jada's most popular movies. At 3 p.m., Jada called me from her home in Studio City, which was exactly 44 minutes, door to door, from my spot. Hey, babe, are you leaving right now? I said. In about 15 minutes, Jada said. Okay, I'll see you when you get here. I love you. Jason's Lyric was Jada's current movie. The film is a beautiful love story between Lyric, played by Jada, and Jason, played by Alan Payne. At 63 minutes into Jason's Lyric, Jada has a graphic love scene that has become one of the most iconic love scenes in African American cinema. So when Jada said she was leaving her house in 15 minutes, to take the 44-minute drive to my place, I pushed play on Jason's Lyric, and Gigi started watching. 15 plus 44 is 59 minutes, and I trusted the comedy gods to do their part with traffic, parking, maybe a hug and kiss in the driveway. The comedic scene had been set. And boy, did the comedy gods come through. In a moment of unbelievable comedic synchronicity, Jada walked into my family room exactly 63.5 minutes later to find Gigi summoning all the Jesus she could muster as Lyric and Jason roll around but naked on screen, not even socks on, outside on the grass. Jada freezes. She looks at Gigi, then to the screen. Back to Gigi. Horrified. Then to me. Back to the screen. To Gigi. To me. Gigi, I'd like you to meet my new girlfriend, Jada, I said, filled with so much joy I could barely stand. Gigi sits back on the couch, folds her arms, and says, when I was young, people didn't have to take their clothes off to make movies. Jada plastered an uneasy smile on her face, and awkwardly hugged Gigi. Will, Jada said calmly, may I speak to you in the other room, please? We'll be right back, Gigi, I said. Jada and I went into the bedroom. Why the fuck did you do that? She whisper yelled. Babe, I promise you it's funny. What? Babe, it's a joke, it's fine. We're gonna get married, we're gonna have kids. Kids, it's a story. We're gonna tell this for years. This is how you met my grandmother. This is how she met you. Please trust me, it's funny. It's not fucking funny. Okay, not today, but not ever. You play too damn much. Life is about memories, I said. You're mad now, but that wears off, I'm telling you, it's genius. This is perfect for us. One day, you are going to laugh and laugh and laugh. Gigi ultimately loved Jada, they had a beautiful relationship. Years of joy and family laughter, their bond was precious, it grew deeper and wider with every interaction. And it is my ardent belief that my orchestration of that initial meeting laid the foundation for their profound connection. To this very moment, however, Jada has never even cracked a smile, not even the tiniest chuckle, about that meeting, not even once. So, ladies and gentlemen of the court, I ask you humbly to search your hearts, and if I'm wrong, I will accept the censure of the court. But I feel honor bound to pose the question anyway, almost rhetorically, for closure, and final resolution between Jada and me, is that shit funny, or what? Jada grew up with Tupac Shakur. They were best friends, they went to high school together at the Baltimore School for the Arts. Two young dreamers, fighting their way from under the weight of abuse and neglect to become Tupac and Jada. And though they were never intimate, their love for each other is legendary, they defined ride or die. In the beginning of our relationship, my mind was tortured by their connection. He was a Pac. And I was me. He had a fearless passion that was intoxicating, a militant morality, and a willingness to fight and die for what he believed was right. Pac was like Harry, he triggered the perception of myself as a coward. I hated that I wasn't what he was in the world, and I suffered a raging jealousy. I wanted Jada to look at me like that. So when Jada and I committed to each other, and the demands of our relationship made her less available to Pac, my immature mind took it as a twisted kind of victory. Jada was the paragon, the pinnacle, the queen of queens. If she chose me over Tupac, there was no way I could be a coward. I have rarely felt more validated. I was in a room with Tupac on multiple occasions, but I never spoke to him. The way Jada loved Pac rendered me incapable of being friends with him. I was too immature. Will, Martin Lawrence is on the phone. I had never met Martin, I had no idea how he got my number. I was, however, acutely aware of the burning jealousy in my heart. He is a comic genius. Martin was the people's champ. He was the star of his own Fox television show, Martin. In the black community, he was loved and revered the way I had always yearned for. We were the two biggest black actors on TV at the time. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was higher rated, but Martin's comedy street cred was undisputed. He was the funniest dude on TV. I studied him day in and day out, his physical mannerisms, his vocal inflections, his scene structuring. In my heart, I knew he was naturally funnier than me, and I hated it. Marty Ma. Big Will R.A. I'm not sure you can actually love somebody forever from 6 seconds of a first phone call. But for some reason, we couldn't stop laughing just from hearing each other say each other's names. For nearly 3 decades, we have greeted each other identically, and laughed every single time. Marty Ma. Big Will R.A. He invited me to dinner at his Beverly Hills mansion. Martin was also born and raised on the East Coast, just outside D.C., and the second I walked in I was all the way at home. His sisters are just like my sisters, his brother is just like my brother, his friends have Jeff, J.L., Omar, and Charlie Mack written all over them. We understood each other from the jump. I got this script I love, Martin said. It's produced by Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer. It's called Bad Boys. I was gonna reach out to try to do it with Eddie, but my sister said, hell, no, you gotta do that with Will. And I thought about it. Look at what we've been able to do separately. Can you imagine what would happen if we collab? Word, I said. That could be crazy. What's the story about? It's about 2 cops in Miami who have to change roles in their lives to solve a murder. One of the cops is married with kids, a family man. The other is a rich playboy. You can read the script and see which role you want to play. The words and the scenes aren't totally there yet, but if we get in there together, we can freak this joint. I'll read it immediately. But even if it's not this one, we definitely gonna work together. Don't give me that Hollywood shit, Big Willie, we gonna make this movie or not? We both cracked up. Oh, so I don't get to read it, huh? I said. Ain't none of the words right. We gotta dive in and fix it. Listen to me, the 2 biggest black actors on television come together to make a big-time Hollywood movie. People will lose their minds. Come on, Big Willie, don't miss the boat. Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer had originally slated John Lovitz and Dana Carvey to star in Bad Boys. Yes, I know, that would have been a very different movie. But as things go in Hollywood, the deal fell apart, and Martin took control of the screenplay. Nobody was 100% certain about me, not the studio, not the producers, nobody, in fact, but Martin. He got to the point where he was telling people he wouldn't make it without me. I started off looking at him as my competition, and he turned out to be one of the greatest friends and allies I've ever had in Hollywood. Uncertainties were quelled, deals were hammered out, and we found ourselves at the table red for Bad Boys. The director was a first-timer. He had never directed a feature-length film before. He had, however, done an award-winning music video for Meat Loaf. On a $50,000 budget, he managed to shoot a plane crash, with no special effects. He just crashed an airplane and shot it. In a pop video. His visual boldness, cinematic ingenuity, and fiscal wizardry made Michael Bay the unanimous choice. The table red began. Everyone could feel the potential powder keg of creative possibilities, but there was no spark in the screenplay. The words that may have been perfect for Dana Carvey and John Lovitz rang clunky, forced, and unrealistic for Martin and me. The table red ended, and Don Simpson ceremoniously rolled up his screenplay, walked over to the trash can, slam-dunked the script, and announced to cast, crew, studio, and director, well, we're not shooting a fucking word of that bullshit. And with that, he walked out. You might think that a big-time Hollywood producer slinging a screenplay into the trash, 3 weeks before shooting, might be unsettling for 2 young actors and a director who'd never made a movie. But exactly the opposite occurred. Michael was used to making music videos, he was comfortable behind the 8 ball. He never had enough money, he never had enough time, and he always had to improvise. Martin and I were from the world of television, we were used to making up everything we said anyway. We were used to getting pages 5 minutes before a scene, we were used to scrambling and ad-libbing and trying to catch lightning in a bottle. In a way, Don Simpson throwing out the screenplay set us free. It was both a challenge and an invitation. We all combined our collective resources. Don and Jerry grabbed seasoned writers from their Hollywood network, Martin and I pulled in the top dogs from our TV and stand-up teams, Michael Bay secured a nimble crew that knew how to run and gun. We would shoot during the day and then work together every night to create the next day's work. Martin and I had so much chemistry that Michael eventually stopped concerning himself with the specifics of the dialogue. After a while, he simply trusted that Martin and I would show up with something great. One day, on set, everyone was sitting around waiting while Martin and I were taking a long time to figure out exactly what we wanted to say in a scene. Michael yelled, "I don't give a fuck what you say, just say it in my shot." The entire shoot of Bad Boys was exhilarating and educational in a somewhat hectic, by-the-seat-of-our-pants kind of way. There was no time for paralysis through analysis, we had to figure it out, shoot it, and move on. One day, Michael Bay and I had one of our biggest disputes. This was the first time I had ever worked out. I had put on 12 pounds, and for the first time in my life, I had muscles. There's a famous scene where my character chases a car on foot over a bridge. Michael was demanding that I do the scene with no shirt. "Mike, come on man, that's corny," I said. "Corny? Are you crazy? It's Miami, dude, you're a badass cop. Take your fucking shirt off." I wasn't yet secure with my new body. The thought of standing around all day with no shirt on intimidated me. Mike, I hate when I see that in movies," I said. The dude just all greased up, pretending like it's natural to be in an abandoned church with shafts of light, and doves and shit, and no shirt on. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong," Michael yelled. "No shirt, dude. Just take it off. Trust me and do what I say. I'm trying to make you a superhero. It's not that big a deal. Just let me do a tight t-shirt," I said. "We've seen that the whole movie. This is your breakout." We ultimately landed on a compromise. I would wear a shirt, but it had to be unbuttoned. I felt like I wasn't completely naked and vulnerable, and Michael knew that the shirt would billow like a cape when I ran. The scene was set. What I hadn't told anyone was that I had secretly been training with the UCLA track coach. For my whole childhood, I had hated how actors ran in movies. Other than Carl Weathers on the beach with Sly in Rocky III, I cannot name a single scene from a film where I thought that an actor looked badass running. And I promised myself that the first time I ran on camera, I was going to look like Carl Lewis. I had trained high knees, high elbows, for 4 months. I was ready. We set for the first pass. Michael yelled, "Action." A Bronco storms across the Miami footbridge, and in the distance Mike Lowry, full stride, looking like an Olympic sprinter, comes into frame. 200-yard sprint, top speed, elbows back, knees up, gun in hand, shirt billowing out behind. Cut. Michael Bay charges across the street, grinning like a 12-year-old boy who just found his father's Playboy stash. I'm winded, I'd given it all I had, hands on my knees, hunched over catching my breath. As Michael approaches, I slowly stand up. "How'd it look?" I asked. He smacks me on my bare chest, and screams at the top of his lungs, "I just made you a fucking movie star." My divorce process was long, silly, and unnecessarily tedious. I did not take Quincy Jones's advice. I haggled over every dime, decision, and determination. It's amazing how quickly and grotesquely love dissolves into litigation. But after 4 grueling months, the final papers were prepared for signature. Sherry and I hadn't spoken much during this time. So, when she requested a conversation, I was actually a little surprised. "I've been seeing a therapist for the past few months," Sherry said. "I was trying to figure out how to make all of this less painful for all of us. And I've been taking a really honest look at myself." I said, waiting for the shoe to drop. I realized that I didn't do everything I could have done to make this work. Neither of us did. I know we have our divorce papers, but we also have a son. And I think we owe it to him to do everything in our power to keep our family together. I couldn't believe it. What am I supposed to do with that? Jada and I are in love. But if there's a chance to preserve my family, how could I say no? I told Sherry I needed some time to process. I immediately called Jada. I told her everything. She didn't say a word. I could tell she was crying. The restraining of her sniffles and tears made them all the more agonizing to hear. She steadied her breath, collecting herself, she cleared her throat. And then she spoke. Sherry is right. When you have a child with someone, it is your responsibility to do everything you can to create a loving home for them. I grew up without both of my parents. I love you. And I am devastated. But I will never do that to Trey. You and Sherry need to figure it out. I was overwhelmed by Jada's selflessness. The willingness to put her own needs aside to do what she felt was right. Through tears and a breaking heart, she found resolve in loving kindness. I picked up a pen, and I signed my divorce papers. 14. Boom. Me and Jada were knocked out. The previous 2 weeks had been the biggest grind of my professional career. 16-hour days, no weekends off, 15 straight days. I was exhausted. It was 3 a.m. when the phone rang. Those middle-of-the-night calls always suck, somebody's either in jail, the hospital, or worse. Yo? I said, in a groggy, raspy, hopeful whisper. Man. You see them numbers? The voice bellowed as if it were noon on a football field. Huh? Hey, Dad. What? I said, did you see these goddamn numbers? Deja reiterated. Independence Day had just opened. It was 6 a.m. in Philly, and the film had broken every conceivable box office record. It was world news. Dad. It's only 3 a.m. out here. I said, did you see these goddamn numbers? He seemed pretty hellbent on getting his question answered. Nah, Dad, I haven't seen them yet. JL will. Remember I told you. There's no such thing as luck. That you are the creator of your own destiny. Remember I told you that? Yeah, Dad, I remember. But can we? Remember I told you? That there was no such thing as luck. Only what you make. Remember I told you that? Of course, Dad, you would say that all the time, but... Remember I told you, there's no such thing as luck? Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Remember I told you that? Yes, Dad, absolutely. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. You the luckiest motherfucker I ever met in my life. This was one of the greatest laughs Dejo and I ever shared, waves of raucous laughter settling back to giggles and then, with no words, and no warning, erupting again into hysteria. Years of discord, not justified, but somehow cleansed with every purifying wave. We probably laughed without speaking for 10 minutes. Though we never talked about it, Independence Day represented a significant victory for him, a validation. It put an exclamation point on some story he had been telling himself about himself. Something was finished in his mind. Not long after he sold Akrak, the work of the Ice House was done. He started calling himself the Fresh King. The next 10 years of my professional life were an absolute, unadulterated, unblemished rout of the entertainment industry. Bad Boys, Independence Day, Men in Black, Enemy of the State, Wild Wild West, Ali, Men in Black 2, Bad Boys 2, I, Robot, Shark Tale, Hitch, The Pursuit of Happiness, I Am Legend, and Hancock. Resulting in more than $8 billion in global box office. And not to be a stickler, but that number is from almost 30 years ago, when tickets were less than half the price they are today. Adjusting for inflation, you know what, that's neither here nor there. 2 Academy Award nominations, Ali and The Pursuit of Happiness. Over 30 million records sold, Men in Black, Gettin' Jiggy With It, Just the Two of Us, Miami, and Wild Wild West leading the charge. Not to mention the theme song from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which technically counts as a record. In which case, it's the biggest rap song in history. But that's neither here nor there, either. I'm getting ahead of myself. Independence Day had just come out. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was in season 6. JL had gotten us a seat at the big table. We were now represented by Ken Stovitz and Richard Lovett at the most powerful agency in Hollywood, CAA. And I had just gotten back to even with the IRS. Now, I was just broke. From this point on, I could start making some money. Bad Boys had hit movie theaters in 1995 and had been a solid success. Nothing earth-shattering, but a whole lot of earth-shaking was going on. I had grown up as the lanky, goofy kid with the big ears. But I snuck into a movie theater on opening weekend of Bad Boys, and the scene came where I run across the bridge with my shirt open. I heard a 40-something black woman purr out loud, "MMMM. Look at Will." I wanted to scream, "I'm right here, miss." It was the first time I had ever experienced a woman having a sexual reaction to my manness. Up until this point in my life, I had used comedy to attract women. And now I was being objectified. It was wonderful. All I could think was, okay, Michael Bay, you were right, I was wrong. Thank you. From that point forward, directors had to argue with me to keep my shirt on. We were preparing to go into our 6th season of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and I had just signed on to shoot Independence Day over the summer of 1995. The 6th season was our final contracted season. The question arose, would I do a 7th? The ratings of The Fresh Prince had fallen slightly but progressively. The storylines were becoming increasingly hokey, and it was difficult to maintain the freshness. But we were all making more money than we'd ever made in any previous season. There is an episode of Happy Days in which Fonzie literally jumped over a shark on water skis dressed in his signature leather jacket. In the world of sitcom TV, jumping the shark is now used metaphorically to signal the beginning of the end, the moment after which a television show has passed its prime. Whatever made the show special is now increasingly hard to capture. The problem is you don't know it at the time, you always feel that you can rekindle the magic. Anyone who has ever been on a sitcom can tell you the episode in which their show jumped the shark. Ours was Season 5, Episode 15, Bullets Over Bel-Air, the one in which I got shot and Carlton started carrying a gun. I had successfully fulfilled a promise to myself that I would never get caught in a cycle of deterioration without having the next thing on tap. The show could easily sustain another season. This was my family, I loved them. But a movie career was now a viable option. I was at a crossroads. John Amos, the legendary actor who played James Evans on the iconic 1970s hit sitcom Good Times, co-starred in 3 episodes of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. His character on Good Times was famously and brutally killed off because of a contract dispute. The show was ultimately cancelled mid-season, no final episode, no goodbyes, no beautiful montage of memorable moments, just over. John Amos had heard the rumblings of my consideration of a 7th season. One day between rehearsals, he took me for a walk in the parking lot. "This is one of the most beautiful sets I've ever worked on," John said. "I can feel that you all really love each other." "Yes, sir," I said. "We've all fallen into our character roles in real life. I may be overstepping my bounds a bit here," John went on. "But none of these execs, or producers, or business people, give a shit about your family. Do not let them fuck off all of your hard work and passion. It is your responsibility to make sure these people get to leave this show with some dignity." I had remembered even as a child being jarred by James Evans's death on Good Times. As a kid, I wouldn't have used the word dignity, but in retrospect there was a sense of disrespect that my heart sensed. As a fan, I felt insulted and abused by the narrative. John's character was unceremoniously killed off, and almost 20 years later the man himself spoke the word that fit the hole in my heart. The whole shit was undignified. I even sensed John's pain, that maybe he had failed his TV family. The next week, I gathered my cast together. I told everyone that Season 6 would be our final season and that they should take the year to make whatever plans or preparations they felt necessary. I promised them that we would go out with style and grace. The final episode of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air aired on May 20, 1996, a 1-hour finale. The week of shooting had been the most emotional week of my professional life. We laughed, we cried, we reminisced, we loved on each other. And we said goodbye. I sent my television family off with dignity. Meanwhile, in my real-life family, I had to pay my own child support, not to my ex-wife for my child. That would be normal, and right. I had to pay my child support, to my own mother, for myself. Plus, interest and penalties. Exactly. Let me explain. Harry had graduated from Hampton University with an accounting degree and had been in charge of all family investments. He was now taking the family into real estate, and his first official venture was to help Mom secure the home of her dreams. They found an old farmhouse in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. Mom was head over heels, so on Christmas morning 1997, we surprised her with the keys. In the move from Woodcrest, sifting through ancient boxes, Mom had found her and Dadio's unexecuted divorce papers. Almost 20 years earlier, they had gone through the whole divorce process, but for whatever reason they never got around to signing the final documents. Mom didn't realize that technically, she wasn't actually divorced. So, she signed her divorce papers and filed them. I'm on set shooting Wild Wild West when I get an urgent call from Dadio, demanding a mandatory and immediate family meeting, minus Mom. Still dressed in chaps and spurs, I joined Harry and Ellen on the call. Did any of y'all talk to your mother? Dadio says. We talk to her all the time. Is there something specific? I said. She sent over these divorce papers, Dadio said, and I want to know what y'all think I should do with them. Just for a little context, our parents had been separated for 20 years. And they have barely exchanged 3 words in the last decade. And 2 of the words are unprintable. Dadio had even started a new family. I had a beautiful new sister named Ashley. So, as his loving children, we find ourselves legitimately confused. And as his loving children, we have roles we tend to play. Ellen never has time for his foolishness. Harry wants to go head-to-head and challenge every syllable he utters. And I try to be the peacemaker. Therefore, as a rule, I tend to talk first. Well, what exactly do you mean, Dad? I say, gently and lovingly, recognizing there's something going on that I don't understand. This causes my father to repeat slightly louder, and more aggressively, as if tone and tenor were the basis of my misunderstanding. Your mother sent over these divorce papers, and I said I want to know what y'all think I should do with them. Immediately, there is a break in the sibling ranks. Ellen says, I don't have time for this, I'll talk to y'all later. We're losing numbers rapidly. We're suffering casualties, I need to resolve this quickly. Well, Dad, we heard you, it's just that you and Mommy have barely spoken in 20 years. So, I'm asking y'all what you think I should do with these divorce papers. Now, Harry's heard enough and blurts out indignantly, sign the M? Oh, just sign M, just like that? Frankly, Dadio's starting to lose me. Dad, I don't understand the question. You and Mommy's relationship, oh, so you think I should just sign M, too? Dadio said. Well, yes? I said. And throw it all away, just like that? To this day, I have no idea what Dadio was thinking. Maybe there was some bizarre finality in the signature that was too much to bear, maybe it was why he never signed them in the first place. But the first domino had been tipped. Mom's filing of the divorce papers triggered the full weight of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Dadio had taken care of us, but he had never officially paid child support, a fact that came to light upon the basic review of the paperwork. Mom was informed that with interest and penalties, Dadio owed her close to $140,000. And she wanted every single dime of her money. Under Pennsylvania law, if he refused, or couldn't afford to pay, he could be arrested, jailed, and have his assets seized by the sheriff. Mom, I pleaded, don't be like that. No, he owes me money, and I want it. Mom, he doesn't have $140,000. Well, that sounds like a personal problem to me, she said. Come on, Mom, you're in your new house, everything's good. Let's just make this go easy. Oh, this'll go real easy. He's gonna give me my money, or he's going to jail. Mom wouldn't budge. Too many years of Dadio's crap. And don't you help him out with nothing, Will. She said, pointing at me like Salai from The Color Purple. Let him figure out how he's gonna pay me my money. I was stuck. Dajo didn't have $140,000, and Mom was unwilling to make any concession whatsoever. And there was no version of me letting my father go to jail. So, in an underhanded, Ponzi-style, backdoor deal, I transferred $140,000 into Dajo's account. He immediately cut a check to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the full amount, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania made Mom whole on back child support. This made me the first person in the history of Pennsylvania to pay their own damn child support. Note, when Mom found out that I had paid Dajo's debt, she was pissed. And immediately wrote me a check for $140,000, making her the first person in the history of Pennsylvania to pay her own child back the back child support that they had paid for themselves. We should tell this story during Black History Month. Planet Hollywood was launching in Sydney, Australia, in May 1996. It was a themed restaurant that celebrated the history of Tinseltown. 3 of the founding members of the project were 3 of the biggest movie stars in the world, the 3 wise men, the Hollywood Magi, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, and Bruce Willis. I was invited to attend the grand opening. I cancelled everything and cleared my schedule for the opportunity to be in the same room with the 3 masters who could absolutely show me the road. The opening of the restaurant was as big as any movie premiere. Red carpets, searchlights, a massive press line, fans screaming and jockeying for autographs. I made my way into a green room set up in the rear of the restaurant. And there they were, all 3 of them, together, Arnold, Sly, Bruce. I channeled my inner Charlie Mack and interrupted their conversation. "Hey, guys. Congrats on everything with the restaurant." They politely acknowledged my youthful enthusiasm with a subtle hint of, you don't interrupt the 3 biggest movie stars in the world when you've only done 1 film and a TV show. Undeterred, I kept going, "Quick question, I wanna do what y'all are doing. I want to be the biggest movie star in the world. And if there was ever an iconic trio who knew, I know it's y'all." They all chuckled. I guess the audacity of the question qualified me for an honest answer. They all looked at one another, and in some secret, non-verbal, biggest movie star in the world language, they decided that it would be Arnold who answered me. Imagine the following in the Arnold voice. "You are not a movie star if your movies are only successful in America. You are not a movie star until every person in every country on earth knows who you are. You have to travel the globe, shake every hand, kiss every baby. Think of yourself as a politician running for biggest movie star in the world." Bruce and Sly concurred. "Thank you, guys," I said. "I didn't mean to interrupt, y'all can go ahead back to talking." I walked away like the kid in the Mean Joe Green Coke commercial from the 80s. Mean Joe was a famous football player, and he throws the kid his jersey after the Super Bowl. Arnold had given me the key that would become my secret weapon for the next 2 decades. This made perfect sense to me. The movie companies were putting up north of $150 million to plaster the movie posters in every country in the world. I would get to piggyback on their massive financial investment. In my mind, I was never promoting a movie, I was using their $150 million to promote me. As far as I was concerned, the movie's not the product here, I am the product. I was grateful to the movie companies for their investment in my future. I started to notice how much other actors hated traveling, press, and promoting. It seemed like utter insanity to me. JL and I ran the numbers. We realized, for example, a film that might only earn $10 million in Spain could easily earn $15 to $25 million if you go to the country, do a premiere, a day of press, and a couple of fan events. It doesn't hurt if you learn a handful of phrases in the local language and say them on the news. If you multiply that across 30 global territories, actually showing up in the countries could take a $250 million box office global potential north of $500 million. As a gross participant, a portion of those extra dollars went directly into my pocket. Not to mention, I became a bigger movie star in each specific territory, meaning that the next movie company would pay me more money than any other actor, because they knew I could double or maybe even triple the bottom line through global promotions. So I would shoot The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air during the week, leave the set, go straight to the airport, fly to Europe overnight, land Saturday morning, do interviews all day, do a premiere, sign autographs all night, head straight back to the airport, hop back on the jet, memorize my lines for the next Fresh Prince episode on the flight, and land in LA just in time to go to sleep Sunday night. Then I'd wake up Monday morning and do it all over again. I had been given the holy grail of movie stardom. I scanned the field of my competition to see who else knew, who else held the secret. And Tom Cruise was the head of the pack. I started quietly monitoring all of Tom's global promotional activities. When I arrived in a country to promote my movie, I would ask the local movie executives to give me Tom's promotional schedule. And I vowed to do 2 hours more than whatever he did in every country. Unfortunately, Tom Cruise is either a cyborg, or there are 6 of him. I was receiving reports of 4.5-hour stretches on red carpets in Paris, London, Tokyo. In Berlin, Tom literally signed every single autograph until there was no one else who wanted one. Tom Cruise's global promotions were the individual best in Hollywood. How could I beat him? What do I have that he doesn't have? And it hit me. Music. I started setting up stages and doing live performances, free music concerts outside the movie premiere for the fans who couldn't get in to see the film. We once had 10,000 people fill the streets in Piccadilly Circus, London. It was so wild that the police had to ultimately shut it down. Same in Berlin, Red Square in Moscow was the biggest ever Hollywood premiere up until that point. Tom couldn't do that, neither could Arnold, Bruce, or Sly. I'd found my way out of the entertainment news segment and into headline news. And once your movie moves from entertainment to news, it's no longer a movie, it's a cultural phenomenon. The special effects in Independence Day were beyond anything anyone had seen up until that time. The promotions for the film simply showed an alien ship hovering over the White House and blowing it up in a single laser strike. People lost their damn minds. Independence Day earned $306 million in the United States. The movie company was happy and had broken even. But then the global promotions kicked in. $72 million in Germany, $58 million in the UK, $40 million in France, $23 million in Italy, and $93 million in Japan alone. Within a month, it was the second highest grossing film of all time, topping out at $817 million, an unheard of number at the time, and all on a $75 million budget. We had found the formula. Independence Day had special effects, creatures, and a love story, and when we added our global promotional sledgehammer, 2 words, scorched earth. I had gone from being poor to rich to broke with no acting experience, to starring in the highest grossing film in the world. And I was only 27 years old. I felt invincible, but I had felt that before. I knew what it was like to have the wind at my back. But this time, my foot was on the gas, and I wasn't letting up until the wheels fell off. Full beast mode. It is very difficult to tell this next story without either cloaking its graphic nature in euphemism and innuendo, and thereby diluting its potency, or being so explicit as to offend the delicate reader and fuck up my book sales. But this is such a pivotal and astonishing experience in my life and my relationship with Jada that I feel impelled to roll my literary dice. We were in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. It was one of our favorite hideaways. We had rented a beautiful hacienda in the hills. Jada and I had spent a raucous evening in the company of our dear friend, Jose Cuervo. That's a euphemism. Jada was on top of me as the sweet crescendo simultaneously crept upon us. Innuendo. I'm crescendoing, she said. I'm crescendoing. I'm crescendoing, too, I said. And as the majestic movement reached its culmination, a shock wave shudders through Jada's body. And then panic, a look of abject terror washed over her face. I'm pregnant, she said. What? At first, I thought she was joking, so I began to snicker. Oh no, oh no, oh no, this can't happen. This can't happen, she said, rocking back and forth, with 2 fistfuls of her own hair. Now, I'm cracking up. It's not funny, Will. It felt like a lock on a vault, one of those big wheels that spins and bolts into place. I felt it. I'm telling you, I'm pregnant. Babe, I'm no fertility expert, I said, choking back laughter, but I'm pretty sure they are not even finished swimming yet. I think scientifically you can't be pregnant. I know my body, Will, she snapped. I'm pregnant. Then she rolled over and burst into tears. I couldn't figure out what the hell was happening. But she was serious and genuinely scared. I wanted to be helpful, so I rubbed her back and said, Babe, just stand up and jump up and down. Will. Stop it. What are we gonna do? I felt like this was now going too far and she needed tough love. Jada, stop tripping, I said sternly. I understand that you're experiencing something right now. But you are not pregnant. It doesn't happen that fast. It's impossible. Jaden Christopher Sire Smith was born on July 8, 1998, pretty much 9 months to the day in our family. We affectionately refer to his conception as the miracle. But the road to his birth was a rocky one. Jada didn't believe in conventional marriage, and despised the traditional ceremony. She also had questions about the viability of monogamy as a framework for successful long-term relationships. Jada had dreamed about a simple, alternative ceremony. She saw herself on a mountaintop in a white dress, just she and I. No preacher, no family, no witnesses, just us and God. She had studied the evolution of marriage law from slavery through Reconstruction, and this had given her a serious aversion to the idea that she had to ask the government for permission to pledge her life to her beloved. Jada wanted to look into my eyes, devote her undying love before God, and then get on with the difficult business of building a life together. Jada had no illusion that love and family would be an easy endeavor. This was another reason she hated traditional wedding ceremonies. She thought that the fluffiness and the pageantry of a classic wedding ceremony was flawed symbolism and gave a false sense of the true gravity of the undertaking. She would say, a real wedding ceremony should be a marathon. We should have to run an actual marathon together. And if we're both still there at the finish line, then we've earned the right to get married. You gotta know that that person is a survivor. While I understood her point, I would always think to myself, that's some real unromantic shit right there. Would we have them shiny tinfoil blankets awkwardly slung over our shoulders to prevent hypothermia, and crap running down the back of our legs? I did not say this out loud. I got an emergency call from Jada's mother, Gammy. She was near tears. Will, you and Jada have to get married, Gammy pleaded. I hear all this newfangled foolishness y'all are talking about, but you have to have a wedding. Like regular people. Like normal people, with an aisle, a pastor, and some cake. Gam, I'm with you, I said. I already gave her a ring. And you think I want to tell Gigi I'm having a baby and I'm not getting married? Will, this is my only child, Gammy said. Please convince her to have a wedding. I want to see y'all get married. The family wants to be there to support you. I hear you, Gam. Have you told Jada how you feel? Yes, I have, Gam said, but she is not trying to hear it. All right, I got you, Gam. We'll figure it out. Jada held her ground as long as she could, but pretty soon, the wedding pressure became too much. She was in her second trimester, she was tired and uncomfortable, and didn't want to argue. She also couldn't bear the thought of breaking her mother's heart, and deep down inside, even though I wasn't saying it, she knew I wanted a wedding, too. So she agreed to have a traditional ceremony in Baltimore on New Year's Eve under one condition: Gammy had to handle everything. Jada agreed to show up, walk down the aisle, eat some cake, yell Happy New Year, and be out. Gam was ecstatic. To this day, Jada refers to our ceremony as Gammy's wedding. It was beautiful. It took place in a historic castle just outside the city. It was a very small ceremony, not as small as Jada would have preferred, about 100 friends and family. There was a pastor, and it was government-sanctioned. And while the event itself was joyful and heartwarming, this would be the first of many compromises Jada would make over the years that painfully negated her own values. She had boarded the Will train, and there was no way off. Not all forms of fame are created equal. Music famous is fast, current, and immediate. It's quick-burning, and hard to sustain. But when you touch someone's heart with music, it's forever. Once one of your songs fuses with an experience in somebody's life, there's damn near nothing that could break that bond. And when you make party music, your fame becomes synonymous with fun, you become the center of the party. That's probably why popular musicians are often associated with sex, drugs, and alcohol. If you're having sex, drugs, or alcohol, you probably want some music to go along with it. Television famous is a little different. When you're on TV, people are used to you being in their living room or their bedroom or their kitchen. They are used to watching you in their underwear, they think of you as a friend. When you're music famous, people will scream and cheer, but they are used to being kept at a distance. If Beyoncé or Kanye doesn't sign your autograph, you are like, well, of course not, they are Beyoncé and Kanye. But when you're TV famous, people expect you to honor that friendship. TV fans are much more insulted by being denied access. But movie famous is a whole different beast. There is something about the 40-foot silver screen that exalts those projected upon it. Movie famous borders on worship, and not always in a good way. Crowds literally part when you're movie famous. Other times, they can flood and nearly drown you. There's a reverence when you're a movie star. When I was music famous, fans called me Fresh Prince. When I was TV famous, people yelled out, "Hey, Will." But the Monday morning after Independence Day opened to record-breaking box office receipts was the first time anyone ever referred to me as Mr. Smith. Movie stardom also had effects on my relationships. When I was music famous, my family and friends saw it as cool and fun. When I was TV famous, there was a subtle distance growing between us, but Friday nights at the Fresh Prince felt so family-oriented that we would reconnect and feel as bonded as we always had. But when I became movie famous, something fundamental changed. Some friends and family I had known my whole life shifted into one of two camps, either so respectful and deferential that it felt like we were strangers, I couldn't find my loved one within their new behavior. Or, in the second camp, they became disrespectful to try to show me that I'm not no damn movie star round here. "I've got another one," JL said. I was recording in New York. JL interrupted a studio session. He never does that. "I really like it," he said. "It has all the ingredients, great script, great director, Steven Spielberg producing. But there's one major issue. I don't want to poison your read. Just read it and call me right after." The script was for another sci-fi film. It was about a secret bureau that licenses, monitors, and polices alien activity on the planet Earth. The director, Barry Sonnenfeld, had asked for me by name. It wasn't an audition, it was an offer. I read the script that night. Everything about it sounded great. Comedy. Creatures. Space. But I had JL's same concern, back-to-back alien movies. I was worried that the film would be too similar to Independence Day. And then, because Independence Day had been such a gigantic hit, it felt like going back to the same alien well could only set us up to look smaller and less successful. It seemed to me that at best, this would be a lateral move. Bad Boys was a buddy cop movie, Independence Day was an alien movie, and this new script was a buddy cop alien movie. I told JL I wasn't feeling it. We thought about it over the weekend, and on Monday we passed. "Steven Spielberg is on the phone for you, Will." I was in New York City recording with a studio full of hard rocks and hip-hop heads. My ego could not have been more on swole than in that moment. "Oh. Steve is not calling for any of y'all?" I said. I dipped out to take the call, and in the 10 yards from the studio to the phone, I got real and swole, real fast. "Hello, Mr. Spielberg, sir," I said, in a least swole tone of voice I could muster. I had just turned down his movie, I would hate to have burned this bridge. "Hey, Will, call me Steven. How are you? "I'm great, Mr. Spielberg, sir, thank you so much for asking." "Better yet, where are you?" "New York," I said. "Okay, perfect," he said. "Then we can do this in person." "Oh. Do what?" "Well, you turned my movie down and I'd like to talk to you about that," he said good-naturedly. We shared a laugh. The tone of his chuckle registered to me as, "Fool, you know I made Jaws, right?" "Well, no, it wasn't like that, you know," I said, saying absolutely nothing. "I just want to show you some images and talk about it. Barry and I are neighbors. Can you come to the Hamptons?" Sure. When's best? How about today? What is it with these guys and the right now, today, no paralysis through analysis shit? You can chop her up. You'll be here in an hour, you'll be back in 3. How's that sound? I've been to this dance before. Yes, sir, Mr. Spielberg, sir. Yes, that works for me, I said. Less than an hour later I landed at Steven Spielberg's Hamptons estate. There he was, dressed casually in jeans and an old t-shirt, looking like he didn't realize he was Steven Spielberg. His house was a Cape Cod-style cinematic temple, original posters of classic films, pictures of him with Hollywood greats, an office with the actual model of E.T. used in the film, concept drawings of the mechanized shark from Jaws. Everywhere I looked, I saw film greatness, but I was struck by Steven's complete absence of flexing. Here he was, Steven Spielberg, director of 4 of the top 10 films of all time, but what stood out above all was his childlike joy for cinema. He was anxious and excited to show me the vision for Men in Black. We sat down in his office. He served homemade carbonated lemonade. I wasn't sure I'd ever had carbonated lemonade before, I was damn sure I'd never had homemade carbonated lemonade before. It was so good it caught me off guard. "So, why don't you want to be in my Alien movie?" "Well, it's not that I don't want to be in it. I mean, I love the script. And I was really, really flattered that you thought of me." He could feel my hesitancy. "Just tell me what the problem is. Let's see if we can fix it." I laid out all of my thoughts and concerns about Bad Boys and Independence Day and similarities and repetitiveness and my fear around getting pigeonholed into being the alien guy. He listened intently. In retrospect, I recognize his skill set as that of a master director. He spends his life listening to actors, cinematographers, writers, studio executives, producers, determining the problem, and finding a solution to synthesize everyone's brilliance into a single creation. He took a long pause, deeply pondering my reservations. Finally, he spoke. "Okay, Will, I understand. Completely. Thank God. Okay, I'm so glad because, you know, I have so much respect for you," I said. "This whole decision is making my brain hurt." We share a laugh. "Then don't use your brain for this decision. Use mine." He said it jokingly, but it rang like the Liberty Bell in my mind that time it cracked. Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Jaws, The Color Purple, Schindler's List, Saving Private Ryan, and E.T. It dawned on me that if one of us had to make the decision of whether or not I made this film, who should it be? We spent the rest of the afternoon together. I met the director, Barry Sonnenfeld. We drove around the Hamptons, we went to their kids' school. I went full fanboy on Spielberg. We talked about his process, choosing concepts, developing screenplays, his opinions about story and character and what makes a hit movie and the differences between actors and movie stars. Barry is quite possibly the silliest man on the face of the earth. His sense of humor is as sharp and layered as anyone I've ever known. We are polar opposites, yet our comedic harmony was perfectly calibrated instantly. We cracked each other up. I loved how he saw me. They gave me a list of movies to watch and things to read and turned me on to what would become the central conceptual framework for how I chose and made movies for the rest of my career, Joseph Campbell's theory of the monomyth, the hero's journey as laid out in The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Published in 1949, The Hero with a Thousand Faces became my second literary love affair. It would not be an overstatement to say that I bet my entire movie career on this book. Joseph Campbell's work reveals a hidden story structure embedded in global mythology, folk tales, and classic storytelling. This pattern, this narrative template, has appeared across all cultures and across all time. Campbell theorized that the reason these ideas, archetypes, patterns, and themes are so universally embedded in our stories is because they are universally embedded in the human experience. The human mind is a storytelling machine. The creation of narrative is hardwired into us. What we call memory and imagination are essentially just stories that we program into our minds as a survival mechanism to protect ourselves and to help us thrive. We are what Jonathan Gottschall called storytelling animals. Our minds abhor abstraction. From the beginning of time, humans have used character and story to make sense of the mystery of life. We need our lives to mean something. It is a kind of mental illness if we cannot shape our experiences into a story that gives our existence a sense of purpose. Campbell laid out 17 stages that encompass what he called the monomyth, or the hero's journey. Christopher Vogler, in his landmark interpretation of Joseph Campbell's work, The Writer's Journey, refined the stages to 12. Chris's book has become a Hollywood standard and a classic screenwriting textbook throughout the world. The fundamental narrative pattern of the hero's journey is as follows: a hero receives a call to adventure. Something happens in his life that forces him to embark upon a journey that takes him into a world of danger and wonder. He faces a series of challenges, tests, and trials. He encounters allies and enemies, maybe even falls in love, all culminating in a supreme ordeal. And if he proves himself wise enough, and strong enough, to overcome his internal wounds, traumas, and external obstacles, and survive this near-death ordeal, he comes away with a treasure, what Campbell calls the elixir, a rare wisdom and insight. He is now empowered to return home with the boon, and do the only thing that makes a human life worth living: help others find their way. Some stories just bounce off us, we don't get it, we don't feel it, it doesn't mean anything to us. But some stories penetrate, they get past our defenses and plunge into our secret spaces, bypassing our brains and inducing physical reactions: tears, chills, laughter, gasps. They light us up, creating ecstatic pleasure, they inspire us, they make us want to strive. Great stories illuminate truth, and ultimately make us want to see the movie again and again and again. The list of Hollywood blockbusters that conform to the hero's journey paradigm is almost innumerable. Just off the top of my head: The Wizard of Oz, The Matrix, Jaws, the Star Wars films, Titanic, Braveheart, the Harry Potter series, Rocky, The Lord of the Rings, The Lion King, Finding Nemo, Forrest Gump, The Incredibles, Silence of the Lambs, Mulan, Gladiator, Aladdin, Indiana Jones, Beauty and the Beast, and Dances with Wolves. Avatar. Watch them back to back. The hero's journey became my roadmap to creating riveting characters and centering them in universally resonant stories, films that transcend language, age, race, religion, culture, nationality, education, economic status. Joseph Campbell, Christopher Vogler had codified the story elements of universal struggle, transformation, and rebirth as one's greatest self. To me, this was cinematic gold, and the key to global human wish fulfillment. The movie star represents the warrior in the life-or-death battle against the brutality of the human condition. It is the path of the caterpillar becoming a butterfly. It is the story of Christ, Buddha, Mohammed, Moses, Arjuna. It is the story of Cassius Clay becoming Muhammad Ali. It is the universal arc of transformation. It is the story of Santiago in The Alchemist. Men in Black checked all the boxes. It was a special effects movie with creatures, a bromance, a love story, and a perfect hero's journey. This would be a major test for the efficacy of the Will Smith cinematic success formula. Men in Black was slated for release on July 2, 1997. This was the same weekend that Independence Day had hit cinemas the previous year. In Hollywood, all weekends are not equal. The 4th of July was the most coveted slot of the year. It was where the studios put all of their make-or-break films. Because of the summer holiday, every day was like a Friday, meaning your box office numbers could be 200 to 300% bigger on the 4th than any other weekend. When the studios put your movie on that date, they're betting the farm on you. I decided I wanted to publicly lean into the pressure. In all of my press interviews, I began referring to the 4th of July weekend as Big Willie Weekend. They ate it up. It made headlines everywhere. In the UK, it had an added though unintended media benefit, because Willie is slang for the male reproductive organ, and big means big. It was as if I was inviting my British fans to join me for Big Dick Weekend. The release of Men in Black took on the energy of a prize fight. It was me versus the box office. I was trying to bring to the world of film openings the same anticipation that Muhammad Ali would bring to a title fight. I wanted to come to town like Barnum and Bailey, parading into countries and cities, near and far, the ringmaster galvanizing and unleashing the global circus. I wanted to orchestrate size, scope, and spectacle, the likes of which had never before been witnessed. We were teed up, and Big Willie was coming with the thunder. That wording was just for my British friends. Omar was the youngest in our crew. He'd started out as my dancer, and now that me and Jeff were performing a lot less, I had brought him in as a wardrobe consultant on Fresh Prince. Omar has a great sense of style, and he helped establish my overall fashion flavor. But he had been quietly and secretly plotting his career shot, with JL and my attention moving more and more into the direction of television and film. He wanted to be in charge of the production and management of my music career. He'd been courting the Trackmasters, up-and-coming New York-based music producers. They'd worked with Nas, LL Cool J, Foxy Brown, and they had a vision for my return to music. Omar was anxious to break out of his Little Omar status. He felt things bubbling, and he wanted his shot to contribute. Big bro, I'm telling you, Omar said, how the theme song for Fresh Prince popped off crazy. We gotta link a song to Men in Black. Trust me, fam, it'll be outta here. Everything in music is dark right now. You can counter-program the whole culture. When you're famous, everybody has an idea. Everybody has a new business, a demo, or a better way that you should be doing things. It's even more extreme with friends and family because they feel entitled, and you feel obligated. So I listened patiently to Omar's pitch. Then he played me an idea, using a sample of Patrice Rushen's Forget-Me-Nots. The demo singer comes in on the hook, here come the Men in Black. I turned to Omar with that classic musician face, bopping my head and looking like something stinks. We jumped into the studio with the Trackmasters. They modernized the drums and the orchestration, it was banjin. I wrote and recorded the lyrics to MIB, and as we listened back to the rough 2-track mix, I turned to Omar and said, I think you may have just gotten yourself a new job. Omar would later run the same play with Jaden and Justin Bieber on The Karate Kid with Never Say Never, #1 movie, #1 record. There are very few things in entertainment that are more combustible than a hit movie combined with a hit record. Think about Whitney Houston's The Bodyguard and I Will Always Love You, Prince's Purple Rain, Rocky and Eye of the Tiger, Saturday Night Fever, Footloose, Grease. You'll get it. The alchemy of the story and the soundtrack together is like a self-perpetuating tornado sucking all the cash out of the weekend. The symbiotic relationship between movie, song, and music video was a perfect promotional storm. The song works as massive radio promotion for the movie that is essentially free. The music video acts like a trailer for the movie, and the movie sends fans to buy the album and request the song and video. We were now locked and loaded. All there was left to do was to wait for the 4th of July. I mean, Big Willie weekend. 15. Inferno. The boy and his father had been unjustly imprisoned. The Greek king who jailed them was an asshole, the charges were trumped up, no bail, not even a public defender. They were looking at life. Father and son decided they were going to escape. Dad was a master craftsman, a genius inventor, he could design, build, or fix anything. And he refused to let his son rot in this stank-ass jail cell. So Dad engineered 2 sets of wings made of wax and feathers to effect their daring escape. But before their flight, the father sternly cautioned his beloved child, do not fly too close to the sun, as the wax will melt. And do not fly too low, as the feathers will get wet in the sea. But the son, Icarus, wasn't hearing none of that. He was off, over the thick stone walls, past the towers, freedom, rising into the vast blue ether. As he was getting higher and higher, he was getting higher and higher. The bliss, the intoxication, the rush of flight, pumped a torrent of adrenaline through his immature veins, the proverbial moth to the flame. The sun ever closer, the inferno scorching and blinding, but still he climbs, flying higher and higher, until his delicate wax wings start to soften and begin to melt, disintegrating and dripping back to the sea. Icarus begins to lose altitude, slowly at first, imperceptibly, then he's falling. The sea looms, the sun recedes, the disaster is upon him. Icarus burns, crashes, and then he's gone. The thing is, I was totally comfortable flying so near to the sun, it was just that everybody else around me was my wings. Will Smith Smith was named Hollywood's most bankable star in a survey of movie industry professionals. The stars were ranked on ability to attract financing for a project, box office success, appeal to different audience demographics and other factors. Smith was the only person to receive a perfect score of 10. Reuters. Smith ranks first of more than 1,400 working actors, edging out Johnny Depp, Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, Angelina Jolie, Tom Hanks, Denzel Washington, Meryl Streep, Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise, Matt Damon, when it comes to ensuring the financial success of film projects. Forbes. We can safely say now that Will Smith owns the 4th of July weekend, said Jeff Blake, president of worldwide marketing and distribution for Columbia Pictures. The New York Times. Big Willie weekend was madness. Men in Black opened to $51 million in the first 3 days in the United States alone. It was number one in more than 40 countries around the world, ultimately steamrolling to $250 million domestic and topping out at almost $600 million worldwide. The soundtrack ended up selling more than 5 million copies. To capitalize on the momentum, we followed immediately with Big Willie Style, which sold more than 12 million worldwide. It was now official, it was unanimous, I was the undisputed biggest movie star in the world. But just to be clear, this is not about me, this is not some narrative ego trip, it's not about flexing or identity inflation. This is purely for historical context, a background, a framework, all in order to give you, dear reader, greater perspective and deeper insight into just how much I was actually smashing on motherfuckers. Something changed when I saw her. I'm not even going to try to explain it. But I was never the same again. We knew we were having a girl, but I had no idea what that was going to do inside of me. I had been in varying degrees of terror and confusion for the births of my sons. Trey was born of an emergency cesarean section and was immediately rushed into the NICU. My first image of him was of an 4-tube inserted into the center of the top of his skull. When Jaden was born, Jada was in distress and my attention was fully on her, not on the delivery of my new son. My memories of both births are laced with fragmented, fearful flashes. So, this time, as a veteran of the maternity ward, free from all of those novice, new Jack parent phobias, I vowed complete and total attention. I wanted to be present and involved, every step of the way. Willow Camille Rain Smith was born on Halloween 2000. Her due date had been November 11th, which is Trey's birthday, but even in the womb, she knew she wasn't sharing no birthday with nobody. She showed up 2 weeks early, in dramatic fashion. I was the first person to hold her. She was so tiny, her whole body fit in one hand, her limbs dangling off the edges of my palm. Within 15 seconds she had her nickname, something I call her to this day, my Bean. Her beautiful emerald eyes trying to focus. She couldn't quite see me, but some part of her seemed to know I was hers. I always enjoy recounting the stories of my children's births, partly to depict the harrowing journeys to parenthood, but mainly to embarrass my kids in front of their friends. The punchline to Willow's story is, she came out, I held her, I gazed in awe at her, and then screamed at the top of my lungs, oh my God, where's his penis? Willow hates it when I tell that story, which only makes it funnier to me and makes me want to tell it all the time, in, like, books and stuff. Something strange happened in our family dynamic after Willow was born. Up until then, we had maintained a fragile equilibrium. Sherry and I had one child, and Jada and I had one child. We'd all worked very hard to cultivate a sense of a singular family. It was rough in the beginning, but Jada and Sherry agreed that Jaden and Trey must think of themselves as full brothers. Jada even refused the term stepmom. To this day, Trey refers to her as his bonus mom. When Jaden was born, we tried to make sure that Trey was involved every step of the way. We had spoken to a psychologist to help us make the transition through Jaden's birth. The psychologist suggested that we allow Trey, who was 6 at the time, to be a part of naming the new baby. She instructed us that if Trey was part of the naming process, he would think of the new child as his brother. The choosing of the name would create a sense of ownership and connection. Jada and I came home excited to involve Trey. Trey was in his room playing Mario Kart on his new Nintendo 64. He was displaying the standard catatonic stare of the video game-addicted prepubescent male. Trey. I said excitedly. Hey, Dad, Trey said, never taking his eyes off the TV. We got a surprise for you. We want you to help pick a name for your brother. Okay, the little caveman said, in a semi-comatose, unresponsive response. Trey, stop playing for a second, Jada said. Okay, he said, gimme 1 minute. Trey, this is important, I said, getting frustrated that my psychological master move was being thwarted by a 6-year-old. We need you to pick a name for your brother. Luigi. He shouted, continuing to play. Jada and I looked at each other in abject horror, both of us thinking the exact same thing. Have you ever met a nigger named Luigi? Jada jumps in. Trey, is that the only name you like? She said, in her best fake, sing-songy mother voice. Trey, apparently feeling a sense of rejection, immediately pauses the game. But you said I get to pick my brother's name. Well, yes, Trey, I say, invoking my best fake, sing-songy father voice. But we're only asking if you have another name. In case maybe he doesn't look like a Luigi. I want Luigi. It's my favorite name. Trey wailed. Okay, Jada said calmly. It's your choice. I'm going to happily choke the hell out of that lady. I'm calling her now, Will, just relax, Jada said, dialing frantically. I'm pacing around our bedroom, fuming, imagining having to introduce my new son as Luigi Smith because some damn $400 an hour shrink made up some shit about naming kids. We're gonna have to move to fucking Palermo. The psychologist apologized profusely, but she had a new solution. She instructed us to quickly buy Trey a puppy. She theorized that if Luigi is Trey's favorite name, he won't want to wait until his brother is born to use it, he'll want to name the puppy Luigi. Then, we'll be able to ask him for another name for his brother, this time being careful to lead the witness a little more effectively. We immediately rushed out and purchased a beautiful, fluffy, grey Lhasa Apso. Trey, we got another surprise for you. I said. Whoa. Trey cheered, running over to hug his new puppy. What do you want to name him? Jada stage whispers, verbally tiptoeing back into the Afro-Italian minefield. And sure enough, Trey yells, Luigi. Jada had successfully completed phase 1. Now, I was up. But wait, Trey, your brother can't have the same name as the puppy, I said. Jada snaps around on me, uncomfortable with the open-endedness of my promptings. I want to name the puppy Luigi. Trey said emphatically. Phase 2, nailed. Now, for the third, and most critical phase. So, you'll have to pick another name for your brother, I said. I have an idea, we'll all pick a name. I'll pick one, Jada will pick one, and you'll pick one. And we'll give your brother all 3 names. Trey had just made a new friend at school named Christopher. So, by the grace of a benevolent creator, Trey yells out, Christopher. I want to name my new brother Christopher. Yes! Jada shouts, damn near fist pumping. In the end, I picked Jaden, Trey picked Christopher, and Jada picked Sire, Jaden Christopher Sire Smith. For the historical record, JL refused to call Jaden anything but Luigi until Jaden's 15th birthday. Willow's birth had tipped the scales of our precariously balanced blended family, and suddenly, for the first time, from within and from without, there was a sense of my new family and my old family. In the press, when people would refer to Will Smith's family, they would oftentimes use pictures of only myself, Jada, Jaden, and Willow, leaving out Sherry and Trey. The media preferred the symmetry and conventionality of the nuclear grouping. As the heat of my global fame came to a boil, so did the cauldron of public scrutiny. My family's already fragile wax wings began to soften. Sherry and Trey started to retreat from the spotlight, but the spotlight was where I lived. I took their withdrawal personally. What do you mean you don't want to go to the premiere of my movie? My family has to walk the red carpet with me. That's how we eat. I want our son to have a normal life, Sherry said one day. I want him to go to school, I want him to go to church, I want him to have regular friends. That's not his life. I said. That's not your life, Will, it can absolutely be Trey's life. That's why he has a mother and a father. I don't want him bouncing around from city to city, set to set, with no stability. My son has to be with me, I said. I'm the man you had a baby with. So, I'm the father that your son has. In order for me to parent, he has to have the freedom to move when I move. What about school, Will? Sherry said. Tatiana had a tutor on the set of The Fresh Prince and got accepted to Harvard. Of course he needs to be educated, but school is not the only place that kids get educated. Will, I've seen you on set, Sherry said. You're not even going to be paying attention to him. He's gonna be left with whatever tutor or nanny you hire. Some people do make movies in LA, you know. Did you ever think about maybe staying in LA and raising your son? The emotional wall I keep crashing into while writing this book is that today, I know the right answers to many of these questions. But in the confusion of yesterday, I created so many unnecessary messes. Did you ever think about maybe staying in LA and raising your son? Here's what I should have said. First of all, I love you. I realize that this is not the life either of us envisioned, but this is where we are. I know it's scary. But I am devoted to you and to Trey with all of my being for the rest of my life. Now, in order to secure resources for our family, I have to be mobile, and I have to be global. But I hear you and I understand your concerns. It's scary to go against prevailing wisdom. I know that I'm asking you to come with me down an uncharted, dangerous, rocky-ass road. It's terrifying to not send your kids to traditional schools, or to not know what city they're going to be in month to month. Now, I'm not saying I have all the answers right now, but I promise you, if you ride with me, and support me on this journey, I will die before I allow our family to not flourish. Now, here's what I actually said. Sure, then we'll just sell everything and live on whatever you can earn. Hey, man, if you say you heard it from me, I will deny it, Harry said under his breath. I showed the property to Jada, and she said it was too big. But I've known you my whole life, and you've only ever talked about South Fork. I found it. Harry, as head of our family real estate office, had been charged with finding my South Fork. Even as a child, he knew of my obsession with Dallas and my fantasy of having a property with a name. He had found a 256-acre ranch, 45 minutes northwest of Los Angeles. Jada asked me not to show it to you, Harry said. So, out of respect for her, I can't. But here's the address. It's everything you ever dreamed about. Harry's like JL, there's no source on his descriptions. If he said it was everything I'd ever dreamed about, that meant sneak away to see it today. There were 5 existing houses on the property, a beautiful lake, horse stables, hiking trails, extensive chaparral flora and fauna. A gorgeous doe walked up to the front door on my first tour. I took it as a sign. I loved it. I had the perfect wife, 3 beautiful children, and I was the undisputed biggest movie star in the world. The final triumphant brushstroke on my lifelong dreamscape would be her lake, a house with a name. Jada loved horses. I was shaking with anticipation. I could see her, just like Sue Ellen, coming to breakfast on a stallion. This purchase would serve as the physical manifestation of my love for Jada. This land would nurture the seeds of our hopes and shelter our flowering aspirations. As soon as I saw the lake on the property, I knew it was for her, her lake. I considered the Spanish translation, Su Lago, but ultimately remembered that I was from Philly and she was from Bmore. Jada didn't want the property. All she could see were the 50 people it would take to manage, upkeep, secure, and operate 256 acres, horses, 5 buildings, and a bunch of bold-ass deer continually ringing your doorbell. On top of all that, she knew that I would be away 6 months of every year working, saddling her with the full responsibility of her lake. She hated the whole idea. I had just visited India for the first time. Harry and I had stood in front of the Taj Mahal and marveled, not only at its aesthetic detail and beauty but also at the loving intention behind its construction. Many people don't realize this, but the Taj Mahal is a single mausoleum, designed, constructed, and maintained for one woman, Mumtaz Mahal, the favorite wife of Emperor Shah Jahan. The emperor was so distressed by the death of his beloved that he commissioned the construction of the Taj Mahal. He preserved her body for the more than 20 years it took to build. From 1632 to 1653, he spent 32 million rupees, nearly $1 billion in today's currency, and employed 20,000 of the world's greatest artisans, imported Italian marble, which was not an easy thing to do in 17th century India, and not to mention that India had its own Makrana marble he could have been using, all to create a private tomb worthy of his lost love. I related to Emperor Shah Jahan. I wanted anything I was involved with to stand the test of time. I wanted everything around me to be the grandest and most magnificent that anyone had ever seen. Powered by burning passion, my creative impulses would forge the finest expression of anything I touched: movies, music, family, children, businesses, marriage. I was inspired and consumed by the dream of the Smith family. And her lake was an imperative. "Will, I don't like it," Jada said. "I don't want it. It's too big, it's too expensive. And you're not gonna be here. It's too many people, it's too much space, it's too much noise." "No. Babe, I promise you," I said, "you're not seeing what I'm seeing. You're looking at it as it is right now. You can't see what's in my head. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't like it, I don't want it." This was Jada's second great compromise, the next stop on the ever-accelerating will train. Hindsight? 2020. To all of my young male readers, no means no. Nothing good comes from spending your hard-earned money on a family home that your wife doesn't want. You are putting a down payment on discord, and for years you will be paying off a mortgage of misery. Or worse. One of the greatest disagreements Jada and I ever had was in a therapy session around priorities. Jada and I were both given a sheet of paper and a pen, and the exercise was to list our priorities, ordered from most important to least. Jada and I feverishly scribbled away, and after a few minutes, we were instructed to hand our sheets of paper to each other. Surprisingly, we'd both only written 4 priorities each. As I read Jada's, a look of confusion spread across my face. And as she read mine, her eyes swam with tears. In the 25 years we've been together, I've never felt her more injured than in that moment. Jada had listed her priorities as the children, Will, myself, extended family and friends. I had written me, Jada, the children, my career. The therapist reminded us that this was an opportunity to get to know each other better. He said that we should reserve our judgments of each other and remain open to the process of exploration and discovery. Then he asked which of us wanted to respond first. "Babe," I said, "I can see you're struggling with something. What was it that I wrote that's bothering you?" Jada could barely speak. "I cannot believe you put yourself above our children," she said, her voice quivering. "What do you mean?" I said, "I love our children as much as you do. I was actually surprised that you put yourself third. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's like the airlines, you have to put your mask on first before attempting to assist others. Of course I will take care of all of y'all, but by taking care of me." "This explains a lot," Jada said. "I feel like you're taking it wrong, babe." "Oh, no, I'm taking it exactly how you wrote it on this paper. Jada, all I'm saying is that if you don't go to the gym, if you don't eat right, if you don't take your mental and emotional condition as primary, you're not going to be as good a mother. You take care of your kids by taking care of yourself." I tried to recover and clarify, but her heart was shattered. She didn't even wipe the tears. I have spoken over the years to many artists, musicians, innovators, athletes, thinkers, poets, entrepreneurs, big dreamers from all walks of life, and there is a secret conversation that always seems to arise: how can we fully pursue and realize our visions while at the same time cultivating love, a thriving family, and fulfilling relationships? And here's the harsh reality for everyone who loves a dreamer: everything comes second to the dream. The attainment of my dream became an act of survival. In my darkest nights, my dream saved my life. It was my light, my food. My vision of brighter days sustained me. It was my whole purpose. I saw my hopes as the ticket to a better life, to joy, fulfillment, security, safety. I saw the realization of my dream as my only road to love and happiness. Failure equal death. My belief was, when I get to the top of this mountain, I will never be scared again. I will never be sad again. I'll never be abused or disrespected or unloved. Everything worth living for is at the top of this mountain. And there is nothing I am unwilling to leave or to lose to get there. And anyone who opposes or impedes my progress is my enemy. But here's the dichotomy: my wife was my vision, my family was my vision. My picture encompassed joy, fulfillment, and prosperity for all of us. It's my vision, but it's not selfish because I'm doing it for everyone around me. Spoiler alert, it's a little bit more complicated than a dichotomy. I never understood the term embarrassment of riches until Gettin' Jiggy With It went to number 1. It was my first number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. And so much shit was going so absolutely perfectly in my amazing life that, well, I was legitimately embarrassed. I always remember the image of Michael Jordan shrugging, palms up, after dropping his 6-3 in the first half of Game 1 of the 1992 Finals against the Portland Trail Blazers. He couldn't miss, he wasn't necessarily even a three-point shooter. And even though he was choosing the shots, he had practiced the shots, and he was taking the shots with every intention of making them, he was just as shocked as we were that they were all going in. Just for a sense of the timeline, Independence Day was July 1996, the Men in Black song was mid-June 1997, and the movie was 2 weeks later. Big Willie Style was November 1997, right after I started filming Enemy of the State. I married Jada on December 31, 1997. Gettin' Jiggy With It was released in January 1998, to a decent response. Then it labored a bit through February. That month I received my 3rd Grammy, for Men in Black, so we were sort of okay with Jiggy not being a hit. Then, the wheels of serendipity began to turn. In an episode of Seinfeld, Jerry is attempting to woo a woman who is not feeling him at all. He asks her, "What is the problem?" To which she responds, "What do you want from me, Jerry?" "I'm trying to get jiggy with you," Jerry says emphatically. Fans appreciated Seinfeld's risque redefinition of the word jiggy. That next week, Stuart Scott, on ESPN, over the countdown for NBA shots of the week, yelled out, "And he is getting jiggy with it." Over the top dunk. Immediately, we saw a spike in single and album sales, and by March, Gettin' Jiggy With It was number 1. I was embarrassed. But I was just warming up. Oh, by the way, during this time, Jim Carrey became the first actor to earn $20 million per movie, setting the A-list fee for the top of Hollywood. So, it was obvious that if Jim was worth 20, the conversations with me started at 21. Being a great father was central to my vision of the perfect life. I loved the idea of teaching and crafting and molding and nurturing my children's hearts and minds. Boys need man training. It was my responsibility to teach them how to hunt, how to survive and navigate the material world. I began to see Sherry as an impediment to my forging of Trey as a young warrior. My father raised me on the ice truck, mixing concrete at the shop. I was forged in the heat of daily battle. My son is going to be with me wherever I am because that's the only way I can teach him, I said. Sherry and I deteriorated into almost daily parenting disagreements. She wanted me to enforce her bedtime rules for Trey. But I didn't care what time he went to sleep as long as he woke up and did his chores. He would learn about going to sleep by waking up and having shitty mornings. She wanted me to limit his video game play, but I was thinking, what if he's a video game genius and he's going to invent the next PlayStation? I wanted to align with his love of video games and introduce him to coders and designers and fan the flames of his excitement about video gaming. Sherry wanted me to pressure him about school and getting good grades, but I didn't view conventional schooling as mandatory for success. I was more concerned with his commitment to critical thinking. I saw school as getting in the way of me having time with him to teach him the real shit. I wanted him to see the entire world as school, and every person as a teacher, every place as a classroom. These conflicting parenting and worldviews landed us in a custody battle. Trey was about 9 years old, and now his parents were both demanding full custody. The emotion of these types of disputes is so extreme that very little sanity prevails. It becomes a strange game of chicken, with the child in the middle. How aggressive are you willing to be against your ex with the risk of injuring your child if you miss? And the answer is tainted with the delusion that your behavior is strictly and only for the protection of the child, so you feel justified in higher levels of emotional violence because after all, it's your ex's fault anyway, they are causing the whole thing. It's obvious, and everyone can see it's their fault, except them. I called Dadio. He listened calmly, patiently, a veteran of a very similar petty war. Hey, man, look, Dadio said, with an uncharacteristic delicacy. He understood where my mind was, and he knew he had to be careful. You can't win. You can't fight with a kid's mother. The kid will hate you forever. Dadio had hit a bullseye in my heart. I knew that to be true firsthand. So, what am I supposed to do? I asked. Just let her mess up my son? You have to wait. When he turns 13 years old, she ain't gonna be able to do nothing with him. He's gonna reach for you. It'll be your turn then. But for now, let her do whatever she gonna do. You just get in where you fit in. When I look back on my life, I'm still torn about the pros and cons of my decision. But I stopped fighting Sherry. I agreed to shared legal custody, but Trey's primary residence would be with her. But it also meant that he could not leave the state of California without her permission that she was unlikely to grant anytime during the school year. The result was 3 and 4 month stretches where I didn't see Trey. And this was pre-FaceTime. The other unintended consequence was that because Willow and Jaden were homeschooled, they were with me at all times. But true to Dadio's hard-earned insight, 3 weeks after Trey's 13th birthday, he asked if he could move in with me. Just as Dadio had said, it was my turn now. It was joyful and exciting. Jaden and Willow were ecstatic to have their big brother living with them full-time. But the chasm between me and Trey was deep and wide. Dark seeds of misunderstanding, resentment, and distrust had taken root. Though it would be years before their flowers would fruit. Will, it's an emergency, call me right now. Ellen's text was like defibrillation paddles to my chest. She lives with Mom. Yo, what happened? I said. Mommy wasn't a cruising turkey, Ellen said hysterically. Ellen, I said, icy calm. We're gonna handle whatever it is. But I need you to take a breath so I can understand what's going on. I surprised myself with the calmness and steadiness of my reaction. I wanted to be in charge, I wanted to be responsible, I liked being the only person Ellen wanted to depend on to fix it. And for the first time, I had an inkling I might be good at it. Mom was on a cruise in Turkey, Ellen wailed, and I don't even know what happened, but she's in the hospital. Okay. It's all good. Just relax. Who's she with? Aunt Florence, Ellen said. Mom's greatest joy over the past few years had been to travel and explore. Every birthday, Christmas, holiday, I'd surprise her and her friends with another adventure. They had even nicknamed her the Trip Tester. In Turkey, she's been traveling with Florence Avery, James Avery's mother. They'd become travel buddies, and James would always joke, "Your mother is dragging mine around the world on a Will Smith budget. I can't afford it, you're responsible for both of them." On the first stop of their Turkish cruise, they were walking through the ruins at Ephesus. Mom had been so excited to see the columns that she didn't notice a step that was worn away. She slipped and her ankle slammed onto the jagged concrete. Mom was rushed to the nearest hospital, which was understaffed and ill-equipped to deal with her injury. By this time her ankle was badly swollen, and she was sent back to the ship. The ship doctor determined that the ankle was broken, and she needed to go to the American hospital in Turkey to get a cast placed properly. I was in London at the time. Mom is diabetic, and with her condition worsening and the medical barriers to travel increasing, I arranged a medevac to the UK, and within 10 days we were all back in Philly. Mom's diabetic condition caused significant complications in the healing of her ankle. It decreased blood flow, which was necessary for her ankle to heal. Her ankle had been pinned through the tibia with an external fixator, or stabilizing cage, after which she had developed osteomyelitis, an infection of the bone, which with progression can cause a loss of bone integrity and necrosis, bone death. And while the doctors were attempting to do everything in their power to heal her ankle, for the first time, the word that all diabetics fear, amputation, was being mentioned. Mom had been in the hospital for nearly 2 months, and for a woman who had discovered the great joys of globe-trotting, this immobility was becoming too much to bear. "How much longer am I going to be in this bed?" Mom said. "Well, we're trying to increase blood flow to your ankle, but it'll probably take at least 3 months to be able to determine if the procedure will be effective," the doctor said. "And in 3 months, what are the chances that you'll be able to save my leg?" Mom said. "We're looking at 50-50. So you're saying that I could lay in this bed for the next 3 months and then you could still have to amputate my leg?" "Well, yes, that's a possibility, but..." "Cut it off now," Mom said sharply. "Wait, Mom, just let him finish what he's saying," I said. "I'm not wasting my life away in this bed," Mom said. "Cut it off now. I've got a cruise I'm planning on in June." That is the most gangster sentence I have ever heard. Mom's leg was amputated just below the knee. Within 7 weeks, she was fitted for her first prosthetic limb. And within 4 months, she'd set out to finish her cruise with Florence Avery. 3 days after Mom had left Turkey, a massive, 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit the country, killing 20,000 people. The doctor treating her in Philadelphia told her that the hospital she'd been in Turkey had been destroyed. "All I lost was a leg," Mom said. And then she bowed her head and lowered her voice. "Thank you, God." 16. Purpose. No. Hell no. Absolutely not, no way. Never, not gonna happen. Nope. That was my reaction when JL told me that Michael Mann wanted me to star in his forthcoming Muhammad Ali biopic. The thought of it literally ran a chill down my spine. Ali was one of the most recognized and beloved human beings on earth, a living legend. I was not about to be the dude who ruined the cinematic portrayal of his life and legacy. Besides, everything was going great. I was already the undefeated Hollywood box office heavyweight champion of the world. Why roll the dice? Why risk my title? The degree of difficulty in portraying Ali bordered on stupidity. The risk-reward proposition was catastrophically imbalanced toward abysmal global failure and universal, eternal embarrassment. In a nutshell, I didn't like my odds. Not only would I have to learn how to fight, but I'd have to learn how to fight like the greatest fighter of all time. Great fighters can't fight like Ali. I had never boxed before. He was over 220 pounds, I barely weighed 190. The dialect and cadence of his voice was singular, no one sounds like Ali. People throughout the world have such fond memories of this revolutionary icon of social justice. There was more video of Muhammad Ali than damn near any other person ever, and not just any old video, classic, era-defining images seared into the hearts and minds of boxing fans and non-fans alike. Everybody knew Muhammad Ali. Not this one, Jay. I'm not feeling it. I think you should just meet with Michael Mann, JL said. I don't want to be in the room, hear him pitch for an hour, and then have to tell him no. I definitely want to work with him, just not on this. I think you should take the meeting, JL said, as if he hadn't already said it, and as if I hadn't already said no. I paused, and then attempted to clarify my position. No. Hell no. Absolutely not, no way. Never, not gonna happen. Nope. We hung up, and I went about my safe, challenge-ducking, risk-averse little life. About a week later, JL called again. I would have to guess that I have spoken to James Lasseter on the telephone over the past few decades somewhere north of 20,000 times, with an average call lasting between 7 and 12 minutes, give or take, which comes out to about 171,000 minutes. This means I've spent roughly 118 days on the phone with JL. So, just as a point of reference, if it were a single call, and we started it by wishing each other a happy new year, by the end of the call I could ask him what he was doing for Easter. We've talked on the phone about everything: births, marriages, movies, kids, accidents, music, money, not money, death, dumb shit, and sports. But this 26-second call is definitely in the Lasseter top 5. In his standard, unfazed monotone flair, he said, Muhammad Ali asked to speak to you personally. There are rare individuals among us who just know who they are, they know what they are, and they are crystal clear about what they are here to do. Gandhi, Mother Teresa, Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela, and even budding change agents like Malala Yousafzai and Greta Thunberg. Each accepted their divine duties and are willing to suffer for what is right and to benefit others. There's an intoxicating power in their conviction. They are calm, they are decisive, and they are loving, even in the midst of conflict and the worst of storms. Just being in their presence inspires your heart toward higher purpose. You want to follow them, you want to serve them, you want to fight alongside them. Muhammad Ali, at the height of his fame and fortune, and in the prime years of his athletic capabilities, gave up everything to oppose the war in Vietnam. He refused induction into the U.S. Army on religious grounds as a conscientious objector, and in 1967, Ali was convicted of draft evasion and sentenced to 5 years in prison. His passport was seized, he was heavily fined, and he was punished with a 3-year ban from boxing. I ain't draft dodging. I ain't burning no flag. I ain't running to Canada. I'm staying right here. You want to send me to jail? Fine, you go right ahead. I've been in jail for 400 years. I could be there for 4 or 5 more, but I ain't going no 10,000 miles to help murder and kill other poor people. If I want to die, I'll die right here, right now, fighting you, if I want to die. You my enemy, not no Chinese, no Viet Cong, no Japanese. You my opposer when I want freedom. You my opposer when I want justice. You my opposer when I want equality. Want me to go somewhere and fight for you? You won't even stand up for me right here in America, for my rights and my religious beliefs. You won't even stand up for me right here at home. I meet with the champ, his wife, Lonnie, and his daughters, Layla and May May, in Las Vegas. Ali is seated in front of a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Even though I had no intention of portraying him in the film, I couldn't help but clock his hair, the shape of his lips around the spoon, his left hand balancing himself on the table while eating with his right, and the surprising fluidity of his physical movements. He looks up and sees me, his face collapsing into the iconic Ali scowl, his top teeth comedically biting into his bottom lip. Who let that sucker in here? Ali yells, as he jumps up from the table. Clearly the family has been here before. Everyone falls into their roles. May May steps in front of her father. Come on, Daddy, she says, let's not do this today. Ali pretends to struggle to get past her. This sucker think he can just walk up in here. Let me at him, he said, sounding just like Muhammad Ali. It's Lonnie's turn to step in. She and May May are now trying to both hold Ali back. Come on, honey, Lonnie said kindly, just finish your soup. Can we have one day when you're not trying to fight somebody? Not to be outdone, I decided to play along. Listen to your wife, champ, I said. Just eat your soup. You don't want none of what's over here. This puts Ali into a mock rage. That's it. That's it. You'll move out my way. I want to hear how he talk with my fist in his mouth. Everyone is roaring with laughter. Who knows how many times the family has played out this scene. But this time, it was Ali's gift to me. He knew I would talk about it for the rest of my life. That's how Ali was. He was always trying to create something that would make you smile forever. He knew he was Muhammad Ali, he knew what that meant to people, and there was no length he was unwilling to go to in order to autograph your heart with a loving memory. Once he's calmed down, he hugged me. He began checking my biceps and my abs and feeling the bone structure of my hands. He held his hands up like boxing mitts. Let me see your jab, said Muhammad Ali. Well, I haven't trained or anything yet, champ. Come on, now, you can't jab with your lips. Let me feel it, the greatest fighter of all time insisted. I didn't know anything about how to box or land a punch. I was a southpaw at the time. But I reach out and tap Ali's hand with the saddest right-hand jab. And Ali scares the hell out of me as he screams in pain, doubles over, clutching his hand. Did you all see that? He said, pointing at me. That boy just hit me. I was minding my own business and he struck me. You're going to jail tonight, sucker. The room once again erupted in joyous laughter. Ali then announced to Lonnie, "He's almost pretty enough to play me." We talked for hours. "They got me on a diet," Ali said. "Lonnie thinks I'm getting too fat." I peer comically at his stomach. "Yeah, look like you got a lot going on over there, champ," I said. Ali put 2 hands on his belly, looked down at it, and shakes it. Man, this ain't nothing but a young girl's playground." I clocked how similar our senses of humor were. Our banter was fluid and comfortable, there was a deep childlike core to him that harmonized with my own. His heart was transparent to me. Ali told me about his childhood, how his life changed when he learned how to fight, his Olympic win, his difficulties with women, the strained relationship with his father. I was shocked by how much I innately understood him. The actor in me thought, "Oh shit. I might be able to do this." "I don't want anybody else to do this movie," Ali says. "I've been telling people no for years. But I would be honored if you would tell my story to the world." Michael Mann is one of my all-time favorite filmmakers: Heat, The Last of the Mohicans, The Insider, Manhunter, Miami Vice. The meeting was in a small warehouse that he'd converted into his office in LA. The main section was a 3,000-square-foot Muhammad Ali war room, thousands of pictures, books, memorabilia, magazine articles, stacks of overstuffed color-coded binders, videos on multiple televisions, interviews on one, Ali's jab on a loop on another. A heavy bag, weights, wraps, gloves, and jump ropes surrounded a perfectly lit boxing ring in the center. It looked like an FBI Quantico situation room, the level of detail was mind-boggling. When I arrive, Michael is mid-conversation with an elderly Italian man. 4 black leather jackets hang on mannequins in front of them. They are in some dispute. Michael wanted an identical jacket to one he'd seen in a picture of Ali from the late 60s. The Italian man was the now 75-year-old tailor who had made the original jacket. He had sent 4 versions of the jacket, none of which had met Michael's approval, so Michael flew the man in from Chicago to discuss the problem. The tailor is vehemently defending the precision of his work, pointing back and forth between the 1960s picture and the jackets. All 4 jackets were identical to my eye, by the way. "Michael, with all due respect," the tailor says, "I made the original jacket. And I made these 4 replicas. Everything is sourced and constructed exactly as it was 40 years ago." "Something's off," Michael says, "it's not right." As the debate intensifies, it suddenly hits Michael. "I see the problem," Michael eurekas, pointing to Ali's collar in the photo. The stitching on the collar of the replicas is single thread, but look, in the photo, the stitching is double thread. The tailor squints and realizes that Michael is correct. He then remembers that in the mid-1970s, the fabric of the thread changed, and he stopped using the double stitching technique. He shook Michael's hand and set off to make the jacket right. As it turns out, Michael Mann is a savant-level researcher. I had never before, nor since, met a more thorough cinematic scientist. We sat at Michael's desk. "I met Malcolm X in 1963, Michael said. I'm 1 year younger than Ali. So, generationally, I was pissed off about the same things he was pissed off about. I'm not looking to idolize him, that would diminish his humanity. This is not a story about boxing, it's about politics, war, religion, and rebellion. I want to create an inside view, an intimate perspective. I want to see his despondency when his fortunes are at their absolute most abysmal. I have no idea how to become Muhammad Ali," I admitted. "Well, fortunately, you don't have to worry about that," Michael said. "I will create the curriculum that will render you as Ali. All you have to do is follow the syllabus." Michael explained that he would do all of the research, build a world-class team of teachers, experts, trainers. He would be in charge of my schedule, he would surround me with people who had actually been there with Ali. He would pick my clothes, he would build a cast, he would even choose the music I would listen to. All I had to do was commit. I loved the sound of that recipe: take one firm commander, mix in some clear orders, just add discipline, and shake thoroughly. I could definitely do that. But it's not gonna be easy, Michael said. It's going to take everything you've got. And then just a little bit more than that. Do you have any boxing experience? None whatsoever, I said. Michael, unfazed, maybe even a little inspired by that damning revelation, reaches for the phone on his desk. Is Daryl still here? He asks, knowing damn well that Daryl was still here. Good. Have him come in. Daryl Foster is the individual hardest man I've ever met in my life. Born and raised on the streets of Washington, D.C., Daryl survived a horrific childhood marred by violence and abuse. Shit, it's a damn miracle I ain't dead or in jail, he'd say. If it wasn't for Busheen, man, ain't no telling these gloves saved my life. Daryl was an athletic prodigy. He started boxing at age 10, and within a few years he was the best amateur boxer in the country at his weight class. At 13, he won the Golden Gloves, the equivalent of the Super Bowl for amateur boxers. He was undefeated. He had college scholarships lined up. His coaches were even eyeing the Olympics. Then, at 17, Daryl Foster nearly killed a guy in the ring, pounding him after the referee had told him to stop. Just like that, the sport that Daryl owed his life to was taken away from him. He was banned from competition. Daryl became a trainer. There, too, he excelled. He had grown up with Sugar Ray Leonard, one of the best boxers of all time, and had been his training partner, helping him win an Olympic gold medal and become world champion in 5 different weight classes. Once Sugar Ray retired, Daryl moved out to Hollywood and began consulting on films. There, he helped train Woody Harrelson and Antonio Banderas in the 1999 film Play It to the Bone. And in 2000, when Michael Mann needed someone to do the heavy lifting of turning Will Smith into Muhammad Ali, Daryl was Michael's top choice to carry that load. Daryl enters the room, 5'10", 190 pounds. Imagine if you could crossbreed a pit bull with a brick. The Omega symbol is branded proudly on his upper left arm, his AQ dog, a member of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. They are as hard as they come. His posture is rigid, straight up and down, head high, shoulders back, like a soldier. Like a general. His hands, at their default setting, halfway to a fist, just in case. His presence is intense. He's already looking me up and down. Unconvinced. He holds his hand out to greet me, not a handshake, a closed fist. We pound. How tall are you? Daryl says. I'm 6'2". What you weighing right now? I'm probably 190. Yeah, that's not enough, he says, almost to himself, making his way to the boxing ring. Take your shoes off, hop up in here. What? I have jeans on. And jewelry. I'm fly right now. But Daryl is already in the ring, waiting for me. Michael Mann is grabbing a video camera. Daryl slides the focus mitts on, and he claps them together, an explosion echoing through the cavernous warehouse. The reverberation seems to say, hurry the fuck up, bling boy. Daryl didn't give two shits that I was the biggest movie star in the world. In fact, he almost saw it as the biggest problem. Michael Mann helps me on with the 14-ounce gloves, and I step into the ring. This dude better not hit me. 90% of the people on Earth are right-hand, Daryl said in a voice that seemed to be louder than necessary. That means that if you're gonna get knocked out in the street, most of the time it's gonna be with a looping overhand right. In order to deliver that punch, a person's right foot gotta be set back, that's how they can get the leverage to throw it. You see that shit in the street all the time when niggas is beefin'. So, when you see them shift their weight, you know what's coming. Your rear cranium bone's the hardest bone in your skull, so all we can practice today, put your left ear down to your shoulder, and we can break their hand on the top of your head. Then you can fire your right hand straight back. For about 30 minutes, we repeated that sequence. Daryl was pretending like we were in the street. He would talk shit, then shift his right foot back, throw the overhand right. I would time it so that I caught the mitt on the back left section of my cranium, the hardest bone of my skull, and then I'd fire my right hand back at the center of his mitt. You master that, Daryl said, you can stretch most motherfuckers in the street. Is that a move Ali did? I said. Don't you worry about Ali. I gotta teach you how to fight first. Something about that promise rang deep within me. He was going to teach me how to fight for real. The thought of being able to physically defend myself induced reverence and surrender to Daryl's leadership. Michael and Daryl share a silent look. They've seen enough, clearly, they need to talk about me behind my back. Daryl begins to remove the mitts and steps out of the ring. I'll see you tomorrow, Daryl says. What are we doing tomorrow? I say. 5 at 5. We only got a year, we need to get started. Daryl's style of training is full immersion, he doesn't ask anybody to do anything that he doesn't do. Over the next year, he ran every mile, jumped every rope, lifted every weight, sparred as many rounds, every moment of training, right by my side. He ate when I ate, he slept when I slept, he worked when I worked. Often, he would quote Edgar Guest's poem The Sermons We See. I'd rather see a sermon than hear one any day. I'd rather one should walk with me than merely tell the way. The eye's a better pupil and more willing than the ear. Fine counsel is confusing, but examples always clear. This was not a dude I thought was going to quote poetry. Daryl had a no actors rule, he set up an authentic fight camp. Every boxing role in the film would be cast with active, professional fighters, former heavyweight champ Michael Bent as Sonny Liston, James "Lights Out" Tony, a 3-weight class champ, as Joe Frazier, IBF cruiserweight champ Alfred Cole as Ernie Tell, and 17-1 heavyweight contender Charles Shufford Jr. as George Foreman. These would be the anchor fights of the film. We ain't doing no Hollywood bullshit around here. This a real fight camp, Daryl said. We are preparing for a title shot. Fuck a movie. Everybody knew we were doing this for Muhammad Ali. Every fighter felt indebted and dedicated to the champ. There was an energy around the project that I had never experienced before. The purpose of the film had a unifying and electrifying effect on all of us. That first week was brutal. I had just finished a 30-minute footwork drill, and I was exhausted, so I laid down in the ring. Daryl saw me from across the gym and snapped. Hey! Get the fuck up. I stood as he made his way over to the ring. Do not get comfortable with your back on that canvas, he said. You fight how you train. You fight how you train was one of Daryl's central axioms. You do everything how you do one thing, he'd say. Daryl didn't want me to get comfortable with my back on the canvas in case I ever got knocked down. He wanted lying down in a boxing ring to feel utterly foreign to me, just in case I ever found myself lying down in a boxing ring. His position was, dreams are built on discipline, discipline is built on habits, habits are built on training. And training takes place in every single second and every situation of your life, how you wash the dishes, how you drive a car, how you present a report at school or at work. You either do your best all the time or you don't. If the behavior has not been trained and practiced, then the switch will not be there when you need it. Training is for the purpose of habituating reactions to extreme circumstances, Daryl said. When situations get hot, you can't rely on your thinking mind. You must have habituated reflexive responses that kick in without the necessity of thought. Never detrain your killer instincts. The Sonny Liston and Joe Frazier fights feature early in the movie, so Michael Bent and James Toney were the first fighters I trained with. Daryl and I had spent the first 3 months with just the two of us, working on the fundamentals, footwork, posture, cardio, and developing the fluidity of the classic Ali jab, what Ali called the snake lick because it mimicked the strike of a cobra. Michael Mann brought in a brain scientist to help with what he called burning new neural passages. The scientist created a 20-minute loop of the quintessential Ali footwork and jab. I would sit in a pitch-black room, watching the loop twice a day, staring at the repeated movement until it was seared on my brain stem. The first few months of training were in front of mirrors, in empty gyms, and in solitary locations. We ran at altitude in the snow in Colorado, in combat boots. I could barely breathe. Daryl had run the same distance but looked like he had just awakened from a refreshing nap. I had to take a knee. Daryl didn't care much for my little break time in the snowbank. Write his name, Daryl said. What? I said, struggling for a sip of oxygen. Ali. Write it. I leaned down and slowly began to write. Ali. Daryl snapped a picture. You need to remember why we're suffering, he said, as he began to run. When the group training camp began, it was no longer just Daryl and me. For the first time, I was gloved up across the ring from seasoned boxing champions. Daryl whispered to me as he laced my gloves, "These are not actors. These are instinctual fighters. Their hands will just fly before they even know it. The first rule of boxing, protect yourself at all times." In the mirror, I was starting to look like Muhammad Ali. I was 223 pounds of muscle now, with a 1-rep max bench press of 365 pounds. But as soon as another fighter stepped in the ring, my fear wouldn't allow me to maintain my forward posture. I began leaning back at the waist too much. Don't compromise your spine angle. Lean in. Daryl yells from outside the ring. Just stay off the train tracks. Create angles. But Michael Bent was not inspiring me in the least to lean in toward him. I decided, fuck it, just lean in. And my simple, 2-inch spinal adjustment triggers Michael Bent's right hand. I see it coming, but it's too late. I only have enough time to put my chin down a little and brace for impact. Bent's right hand lands high on my forehead, but because of my forward posture, my head doesn't snap back, instead, it compresses down onto my spinal column. I feel an electrical shock shoot from the top of my spine down both arms, ending at my elbows. I have an alkaline, metallic taste in my mouth like I've just licked a 9-volt battery. Fortunately, Bent sees that I'm hurt and doesn't follow with the left hook he hit Tommy Morrison with to become heavyweight champ. This was the first time I'd been truly hit. Every fighter in the room knew that this was a make-or-break moment, fight or flight. Everybody went silent. Daryl calmly stepped up into the ring and sat me in the corner. "You good?" he said, knowing damn well I was not good. Michael Bent appeared over Daryl's shoulder. "You ain't good?" he said in his thick Brooklyn accent. All I could think was, where the fuck are my car keys? As I look back on my life, I see funny stories, beautiful experiences, tragic losses, magnificent victories, all held together by a handful of pivotal moments, critical choices that completely altered the trajectory of my journey. In that ring with Michael Bent, a switch got flipped that would take a decade to get unflipped. The warrior within me took complete command of everything in my life. I stood up off the stool, looked at Bent, and said, "Good shot. Let's work. Work." The 1 year of training and the 5 months of filming of Ali was the most grueling mental, physical, and emotional test of my entire career, but also the most transformative. The filming of Ali spanned 7 cities and 2 continents. We began in LA, did 2 weeks in Chicago, quick shoots in New York and Miami, and then it was time to bring it home. We were heading to the motherland. We were heading to Africa, a place I'd never been. The final sequence of Ali was shot in Mozambique. Michael Mann is a purist. He wanted to shoot in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the actual rumble in the jungle took place. But the raging civil war there redirected the production to Maputo. Michael wanted the cast to feel what it was like to fly together and arrive together. Jamie Foxx, Jeffrey Wright, Nona Gay, Michael T. Williamson, Ron Silver, Mario Van Peebles, John Voight, and Michael Michelle, and me, JL, Charlie, and my whole squad. Michael was trying to orchestrate a similar emotional experience to the one that Ali and his crew had had. This was a part of his cinematic genius. And it worked. It is difficult to overestimate the power of a first experience in Africa. 2 steps off the airplane, and I'm already crying. I'm not sure if it was my cells or my soul that recognized their origin, but it was visceral and overwhelming. We found a quiet place just outside the airport in Maputo, Mozambique. We all huddled, held hands, knelt down, and kissed the ground. One of the airport workers yelled out from the other side of the fence, "Welcome home, brothers. Nelson Mandela has invited us to dinner," JL said, in his regular-ass JL voice. I couldn't even respond. His current wife is Graca Machel, the former First Lady of Mozambique, he said, as though he was reading from Wikipedia. They have a house near here. "Jay, you gotta start putting some expression on it when you tell me shit like that," I said. I had felt the world moving differently around this film. Ali's name alone opened doors in a way I'd never experienced. It engendered the goodwill of every person we approached. His legacy lubricated the logistical wheels of the production, deal negotiations, permits, locations, casting, everything and everybody wanted to serve Ali. Whatever we needed to tell his story properly, the answer was always yes. It wasn't because of his fame, or his boxing titles, it wasn't about success, or money, the always positive reaction was about people's deep recognition and reverence for a life lived in integrity. In the face of grievous injustice, profound prejudice, and financial devastation, he never wavered from the convictions of his principles. He was the greatest fighter of all time, yet would always say, "My religion is love." Everybody wanted to be a part of honoring him. I had experienced the magnetism of fame, I knew well the allure of celebrity, the attraction of money, but this was my first dose of the power of purpose and the radiance of service. Nelson Mandela had spent 27 years unjustly imprisoned for opposing the South African apartheid regime. His eyes had been damaged from hard labor in the lime quarries. Upon the toppling of the apartheid system, he was released from Victor Verster prison and was subsequently elected president of South Africa. One of his first official undertakings was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings, where the architects and the perpetrators of the heinous system of racial segregation and brutality were put on trial. And in a controversial and extraordinary act, Nelson Mandela offered forgiveness and amnesty to those who would confess their atrocities. He was, however, widely criticized for this stance, but as he wrote in 2012, "In the end, reconciliation is a spiritual process, which requires more than just a legal framework. It has to happen in the hearts and minds of people." The night of the dinner came. 20 cast and crew members made our way to his suburban home in Maputo. As I entered, Charlie Mack and JL by my side, my eyes once again welled with tears. "You don't need to cry, man," Charlie Mack said, "you belong here." "Hello, Willie," Mr. Mandela said, joyfully bringing me into his arms. "Come, you will sit with me." Madiba, as is known among his closest friends and family, grabbed my hand and walked me around his home. We must have held hands for a full 10 minutes. Men didn't hold hands like this where I grew up, the show of affection was overwhelming. I introduced him to everyone, he, in turn, introduced me to his wife, Graka, and his family. He took his seat at the head of the dining room table and sat me to his right hand. We all ate and talked and laughed, and he praised us for honoring Ali. Then, as the meal wound down, Madiba began to recount in vivid detail the horrors of apartheid and his 27 years in prison, 18 of them on Robben Island. As inmates, once a month we were shown a film, movies from all over the world, but American cinema was my particular favorite. There was a film called In the Heat of the Night, starring Sidney Poitier. And in the middle of the movie, there was a strange glitch. I could tell that the film had been edited. I was so intrigued. I used all my angles and connections on the outside to determine what had been taken out. It took weeks, but finally I was informed that Sidney Poitier had slapped a white man in the face. Something in my spirit was energized. If black men in American cinema are standing on equal ground with their white counterparts, then it was only a matter of time. The film empowered me, it inspired me. And then he paused, he looked directly into my eyes, and said, "Never underestimate the power of what you do." After dinner, cast and crew are milling about. The evening is winding down. Madiba and I are sharing a quiet moment. He sits calmly, taking in the room. I catch myself staring. He has the same little smile and trance-like countenance that Gigi displayed every Sunday in Resurrection Baptist Church, the soft rise in the corners of his mouth betraying an invincible serenity. My heart jumped at the recognition. He soon feels my gaze and turns his attention to me. I asked him, jokingly, but in all seriousness, "What's that look?" He peered into me as if trying to discern whether I had accidentally asked a good question, or, if I had asked in earnest, was I ready to hear the answer? "If you will come and spend time with me," Madiba said, "I will show you." "If you will come and spend time with me, I will show you." Madiba's words lingered as we prepared to film the final scenes of Ali, the Rumble in the Jungle, Ali vs. Foreman. In a perfect example of art imitating life, this was the most difficult fight of Ali's career, and also the most difficult fight to capture on film. The sequence took 2 weeks to shoot. Michael Mann had an entire stadium refurbished and over 20,000 extras in the stands. With the lights and the humidity, it was over 105 degrees in the ring, and I lost 11 pounds on the first day of shooting. That meant I had to double the portions of chicken breast, broccoli, and brown rice I'd been enjoying 4 months. One weekend, everyone was sitting around in the house we had rented just outside Maputo. I had been training with Daryl and the other fighters for more than a year, and everything was coming down to this final sequence. The Africa experience was the culmination of the entire journey. My boys Bilal Salam, Dave Haynes, and Mike Sokio flew in and brought a spark of new energy that I desperately needed at the time. But while everyone was thinking of this as a regular movie shoot, Daryl saw it as a fight camp. My boy Bilal ended up losing 100 pounds during the training and filming. Dave Haynes was my stand-in. In Hollywood terms, that means he would stand in the spots that I would eventually be so the crew could set the lights and the shots and get everything ready. Dave so impressed Michael Mann that Michael gave him the role of Ali's brother, Rahman, in the movie. I accidentally gave Dave a concussion during a sparring session. My boy Mike had been a writer on The Fresh Prince. I had hired him to video document our entire African experience. As far as he was concerned, he was here in a domestic capacity, and accordingly, he had had a case of Snickers shipped in from Philly. Daryl exploded. "Nigger, you eating a fucking Snickers?" he said, which for Mike was confusing on 2 levels. 1, in his mind he was just a videographer, and 2, his white Will is about to be in a ring with a 235-pound motherfucker punch-in at his head. This is the challenge of his lifetime. We all benefit from his suffering, and you stuck in the fucking pleasure principle. He don't need to be seeing yo us chomping on no fucking candy bar. You either helping, or you hurting. And if you not committed to helping, then you need to take your ass the fuck home. Africa side note number 1, Mike ultimately trained into the best shape of his life, and thank God, because as great a writer as he is, as a videographer, he failed bad. One time on safari we were chased by an elephant, and Mike was so terrified he couldn't pick the camera up, and all we got was the audio of Mike screaming, and Charlie Mack saying, "That's a motherfucking elephant." 11 times in a row. Daryl and JL were perfectly in sync. JL knew the magnitude of this endeavor. He had been fighting for that kind of order for years. Charlie's father had been a boxer. Charlie had been around boxing gyms his whole life. He understood the idea of supporting the champ to secure our collective win. Charlie and Dave even started calling me champ. Omar never trusted anybody anyway, so he loved that Daryl was defending the space. This fight camp, support the champ mentality became the new law of our group. Everybody had to run 5 at 5, everybody had to work out in the gym, everybody had to eat right, everybody had to read and study and offer new ideas. Everybody had to live a disciplined life, to reach for the best version of themselves, otherwise they had to go the fuck home. The unified mission of telling Muhammad Ali's story established a new fundamental way of being that would extend within our group far beyond the completion of Ali. The infrastructure in Mozambique was not equipped at the time to sustain a production the size of Ali. We literally had to rebuild and refurbish hotels and residences to accommodate cast and crew. Most of that crew and assets had to be brought in from neighboring South Africa. This created a subtle tension, a mostly white South African production contingent, working for a mostly African American cast and crew, backed by a 100% black Mozambican support staff. The racial and nationalistic frictions were simmering from day one. But there was an immediate camaraderie between the African American cast members and the Mozambicans. Jamie Foxx damn near became a local. He went out every night. Jeffrey Wright spent every free moment with artists, poets, and musicians. He was always bringing somebody to the set who had blown his mind. Africa side note number 2, my barber, Pierce, ended up falling in love and getting married to a beautiful Mozambican girl named Eva. They have 2 gorgeous children, Mardiu and Garel. We all took a liking to a young production assistant named Jorge Maciel. He was in his early 20s and had one of those personalities that you never forget. Everybody liked him, which made him the de facto leader of the Mozambican par. Africa side note number 3, Jorge told us he wanted to move to the United States. We told him, sure, Jorge, if you get there, we got you. 6 months after Ali rapped, Jorge appeared in Los Angeles, he moved in with Pierce, and I financed a cleaning company that he owned and operated for 5 years, until he felt he had gathered sufficient business knowledge to return and build in his native Mozambique. We financed the trucking company that he owns and operates to this day. The experience of Africa was spiritual, transformative, and deeply emotional for all of us. One day, Jorge came to Charlie Mack and informed him that one of the white South African crew members had assaulted a young Mozambican PA. The South African crew member was responsible for cleaning and maintaining the bathrooms on set. Apparently, the Mozambican boy had allegedly left urine drops on the toilet seat. The crew member chased him down, grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, took him back to the bathroom, and allegedly wiped the toilet seat with his face. Charlie comes to my trailer in a rage. "Yo, come with me right now, motherfuckers is trippin'. I didn't know which motherfuckers and what kind of trippin', but I've known Charlie long enough to know it wasn't good." News of the incident was building on set, and a crowd was forming around the bathrooms. By the time we reach the scene there are 10 of us. To the left are 15 Mozambican PA, and to the right, 30 white South African crew members. Charlie Mack walks right into the middle. "Who did it?" he says. The Mozambicans point to the accused crew member. We all turn and face him. "Yo, you put somebody's head in the toilet?" Charlie says, towering over the guy. "This doesn't have anything to do with you," the man says. "Oh, it got everything to do with me. I want my head in the toilet," Charlie said, now invading the man's personal space. Feeling uncomfortable with the proximity, the man takes 2 steps backward, which prompts Charlie to take 3 steps forward. Now we are fully squared off with the South African crew members, each of us picking who we're going to stretch if it kicks off. "What I gotta do to get my head in the toilet?" Other crew members attempt to de-escalate the situation. "Let's all just turn it down a little bit," which only prompts Charlie to turn it up. "I want my head in the toilet. What do I have to do to get my head in the toilet?" "Your mother's a motherfucking bitch." "Will that do it?" Charlie says, screaming directly into the face of the accused. "Your mother's a hoe-ass fucking bitch. Will that get my head in the toilet?" "You like putting motherfuckers' heads in the toilet?" "Put my head in the toilet. Just tell me what I gotta do. If I knock your fucking front teeth out, will that get my head in the toilet?" Just then, Michael Mann walks up. He had heard of the incident brewing. He was probably the only person in all of Mozambique, except probably Nelson Mandela, who could have gotten water on this fire. Michael pointed to me and then to the head of the South African crew. "You, and you, in my office, please. Everybody else, go back to work. That guy needs to go home. Right now," I said. It doesn't work like that," the appointed crew spokesperson said. "And, with all due respect, this doesn't have anything to do with you. We will handle it internally." "You can handle it wherever you wanna handle it," I said, "but you gonna handle it with your racist friend gone. He's fired. He cannot be here." "I agree with that," Michael said. "That kind of behavior will not be tolerated on my set. You arrogant Americans and your foolish racism," he said. "Every confrontation doesn't fit into your childish conception of race." "So, wait a minute," I said, "let me understand, you're saying that he would have done the same thing had it been a white crew member?" "I'm saying that you couldn't possibly comprehend the complexity of what's going on here." "Okay," I said, "well how about this, that motherfucker's fired just for being a dickhead." "Well," the man said, "if he goes, we all go." The all he was speaking of was about 100 members of our South African crew. If they were to leave, that would shut our film down, tens of millions of dollars down the drain. This was a potentially catastrophic threat. My heart pounded, my mind raced. I had promised Muhammad Ali that I would bring his story to the world. If I let the crew quit, the project could be doomed. And then it hit me like a left hook from heaven, this is Ali. This moment is the whole point. Muhammad Ali gave up everything for this very purpose. Fuck this movie. Ali would never want his film to come to the screen on the back of a 17-year-old boy's head in a toilet. I was crystal clear. "Then all of you motherfuckers can go the fuck home," I said. I will spend every dime of my fee to fly a crew from the US. But what we're not gonna have is people's heads getting shoved into toilets on Muhammad Ali's movie. Go home. With that, I left Michael's office. Michael was 100% behind me. Ultimately, only about 20% of the crew left. Michael and I ended up splitting the overages. It was a few $1 million between us, but it felt like a no-brainer. I was coming into an understanding of the power of purpose. Purpose and desire can seem similar, but they are very different, sometimes even opposing forces. Desire is personal, narrow, and pointed, and tends toward self-preservation, self-gratification, and short-term gains and pleasures. Purpose is wider, broader, a longer-term vision encompassing the benefit of others, something outside of yourself you're willing to fight for. There have been many times in my life where I was acting from a place of desire, but I'd fully convince myself that it was purpose. Desire is what you want, purpose is the flowering of what you are. Desire tends to weaken over time, whereas purpose strengthens the more you lean into it. Desire can be depleting because it's insatiable, purpose is empowering, it's a stronger engine.